Yeah, have a
See you. It's good. It's good. It's good. Yeah, we see each other on site.
Yes,
Yeah,
finally.
finally.
Yeah.
So when do you come here?
I came yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's over a very, very short time.
Yeah. But I'm looking to stay a little longer, so after work maybe we can.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can do some testing here. They have a
Yeah.
very beautiful view here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is both my former ambassador.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah.
do have technical knowledge. Oh,
Yeah,
that's not.
not so enough, but that's only for 2 years. Okay. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. I have used to be I was learning Chinese language.
Okay, that's highly interesting.
I think you're Japanese.
哦，no no no。
我是山西的。
啊，我在那个中国社会科学院。
是吗？
中国社会科学院 Chinese Social
啊。
Social Science。
Yes. It was okay. I cannot say bad thing. Yeah. You? You read yesterday also? Yesterday. Ah, you were. Yes, 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 yes. And how it was? Because I will leave 18th of October. So I will for that. Yes, yes. Yeah, see you.
Yeah. How about?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and our valued online attendees, good morning, afternoon, night, wherever you are, online or on site. I am Nicolas Fiumarelli, 33 years old, and proud former youth ambassador. I was a youth ambassador as you in 2019 in the cohort of the Internet Societies program. Today, as we convene to the significant session, we are reminded of the cardinal role of youth play in the shaping the digital world, right? Particularly in internet governance. The youth's presence in the realm of internet governance is not just pivotal, it's transformative, right? With your unique perspectives and innovative ideas and your inherent ability to passion and adaptability to inject into these IG processes, ensure that this evolving framework that we are seeing is not only technical, but also socially relevant, right? Inclusive and forward-looking. The Internet Society, recognizing the immense potential, has been tireless in its efforts to uplift, mentor, and champion the young voices. The Youth Ambassador Program is just a facet of these endeavors. Beyond this, they are a myriad of initiatives, collaborations, and projects that are tailored to cultivate this harness of the power of the youth, as we said. The Society's commitment extends to the creation of platforms that are actively involved in dialogues, decision-making, and also in leadership roles, as we have seen. The Youth Coalition, that I am part, and the Youth Standing Group, that is this ISOC Special Interest Group that now is with a standing status, are shining example of this that I am saying. These platforms are for youth, but are led by them, right? So creating this synergy of ideas, aspiration, and actions in the Internet Society, exploring, underlying like the Internet Society mission and vision, right? To have like this global, open, and interconnected network. The youth voice isn't just an addition, it's essential for this future. So the Internet Society mission, as you know, as its core, is about inclusivity and empowerment. So fostering these youth-centric platforms and initiatives and the collaboration between these initiatives is investing in a future where the Internet governance is diverse. So let's focus on today's session. We are here at the Collaborative Leadership Exchange. This session has been taken place several years at the IGF, and the main objective is, as you know, networking, creating and fostering relationships between the ambassadors and also the alumnus, right? Because there are people that is former youth ambassadors as well and keep continuing participating, exchanging these revolutionary ideas about community networks. We have projects related with internet fragmentation, a lot of topics addressing these crucial internet governance issues, right? So designed with these presentations and the collaborative discussions we will have, and now Prana will mention a little, we are committed to translating these conversations into tangible actions, right? So many of the insights today will emanate from the new cohort of the youth ambassadors, as I said. There are 15 people, so I am very glad to be here with you. And well, with these interactions, we ensure this global perspective, right? The idea is to forge ahead and remember us that the collective mission is to shape an internet that remains open, trustworthy, and beneficial for everyone. So you, the youth, are not just participants, make sure of that, because you are the driving force of the internet governance. So with this, I take the floor to Pranav. Thank you. Well, thank you and being part of this transformative journey together.
Hello, everyone joining online and in person. I'm Pranav. I'm an empowerment advisor at the Internet Society. And more importantly, I was myself an early career fellow of the Internet Society. And I'm so happy to be hosting the Youth Ambassador Program and the Collaborative Leadership Exchange of Internet Society, where we have 15 of our youth ambassadors joining us. Some of them are joining online, and many of them are joining us in person today. And I'm so happy to share that the ambassadors come from diverse geographies and diverse stakeholder groups. And they will be sharing about some really interesting issues pertaining to internet governance today, from making standards relevant to end users, to fragmentation, from women in coding to aspects of generative AI. From our fellows will be highlighting on the role of youth in bridging the digital divide, and so many other interesting topics. Allow me to share the format of this event today. This won't be a usual conference. We're ensuring that this is hyper-engaging and interactive for all of you. So after this flow, the idea will be that the fellows will be coming up and sharing their project initiatives in brief 2 minutes. That will be giving you a high-level understanding of what their project initiative is about. First, we'll have the ambassadors joining online share their initiatives, and then the in-person ones. And after that, they will be taking seats at different parts of this conference room and also in the online breakout rooms. And you can go and interact with them. That will be your chance to understand the topic better, seek more inputs, give feedback, seek feedback, connect them with other people that you find would be relevant for them, and grow together. And these will be two 15-minute sessions followed by a break. And the idea will be you can shift between, after the first 15 minutes, you can shift to another ambassador and hear from them. And then we will have round 2 of such a similar sessions. And then we will close by with the ambassadors coming in and sharing their outcome, that this is what we discussed and this is what we learned from our discussions today. So with this, I will now hand it off to Tori to bring in our ambassadors joining online.
Thank you so much, Pranav. I hope you can hear me in person. My name is Tori. I am lucky enough to run our Youth Ambassador program. So I'm very excited that you all get to see and talk to our ambassadors that I get to talk to every week and hear all of their amazing ideas, how they can really impact the internet community. So I wish them all well. And with that, I will stop talking and hand the mic over to some of our youth ambassadors who are with us online. So the first one I see is Caroline. Caroline, are you able to talk to us?
Hello.
Hi, Caroline, we can hear you.
Okay, hi. My name is Caroline Tarus. I am a youth ambassador. I am from Kenya, and I'm currently doing my master's here in the United States. I'm doing a cybersecurity and data privacy law. Yes, so I currently have an initiative with my friend, with my fellow ambassador, who will be talking about providing education and awareness to, we'll be educating the youth on cybersecurity. I believe that right now, the internet has become, sorry, just a second. Yeah, the internet has become such an increasingly vital part of our daily lives today, and with the youth being the largest consumers, I believe that their involvement in internet governance and also the educating them is very, very important. And I believe that it's important for them to be empowered in their cybersecurity and data privacy rights as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline. The next one to introduce their topic is Ida. Ida, can you talk?
Okay. Hi, Tori. So I was struggling a bit to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. So hello, everyone. My name is Ida Padikonate, and I'm from Ghana, and I'm excited to join you all today. So my topic is on online safety and etiquette for young people and for kids. As a youth ambassador with the Internet Society and with other organizations, I'm really passionate about young people and about the work that they are doing and their impact on the society. And that is why I chose this topic. So to start with, in today's digital era, navigating the online world can be both exciting and challenging, especially for us as young people and for kids as well. As technology enthusiasts and as a generation that breathes the internet, we often find ourselves exploring the vast internet landscape, connecting with friends, sharing data, and learning new things. However, amidst the fun, it's crucial to prioritize our safety and practice proper online etiquette. So this project aims to discover the do's and don'ts of online interactions, from safeguarding personal information to fostering a respectful online community. This project also aims to equip young people with essential skills to thrive in the virtual realm responsibly. So in simple terms, my project is supposed to help young people gain knowledge and ensure their online experiences are not only enjoyable, but also secure or respectful. And I'm hoping to achieve this by having workshops and webinars and educational materials that I'm going to share amongst young people and also use to educate young people. I also want to take advantage of emerging technologies such as virtual reality to provide educational resources for young people and make sure that they are safe online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ida. Lastly that I see is Nana Ama. Nana, can you share your topic idea, please?
All right. Hi, good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you may be. It's currently dawn in Ghana, so my voice may sound a little bit hoarse. Pardon me. So my name is Nana Mayabuado, and I'm Ghana and the current youth ambassador with the Internet Society. My initiative is dubbed Empower Here, which is a groundbreaking initiative at the forefront of driving digital gender equality. Given the rapidly evolving digital landscape where opportunities are abundant but barriers persist, I believe it's important that I set up an initiative that would stand as a beacon of change. So with this initiative, the aim is to have a path to a more equitable and inclusive digital world. And I believe this starts with empowering women. My initiative is not just focused at addressing the gender gap, but featuring it, especially starting from Ghana, where I currently reside. So I'm passionate about creating a community of change makers and advocates who are dedicated to unlocking the full potential of the average Ghanaian woman. The mission of this initiative is to provide rural women with skills, knowledge, and support to help them thrive in the digital realm. So I would entreat everyone to join me on the journey. Technology has become a tool for empowerment, and my initiative is solely focused on replacing the barriers with bridges where every woman or girl has the opportunity to not only participate in the digital revolution, but also to shape it. So collectively, we can change the story as it stands now and have a more gender equal and digitally inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All these topics sound fascinating. So for our online participants, you can join our breakout rooms to pick one of our amazing ambassadors and get to talk more about their idea. And with that, I will send it back over to Pranav and the ambassadors there in person in Japan.
Thank you, Tori. And with this, we now come to the ambassadors who are joining us in person. And first, I would like to call upon Yug Desai. And he's working on a project initiative titled Making Standards Relevant to End Users. Over to you, Yug.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So my topic is making standards relevant to end users. And by this, I don't mean that we need to create standards that end users can use. What I'm trying to do here is to make sure that end users understand the importance of standards and they educate themselves about standards and standardization processes. Standardization, prima facie, is a very boring topic, and as a non-technical person, you would probably run away from it. But it impacts all aspects of your life, and especially in the context of the internet, it impacts how you use the internet and how internet goes on to shape your life. So standardization of late has multidimensional impact
on the society as a whole, on the economy, the supply chains, on how things interoperate. And of late, there is also increasing awareness that standardization goes beyond this. It also has human rights implications. It has implications on how people are able to connect to the internet, how they are able to access the internet. And standardization is also seen as a technical form of governance. So at the Internet Governance Forum, we're obviously talking about regulation, but it is also possible to govern the internet through technical standards. So it is very important that we realize how standards, how values are being embedded in standards, or how ethics are being embedded into standards. And so these are some of the ideas that I'm beginning with, and what I want to do today through our exchange is to get your point of view on how standards are relevant to people. Why should end users concern themselves with standards? And whether they should do this in the first place, or should it be left to the people who know the technical nitty-gritties of the technology? And second question is, of course, how do we do this? How do we do this together? How do we ensure that we can make an average end user aware of standards and how it is impacting their everyday life? Thank you.
Thank you, Shug. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Daniel Turra from Italy. Please share with us your experiences and perspectives. Thank you.
Hello there, everyone. My name is Daniele Turra, and I would like to talk today about open source software in social media, also known as the Fediverse. And I would like to tease you with a couple of questions. For example, what if we had multiple different social media platforms based on open source software? And what if those could be managed and moderated by any skilled organization or individuals for the benefit of everyone? So the Fediverse is a collection of interoperable and independently run social media servers that are able to communicate with each other. So the underlying protocol makes this possible, just like the same concepts underlined for emails, but also for social media. So this free and open source software promises to give users back some control of the internet by allowing self-hosting and experimentation. This also makes possible learning about the inner workings of the internet, not only at the applicational layer. So can we achieve digital sovereignty and learning in the meanwhile? So in this session, I would like to discuss together open points regarding the use of open source software for digital sovereignty, opportunities for capacity building, and what can every one of us do in this context regarding open source software. So if you're interested, just join the session.
Thank you, Daniele. I would now like to call upon Jeremy and share about his work around Youth IGF Myanmar.
Hello. I'm Jeremy. I'm from Myanmar. Today, I just would like to point out the digital divide and inclusion. First of all, I would like to introduce you about the YNGS Myanmar. So, YNGS Myanmar is kind of like the one of the youth internet governance foreign initiatives. Like the other nations, we are just trying to organize the specific forums that are particularly that is discuss the issues pertaining to the internet area from the youth perspective according to the NRI principles. And we also have like the Akabeot mission and visions. So our vision is to advocate internet governance for a meaningful, inclusive, trustworthy, and safer internet through YNGS Myanmar. So we have like the four missions to raise awareness of internet governance policies and issues among young people, to praise the internet governance community and Myanmar youth from shaping the harmonious internet community. And the third mission is to encourage youth participation in regional and global IGF to discuss and raise internet issues. And the last one is to empower future generation to organize the annual Youth Internet Governance Forum in Myanmar in accordance with our core values: open, transparent, inclusive, bottom-up, and steering the multi-stakeholder collaboration. So this is the brief introduction of IGF Myanmar. So today my topic is kind of like the digital divide and inclusion. So why do we need to know about this? Is 2 minutes. Yeah. So firstly, we just need to know about what is digital divide. So digital divide is kind of like the different opportunities to access the modern digital technologies between the individuals or the groups or the countries. So why there was happens, there are a couple of reasons that cause the digital divide. Based on the geographical area, genders, education, and other unequal socio-economic status that cause the digital divide. So what is the impact of this? There are a couple of impacts like the unequal opportunities to access the education, healthcare, and economic development, and also like the civil engagement. So there is the kind of like the impacts of the digital divide. And also, why do we need to, do we also need to like to know about the digital inclusion? Digital inclusion is quite kind of like the opposite of the digital divide. We have to try to make sure all individuals and communities to access the digital communication technologies, regardless of age, gender, geographical condition. So why digital inclusion is important? Through digital inclusion, diverse community and people could be able to access different kind of opportunities, and also like by accessing digital technology and internet connectivity, and also how can we make sure to afford the digital inclusion? We can like the various stakeholders have to work together to a more equitable and inclusive digital community. Through this action, we can hope to a more inclusive digital society in the future. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. It's really great to hear about your Youth IGF initiative. So now we'll hear from Paola Corporan from the Dominican Republic. So Paola, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Paola Corporam. I'm a youth ambassador from Dominican Republic. And I'm pretty glad to be here. And I learned something in Nigeria that you need to make an impact. And I would like to say that by 5 years from now, I'm maybe gonna be the next Ministry of Public Innovation of the Dominican Republic. So nice to meet you. And you know, my initiative is about women in coding. I'm from the Dominican Republic. I'm the head of public innovation of the Dominican government. And working in public innovation, I've seen that it's important, the collaborative perspective in building strategies, building public policies. And I'm in charge of promoting the culture of public innovation, and my project is about engaging girls in coding, girls in the public innovation projects. So by my project, I will be doing a policy paper itself, and I will be using a case study of a group of girls that are now learning how to code. And that's the purpose, is to massificate that initiative in all the Dominican government, using and then analyzing how it's engaging girls in coding, impacting the public innovation of the Dominican government. So I will be glad to be talking about this topic, and nice to meet you all.
Thank you, Paula. We look forward to to hearing more about your project initiative. And now I call in Athens. He's from the Democratic Republic of Congo and will be covering this topic on internet fragmentation.
Thank you so much, Pranav. I'm Atanas Baizire from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm going to talk about internet fragmentation. Currently, we are experiencing internet fragmentation in many sorts, and actually in south parts of the world, like south countries, this is happening in the form of internet shutdowns. At some point, the internet is just being shut down by the government just because of some political issues or in election periods. So what I'm trying to do is to assess the economic and societal impact of these shutdowns, like what are we losing when we are having these shutdowns, and what are the alternatives we can have to tackle these issues without having to shut down the whole internet. So the idea is to have alternative solutions that we can present to the government, showing them how much we are losing when we're having shutdowns and what other solutions we can use to prevent these shutdowns. So I will be very happy to discuss with you all if you have some tactics or some cases you have gone through, or what we can do to make sure this is no longer a problem. So I'll be very happy to discuss this with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Athnes. And it was so nice to hear from all the fellows. Let's energize this room with a round of applause. Awesome. So now that we've heard from... Edgar is here. All right. Hi, Edgar. Would you please come up and share about your project initiative on generative AI? Please, my apologies.
So hi, I'm Edgar from Georgia, country, not state. So the problem in my country is generative AI and disinformation actually, which comes mostly from Russia. As you might know, my country is occupied by Russia, as now Ukraine. So we are in hybrid warfare with this country. And in my country, there are many ethnic minorities. I'm also representative of ethnic minority in my country, and Russia always used generative AI, especially deepfakes, to pit people against each other and to cause separatism in Georgia. That's why I decided to work on, I have like desk research to work on initiatives how we can regulate, for instance, media in Georgia to ensure that there is no disinformation, but at the same time, since Georgia is a hybrid democracy and is very vulnerable to authoritarian tendencies, we also ensure democratic development of this country. So it's very tricky. I mean, so it's very tricky because like when you have censorship of media, you like ensure national security of your country, but on the other hand, there might be authoritarian tendencies in your country, and unfortunately, current government of Georgia has authoritarian tendencies because it's pro-Russian. I will speak broadly if during roundtables. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. Any other ambassadors hiding somewhere? Thank you. We've heard from the ambassadors, and they've been covering, as we said, we heard about generative AI, we heard about internet fragmentation, we heard about women who code, we have heard about youth IGFs. So it is now the time when these ambassadors will be moving towards breakout sessions. The online ambassadors joining us online will be having breakout sessions virtually, and those in person will be taking spots within this room. So whichever topic really interested you, please move towards those ambassadors and have a discussion with them. And I will then remind you all in 15 minutes at 10 a.m. JST to then shift to another ambassador, and then we can have another round of discussion. So this is your moment to, again, take feedback, give recommendations, build networks. So over to you, folks.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Long time.
Yeah.
Come back here, bro.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi.
Yeah. You have a very interesting topic.
Ethiopia.
Yeah. And you're gonna do some research about the internet shutdown.
Paula, yeah.
That's
You did a good
What
presentation.
is your idea to
Yeah.
tackle
what we are
the
looking
digital divide?
No, you did great.
finance.
And I love
Now
your
that
topic,
we have
women coding. I
sort
love
of
it.
government
I think
and
it's great.
economies,
Are you going to
e-commerce,
be part of the
startups,
organizing
and,
committee next year?
even the health system is not computerized. So imagine when you shut down the internet for a week, it's like hospitals that will have issues operating. It's businesses, many people, maybe you have your ship and it's coming and you can't monitor.
Yeah.
So this is like
Maybe we have, if you can have some kinds of case study and some important case, and maybe there's significant influence the relationship between countries, and they have some kind of influence in the international world, and that will be helpful for the governments to realize that if they have these kind of actions, they will have a kinds of bad reflection of themselves in the international world, and so I think maybe the case study is a good way, because you need to find, but try to find some kind of thing from different area, not only from economic, but also from the civil society, from people's lives, and also something like the protection of the environment or something like that. And for several area, if we choose to shut down the internet, that will make the country lose something, and that will convince them to get less chance to shut down the internet. So that's what we do when China in the early years. I'm from China, and because the shutdown because we have the censorship of the internet, and we have very strong censorship. But how they gonna do that is they balance the win and the lose when they try to choose, and we also use some case study to convince them that it's a bad thing to shut down the internet. So from the recent 20 years, we haven't had any shutdown things. We do have some kinds of censorship, and so maybe you can make some suggestion, like maybe some topics can be deleted from the internet through the censorship, not through the shutdown things. That would be the other way for the governments to choose, and then they will be happy to get that. The censorship, because the government, they always want to have the power to control the internet. So if they think we can do it in the other way, I know the censorship is not a good thing. The freedom of speech is something like that. It's very good, but but it's better than the shutdown. And so in China they try to build up some kinds of systematic method to censorship the message from the internet, and how can I say, they delete the bad information and they leave the good, so they don't have to shut down the internet. So the filtering, something like that, and that's a kind of replacement for shutdown. And right now they are doing better, because when the time comes, and when the economic grows, and people will be more open, especially for the government officers. They will see that the openness is a good thing, and it's good for the economy. And so after some time, it will be better.
They are understanding more and more. And I think doing this kind of case studies and always showing them in some other ways.
Just tell some stories. People love stories. I believe that some stories from the economics, from the civil society, and from people will influence the world, and they will see some kind of that. And I recommend you to maybe to give up some kinds of ebooks and then some toolkits for people to see that, yeah, that we are doing these kind of things and they are very bad. We have several cases to support our idea. And what do we matter? Yeah. I understand we are doing some kind of toolkits to support the young people to join the governance of the internet. Yeah, yeah. We are from the previous year, the youth ambassador.
Yeah, I met
You know Sabah, right?
Yeah.
You are very familiar with her.
I was in Addis Ababa last year.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, I'm also coordinator of our youth fighter girls.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
this is quite good.
Yeah, I know you. I know your email, and I will send you today's picture to your email address. Is that okay? It's good. It's good. Okay. Oh yeah, please. Yeah, please. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I don't have this one, but I will send you my way to through the email. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day here. Yeah.
How are you?
That's good. That's good. Nowadays, you never know. So much around. You were around to say hi to other people there. Yeah. It's good to see you for the first time. Exactly. Yeah, like 15 minutes ago.
cannot do what you're doing because it's pretty much like make the blockage only Uber, but a whole lot of applications that have nothing to do with that case. So in the end, the ISPs didn't do that because the judge asked them something that they could not comply with. But if the judge would have ruled correctly from a technical perspective, they could have actually been able to block Uber and maybe other, for example, like agents and even other kinds of applications. So what I was trying to show you is that judges are starting to be like an important player that often overlooked because well, we see that they're that good in these areas that everyone kind of starting to be. What do you say? Do you vouch for him? Because you're working with
So the point is, the private sector is there because we find financial system. This is if you want to, things going. So yeah, right. That's the private sector. But in some contexts, this is not false. And I believe that there are some, if I remember cases like the state, but if we chose in some areas, we could, for example, China, or Iran, or Russia, those are not, those are not, not very good examples of where because it's getting but still, I would say things to consider. I mean, you have to start somewhere and understand how you can if you have some
and it's also some, maybe you see this like from seeing what the other ambassadors do, but what I think in developing countries that's happening with countries that are is that we can because like maybe 10 years ago, not 100% of the population connected to the internet, so there was one person who was connecting everyone to the internet. But now that we're getting to 70%, 80%, like we need to start shifting because it's not only connecting people, it's also like association, trying to generate
talking to your colleagues over here because they're talking about the same, making like information guides for policymakers so they can kind of understand why it's important not to just shut things down without thinking about what the effects of that are. I feel like all the youth ambassadors are going to do this together. Global.
I think the underlying concept is that both of them are dealing with this fragmentation.
But the approach as far as like trying to help figure out how to actually have impact. Hello. Hi, I'm Jen. Jeremy, nice to meet you.
Brian.
Hello. I'm Jen.
My name is Kiho.
Kiho? Kiho. Nice to meet you.
She is Kisho University, right?
Osaka University.
Oh, Osaka University. And then she is researching on the kind of like the Twitter communication among the young people.
Oh, great.
So, just can you tell a little about this topic? Or like, yeah, you can just share.
I work at the Internet Society Foundation. So, with Brian. So we support a lot of different work with the Internet Society chapters and the Internet Governance forums, the schools of Internet governance. We are a funder. So, so we work with a lot of people in the room and a lot of the Internet Society chapters. I don't know, where are you? Where do you live?
Myanmar.
Myanmar. Okay.
Now I'm living in Thailand.
You're living in Thailand, but you're from Myanmar. Great. Yeah. So I live in the U.S., but we have colleagues all over the world. So yeah, let's see. This year we made grants in 70 countries. So we fund a lot of different internet-related work, research, digital literacy, economic development.
You can explain your research topic?
My research topic is online fan community on Twitter. So I'm interested in online crime.
Cybercrime.
Cybercrime, yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
That's important.
Yeah, I study.
Also a little scary. Yeah.
She said like the cybercrime is kind of like very hot issues in Japan. Like man the young people, right?
Yeah.
Man the young people, so they need to know about the others. That's why she just focuses on this research. Especially on the Twitter.
Especially.
No, Ace.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I feel like when are we ever going to be able to stop saying formally Twitter? Have they changed the website? It's just x.com?
Yeah.
How much did they pay for that domain? That's what I want to know.
I think they did change it, like the Twitter Lite app, I think. So it's called Twitter Lite.
Oh, yeah.
Twitter Lite?
Twitter Lite. I don't use Twitter anymore. I was like, you know what, it all blew up. I don't know.
So do you like to know anything about your research? As the questions or something like that. Yeah, just as.
Is this your first global IGF?
Okay, this is my first time. But actually, this year I just attend the Asia Pacific IGF.
Okay. Very nice. This is our first
this is
global
my first
IGF.
time.
Yeah. Is this your first one?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's why she's just would like to know about what is internet governance for what this organization are doing.
Provide grants and sponsorships. Sort of our main role in the ecosystem. So we're doing a research project, organizing the national IGF, they send us an application, we help get the funds to the right place. That's kind of what we've been doing.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure we'll be seeing you. Thank you.
You want as well.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, good to meet you. We'll see you, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Nice.
Okay, you
Yeah.
will not be. What do you mean?
I mean, if you finish some paper, just send it to me.
Okay.
In Chinese.
In Chinese.
In Chinese.
You are leaving?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for everyone who joined the session in person and online. It meant a lot that you joined. And each year, the Internet Society chooses 15 young, passionate people to participate in our Youth Ambassador program, equipping the next generation of Internet leaders to collaborate and innovate for a better world. I'm happy to share that the applications for our 2024 cohort are also now open. Please do reach out to us if you have any questions about the program or the application process. Now I will invite the youth ambassadors to share the outcome of the discussion, and I will first request Tori to facilitate the outcome sharing by ambassadors who joined online. Over to you, Tori.
Yes, thank you so much, Pranav. Really great conversations going on here online. So with that, I will bring it over to Nana. If you could share first your closing remarks, how the conversations went, share a little more about your topic and your initiative with us. Nana, can you hear us? Right, I think she might be having some technical difficulties. So I will bring it over to Caroline. Caroline, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, now we got both of you.
Okay, Caroline, you can take the stage.
Oh, okay. Good morning. Once again, this is Caroline Tarus from Kenya, a lawyer and advocate of the High Court, currently based in the US. Like I said, my initiative is about empowering the youth with knowledge and skills on cybersecurity and data privacy. Since I have a legal background, my initiative is to empower individuals with comprehensive knowledge of digital rights and legal principles within the context of the online world. And the main purpose is to bridge the gap between the complex legal concepts and everyday digital experiences and fostering awareness and understanding. This is because the youth out here are afraid of reading the law and regulations because of the complex legal jargon. So my aim is to break it down to them and also give them the information in a plain, easy way through probably videos, conducting workshops and all that. So I had a fruitful discussion during the breakout where I met Umut Pajero and also Theodore. Yeah, so I shared my initiative with them. They gave me insights on how I can also improve on my initiative. I spoke with one of the alumni of the Internet Society Youth Ambassador, and she was really helpful in giving me the insights on how I can improve the initiative. So it was such an honor to speak with these people on my initiative. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Over to Nana. If you can unmute now.
Hi, finally. Thank you, Tori. So basically, I just want to say that based on the conversations that have been had over the past 2 hours, it's just like reinstated the fact that the power of change lies in our collective efforts. Because I came in here with a very clear picture of what I knew my initiative to be, but based on the conversations that I've had, I've actually had so much insights and a clearer perspective of it that I'm very grateful. So I just want to highlight that my project, although it focuses on bridging the digital divide in rural Ghana, specifically targeting women, it's not just about, teaching digital skills. It's also about nurturing dreams
fostering independence and just like fueling the flames of innovation. Because when you give women the tools, when you give women the opportunities, it's not just going to just bridge the divide, but it's also going to build bridges to a brighter future. So I just want all of us to have this at the back of our minds and, you know, extend a helping hand wherever we can in, you know, taking people along on this journey to make it a more inclusive and better world. Thank you very much. It's been an insightful discussion.
Thank you. Oh, so many amazing quotes there. I love that. Thank you so much for sharing. Lastly, we have Ida. What would you like to share from your discussions today? Ida, if you're talking, I see two of you. You've multiplied yourself, but you're muted. Yeah, I see one of you is unmuted.
Okay, hi, Tori. Okay.
Hi, there you
So I
are.
had issues, yeah, with my internet, so I had to get a backup plan. That's why there's two of me. Right. So yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, I'm Ida from Ghana, and my initiative is on online safety for young people and for kids. And I'm really excited that I was here and I got to connect with other alumni and other resource persons here. In my breakout room, I connected with Theoros and Mauricia, Tori, and Umat. And through Theoros' discussion, I realized that she was working on a similar project, but hers was for kids, and she was working on an encryption coloring book, and it was really inspiring. And I also like got more information about the Ghana ISOP team since I'm in Ghana, and I'm looking at ways in which I can collaborate with them in terms of the resources that I need to ensure that I'm able to execute my workshops and webinars here in Ghana. I also spoke with Mauricia, who told me about the Global Encryption Day, which I hope to engage with and also learn a thing or two to inculcate on my project. And I spoke to Umat, who is connecting me to resources that I can also use in executing my project. So it's been very insightful. I've learned a lot. And if you're still here and you have some resources that would benefit my project, I'm open to, you know, connect with you, hear you, collaborate with you, and even to my other youth ambassadors. If you like to collaborate, you can always hit me up and we can work on projects together. So thank you. Thank you, Tori.
Thank you so much. Sounds like great conversations all around. We really appreciate everyone online who was able to join and give input. This is really what it's all about. Everybody sharing their ideas and making the projects and the internet better. So really heartening to hear that. So thank you all so much. And with that, I'll bring it back to Pranav.
Thank you, Tori, and thanks to Caroline, Nana, and Ida for sharing the thoughts. It was so nice to understand how the discussions enriched their understanding and their work around the project initiatives. And now let's reignite the discussion back in the workshop session. And I will first ask Herman to come up and share more about his project initiative and the discussions he's had today. Over to you, Herman.
Well, thank you. Thank you very, very much. It's really a pleasure. Okay. Thank you very much, Pranav, Nicolas, and all my colleagues and friends from the Youth Ambassador Program. It's really a pleasure to be here with you all after a very short trip of 30 hours to Japan. So, yeah, just to be real quick and then give back the word to all of you. Mainly, I've been working on internet fragmentation, and particularly the topic that I'm interested in is how net neutrality might be affected with some measures regarding zero rating in Colombia. What we're seeing is a particularly, let's say, ambiguous trade-off in some developing countries, such as Colombia, where we had to choose between net neutrality and zero rating in order to provide some sort of connectivity for our citizens. So the issue is that in Colombia, we have around 60% of the population connected to the internet, and one of the main barriers that we're seeing is that connectivity is just too expensive for most of them. So a solution that has appeared is zero rating. That is, that some applications, some programs, some contents might be accessed at no charge to the consumer. Of course, that's a reasonably good solution, but when we look around the implications of these kind of measures, we realize that we need to have a more wide understanding on what's going on. Because in the end, what's happening is that we end up having like two levels of the internet. One level, that's the internet that everyone can pay and that has access for all of its contents. And then we have a different level where only applications and contents under zero rating might be used by the users. So we have to face this challenge because in the end, the problem is not that zero rating exists because it's solving an issue that it's in the way that we use internet in Colombia, but rather how we can make connectivity more accessible and how we can make it more affordable for everyone. So the point of my investigation is dwelling into a conversation that is happening in the Colombian Constitutional Court regarding that issue and see what might be the impact that this decision might have on how zero rating is being understood in the Colombian legal system, as well as what the implications might be regarding the zero rating measures that are being studied by the Constitutional Court. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Herman. It was nice to hear about your project initiative. And with this, I would now like to invite Yug Desai, and he will be sharing more about his work on making standards relevant to end users.
Hi everyone, thanks for the insightful conversations that we had in the last hour. I got some very interesting ideas about how to take this forward. One of the discussions was about having a human-centered design and also prioritization of the end user in the process itself. There's also the question of translating the technical language, and an interesting suggestion was to have these standards documents also create some key messages, as is done in the case of legal regulations, but perhaps we can also include that in these technical documentations so that the end user can understand the broad message, application, and impact that standards are having. Obviously, there is a need for awareness campaigns using infographics, webinars, so that your average end user can get involved in standardization, and also it can be easily demystified for them. Design standards are also important. So standardization at the application layer is something that directly impacts the user, and therefore issues such as deceptive patterns become important. So standards around design practices are also crucial for ensuring that the end user can interact with the applications properly. There is also the open source community at large and their participation in creating and maintaining and propagating open standards. So they can, their role in sort of ensuring that the end user understand what standards are about is quite critical. So that was also underscored in the discussions. So yeah, those are some of the thoughts, and also the ethical implications of standards, especially in the context of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and metaverse, are crucial. So through these discussions around the ethics, we can find a way to make sure that the technical standards that come out of various processes related to these emerging technologies are robust and can actually address the challenges and the needs of the end users. Thank you.
Thank you, Yug. You covered quite a few many bases: impact, ethical considerations, awareness, and deceptive practices within the standardization remit. It was a very nuanced discussion. Great. And with this, I'll now call in Daniele, and he will be sharing on aspects of the Fediverse.
Thank you so much. The conversations were so heated I had to take off my jacket. Uh, yeah, so our conversations mostly moved towards the idea of digital sovereignty and how open source can actually sustain it. And of course, we also talked about the relevance of open source communities in this specific context. So the idea is that also in the supply chain that is backing up the development of open source software, we have to consider all kind of actors involved in this and how this may actually relate to digital sovereignty. So state actors can have an important role in all of this, and therefore they can actually be used and participate effectively to sustain the usage and the adoption of open source software, also regarding the Fediverse and alternative social media. So also there are some still open questions we couldn't really discuss, such as if the application layer in the specific context might be used for leveraging education on the lower layers of the internet, but also if there are opportunities to teach people and introduce them to internet governance by talking about social media and moderation in general. So there are some still other open points, so please feel free to reach out to me to the email we showed us before. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniele. The relevance of the open source community cannot be highlighted enough, and it's so interesting that you've also left us with some open questions to engage with, and we'll definitely be sharing the email IDs again, and we'll reach out to you. And with this, I'd now like to call in Jeremy to share about his work around, on youth IGF in Myanmar.
Now actually I'm not sharing about the UIGF. Firstly, I want to share about the discussion that was I just discussed with the graduate student from Osaka University. So her research topic is kind of like the how the Japanese young people use the social media platform, especially the Twitter, in their daily life communication. So this kind of stuff, yeah, we have discussed a lot about this issue. So today mainly I would like to talk about the gender digital device. Previously I just mentioned about the digital divide and inclusion. So gender digital divide is kind of like the different access to the technologies between the man and women. And also there are priority reasons that's caused the gender digital divide, kind of like the differences in the socio-economic status, kind of like the level of digital skill, and also like the level, the opportunities for the women to get access the digital devices, and also like kind of like the affordable internet services or this kind of stuff. So there's a kind of like the so many ways we can address the issues. The first alternative solution is kind of like we can promote the digital literacy skills for the women through trainings or the education programs. And the second alternative way is to make sure connect the internet by providing the affordable internet services and digital device. And also like the last alternative is to create the job opportunities for the women to be able to purchase the digital devices and afford the internet services. So through this action, we can kind of like promote the role of participation of the women in the kind of like the accessible digital technical. So yes, that's all for me.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks for sharing that, and thanks for sharing with us the solutions towards bridging the digital divide and the gender digital divide. And that's a perfect segue to invite Paula, who's been working on aspects of women in coding. And really looking forward to hearing.
Thank you so much. For you that didn't hear my exposition this morning, my project is about women in coding, and it's a program that was, I first met this program with a woman of Africa. She has this program called Girls in Coding, where they teach women from underserved community, especially girls from 8 to 15 years old, how to code. And then the program was held in Dominican Republic. It has like 1 year where young women learn how to code, and we're integrating this program, giving them the opportunity to code for the government, to use the perspective that they have from intercept communities, and putting the solutions in governmental problems, in governmental solutions that are needed. And the conversation was so interesting because I got the perspective of German, where he told me that in Colombia, they needed to teach the parliamentarian people, the Congress people, and also the people that work for the government, this concept, because they don't always know those topics about internet fragmentation, about women in coding, and we need to create laws, we need to create public policies in order to promote this kind of projects for them to conquer the women literacies in technology. So it was so interesting for me to hear that, and also to hear the perspective of other fellows about the digital divide, bridging the digital divide, and also integrating human rights and the human development perspective. So it was so interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on bridging the digital divide, and connecting the unconnected is a priority area for Ethno Society as well. And thank you for sharing a deep dive into your interaction. And with this, I would now like to call Athenies to share more about his discussion on internet fragmentation.
Thank you so much, Pranav. I had a very good discussion actually with many of the colleagues here. Marco just mentioned something very important to me, and I think that I have to implement in my project as working around internet fragmentation and alternative solution to internet shutdowns. And what he just mentioned is how we can use the sorry, I want to use his word actually, how we can use parliamentarians as our speakers to the government, as the people through whom we speak to the government, to actually raise more awareness at the government level, so that at least when the government knows what are the best practices, they can implement, and they can also put pressure on the regulators. One other thing that was mentioned here is that we can have case studies and toolkits. At least with case studies and stories, we can showcase to governments how bad is these shutdowns and what we are losing from maybe a health perspective, from an economic perspective, and from civil society perspective. So having case studies is really a very cool way of expressing and expressing the idea actually to the government. So those are few of the solutions I've got in the crowd, and my idea is to work more, like do more research, and have implementable solutions, and something that I can present actually to the government, saying that okay, to avoid this, these are the alternatives we can use. And actually we will be going forward and tackling these internet shutdowns in the region. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Athens. And it's definitely working with parliamentarians is definitely a very effective way of furthering one's advocacy on any policy or legal issue at hand. And building toolkits and case studies is another one. And we've been at, and as part of your training at the Internet Society, you've have also worked on certain internet impact briefs, which we often use for advocacy and research, and those serve as very good briefing points for parliamentarians and other policymakers. And with this, I would now like to call in Edgar, and who would share about his work on generative AI. Yes, I didn't forget you this time.
Well, we talk. Actually, I was engaged in many conversations about internet fragmentation, sovereignty, etc. But I have to talk about my topic. I talked to former and current ambassadors and other colleagues here about generative AI, media, and disinformation, and like we talked about short-term solutions and long-term solutions as well, like community nodes of X. X is not popular, like Twitter. Twitter doesn't exist anymore. It's not popular that much as Twitter, but it has a very good solution of short-term solution for disinformation. That's community nodes. But we also have to think about long-term solutions as well. That is like reform of media system in general. Also, it's quite good if we learn best practice around the world to fit to Georgian reality. But also, one very important thing is that since Georgia shares many things in common with Eastern European countries and with Caucasus region countries as well, so the work done in Georgia can serve as an example for Eastern European countries as well. Yeah, that's very briefly about our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar, and I thank all the ambassadors for sharing their thoughts, and that was very insightful, and this does call for a round of applause for all the ambassadors here. Thank you, everyone, for joining, and with this, I will now invite Tori for a closing remark for the online joinees.
Thank you so much. It was so great to hear a little bit about your conversations in person, though we could not be there. So thank you all so much for sharing. And thank you to all the online participants. Really wonderful getting to jump into all the different conversations here. The breadth of your work is really astounding. A lot of work to be done in the internet, as we can see, but with you guys on the case, I know we're in good hands here. And so if any of the participants are interested in hearing more from our ambassadors, we will be having our end of program symposium on November 14th. So look out on the Internet Society social media channels for more information about that. So you'll get to hear even more from our amazing ambassadors if you join us there. And with that, I will leave you with Nana's words. I think they really encompass everything I learned today myself. The power of change lies in collective efforts. Really beautiful quote, so thank you so much. And back to you, Pranav.
Thank you, Tori. And for the joinees in person, I would now like to invite Nicholas, who is our alum from the Youth Ambassador Program and the steering committee member of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. Over to you, Nicholas.
Thank you, Pranav. And thank you to all the youth ambassadors here for your contributions. Being in the room and hearing all your discussions were like very important to showcase the importance of the youth engagement, right? I was hearing the discussions with Atanasi and Mark about internet fragmentation, and well, these alternatives, right, these solutions that you came up are the important part, because we are discussing here what are the different methods we can solve the challenges we have. Also, when talking about Jeremy with the Youth IGF Myanmar, how to deal with countries that sometimes the governments are very reluctant on discussing the important things or having the conversations with the younger generation, but it's very important to maintain this youth engagement, right? To have the youth there. So having the youth discussing is really important. These fresh ideas and ways of thinking is what we this is a key for the future. And well, the idea is to listen and work with the younger generations. And thank you all for joining today. And well, this is, see you the next time in the Collaborative Leadership Exchange. Thanks.
¿Cómo estás? Bien, gusto verte. Sí, todo bien.
Pudimos comunicar mucho.
Sí, sí, así. Acabo de ver el de LinkedIn, que me mandaste Facebook y también LinkedIn, pero igual, sí. Pero bueno, debía de tener mi, creo que tengo mi correo, mi dirección de correo.
Sí, también.
Ese sí lo veo todo el tiempo, sí, ahí sí, ese sí lo veo todo el tiempo. Bueno, voy a saludar aquí.
¿Qué tal tu hotel?
Nicolás, maravilloso.
Group picture.
Ah, yes. Foto ya.
Picture, quickly.
Were you happy with how it went?
Yes.
Oh, good.
For everyone to stay on stages, space.
In front of it would be good. You want to come backside? All right, sure. Cool. Cool. Not all the chairs will go. Come here.
you were close to. I was close to the edge. Close to the edge.
Sometimes you gotta live at the edge.
Jeremy, so apparently we're gonna take another photo. Pranav, so another picture? Okay, so Daniela, you we are with the bag.
The only women?
Ah, sí, sí. Hola, Karina, ¿cómo estás? Sí, ya toca almuerzo. Ya toca almuerzo. Hay cajitas. Estamos acá. Cajitas. Y bueno, cajitas sopa miso. Una sopa macaroni y una sopa miso. Sí, pero la agarrás y se lo tomás inmediatamente. ¿Había miso esa trae pescado o algo?
Great, thank you.
I have to buy this here.
Ah, bueno, va a probar eso. La vi, sí, supone que unos sushis. Vamos a ver qué tal.
Para la estación de papas.
¿Cuál tienen ahora? Porque creo que hay un break grande ahora.
Hay un break grande porque
ah, es break general. Estaban en la que... Ah, no, no, ya no, de hecho me considero. La gente le pide fotos.
Hello.
I guess we should.
Do you know who Meredith Whittaker is? Meredith Whittaker. You know that? She's founder of
Really?
Yeah, she's here.
Really?
Yeah. She's chilling, yeah. I mean, she's always kind of wearing like a leather
Can we
jacket.
meet her?
I want her. I was fangirling.
Maybe next we see her again. I want to speaking of it, I'm very happy to sort of sing. You take the photo, you just sing.
Yeah, we should do that if we find her.
Just for clout.
If we find her.
Open up the app.
Do you recognize her on face?
Yeah. She's very distinctive in her features. She's got like a curly white hair.
White and black.
And she's wearing a leather jacket, I think. I showed
He wants to know if
Ay, qué gusto. Te voy a agregar al LinkedIn, Caru, para seguir cuando...
Ay, ¿me puedes tomar una foto? Ahí.
Ay, qué bien. Yo,
Claro,
yo soy buena tomando fotos.
Ay, gracias, yo no sé tomando fotos. Yo soy horrible.
Bueno, ya saliste saludando a su eminencia.
Yo voy a hablar mi micrófono.
Ese sí, ¿verdad? Sí, pues porque si no en la foto... Ahí estás, linda. ¿Ves? Una, dos, tres. Ay, no, pero está muy bien. fui a París para hacer una pasantía en la OCDE y ahora estoy, digamos, decidiendo qué hacer y me parece que con ser consultor independiente es un camino maravilloso porque lo que más quiero es tener work-life balance, también pensando en tener familia, años, sí me encantaría ser mamá.
プレゼンなんですが。あ、わかりました。
ちょっと様子を確認させていただきました。
なので一旦この辺りにかけてすり合わせしつつ、ちょっと機材関係もあるかもしれないのでというところで、はい。先ほどよろしくお願いします。
させていただいてる。
PC なんかちょっとロジ関係がある
しましょうか。順番聞けば貼ってきます。
順番どうがいいかな。
とりあえず置いていただければ貼ります。
どんな感じにしましょうか。
タイムキープが必要ですよね。
ここにバーンとこれ置いてやっちゃいますけど。
私のスマートフォンは時間が経つと暗くなっちゃうので。
しないです。私の活動としてはかなり異端の活動だから。
そうじゃない方がいい。アイデンティファイやことないところあえてここにこうやって。喋り慣れてないですよね。とかって思いながらさっき突っ込んでました。
ノーギャラなんですよ。これ私です。これ私。
何の仕事？
仕事ってとかしがらみで続いてる感じです。
毎回
IGF じゃなくてこの上銀行の認定。
でも私がそこ座っちゃうとブロッカーになりますよね、スライドの。だから。
後ろからやってるからいいんじゃないですか。
でもここから座ってる人が私で下の方見えなくなる。前に座っちゃうとスライドをカバーしちゃわないかなと思うので、プレゼンが終わった時にそろっと上に上がるっていうのはどちらがいいですか？
座ってきましょうか。座高の高い。
一応もう何使ってくれてもいいけど、それたらお昼ご飯。
隠れちゃいますよね。
そうですね。スライドの一番フッターぐらいが見えないですね。一番後ろだと。
ああ。
でもフッターぐらいなんで、そんな見えない。
だから前だともうちょっと奥に隠れちゃう。
ああ、そうですね。
前だと多く隠れちゃう。後ろだとフッターぐらい。座ってきますか？
座ってもいいですか？全然大丈夫だと。そうですね。もしかしたら崎村さんの PC を出してってもらった方がいいかもしれないし、まあ
マイクテスト。マイクテスト。
最初から座ってるので諦めました。
マイクテスト。
貼ってきた。あ、そう、一応ね持ってきたんですよ。そうですよね。まあ一応、ちょっとちっちゃいのでこっちか。ちょっとまだ聞きながらやろうかなと思って聞いたんですが、可能であれば崎村さんの PC を持ち込んでの。
ツをいただいてきました。あ、抹茶いいですね。
なるべくこう広がっていっぱい人がいるように見えた方がいいよね。
そうそれをどうしようかなっていう。前がいいですか。前がいい。いやでもそうすると来た人が後ろに座っちゃうなと思って。
そんなあれじゃないけど。
そっち。わかりました。
私もそのセットを持って歩いてます。似たような。付箋とクリップもあるので足りなきゃいけない。クリップは一緒ですね、私も。
なんとなく
中身ちょっと抜いてきたんです。
考えることが。
そうですよね。はい。空いてる時間にみんなそこここで召し上がる。一緒に行きましょうか。あ、もう取ってくれる。
クリスチャンさん、キュ持ってました。
一緒に行きましょう。
彼持ってません？持ってません。
彼はクリスチャンさん
後ろ置いときます。
そうですね。 ません、どうも。別所さん、今クリスチャンと話してて、でそこそこディスカッションすることはありそうね。
2種類違う。結構関心持ってもらえれば面白いかな。
みたいな話で、ちょうど今データインターメディアリに関するレポートを書いてる。で、だから欧州と日本との違いとか、あと日本には今そこで話してたのはデータポータビリティ権がないじゃないですか。で、欧州にはデータポータビリティ権がない。だけど欧州にはそのデータインターメディアリがないので、結局データポータビリティ権が使われない。で、日本は情報銀行データインターメディアリがあってもデータポータビリティ権がないから入れるデータがないと。データのデジタル開示ってやってみたんですよ。ヤフーさんは当然のごとく一瞬でできるんですけど、キャリアさんとか半年とかかかりますから。
いや準備してないですからね。言われて用意してない。
まず電話かかってきます。
あれですマイデータジャパンの時に発信されて、
そうか
そうかそうなんです。あれも実態として、なるほどそうなんだ。そうか。すごくわかりやすかったですね。課題提起にはすごく良かったな。
いやでもね、本当は12日まであるんで、昨日JP ニックの加藤さんに会いましたけど、加藤さん12日まで。
カメラさん、お席はどこら辺？あそこら辺かな。
みんなバラバラに手伝ってる。
あ、バラバラ、そうですよね。まとまる必要ないですよね。はいはい。
1週間がない。
よろしくお願いします。
森田と申します。本日よろしくお願いします。少し進行の流れなんか確認させていただきます。開始時刻はもう1時ちょうどたいので、はい。で終了時刻1時2分。はい。座席のレイアウトなんかはこの形でやってるんですが大丈夫ですか？
はい。
はい。
スクール、このスクールですね。
はい。ですね、壇上に上がってお話しされる方って何人いらっしゃいますか？
あそこの4人だけです。
そうですか。わかりました。オンラインで出てこられてお話しされるか参加されるか。
ないです。
いらっしゃらないですか？はい。そうしましたら参加者の方との Q&A コーナー的なのっていうのも特に予定はされてないですか？
一番最後にもし時間があったら1、2問質問取りたいと思ってますけど、ちょっとやってみてって感じです。
会場になりかけるってことですね。
あ、そうだったんですか。
そうですね。何か前で映されるその資料であったりとか動画とかっていうのは。
パワーポイント。
はい、もうご自身のパソコンで。
はい、あそこで繋いであるので、はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。
テストとか
いや、なんか。あ、そうそう。リクソンと
じゃあなんか前に出した時はちょっと暗くなるみたいな感じで調整させていただきます。
あ、そうなんですか。群像ブルースですね。
なんかもしお持ちであればなんですが、今日の進行の順番が書いてあるものとか、もし全然なかったら
ないです。一応プレゼンテーションのセッションなので、最初にプレゼンテーションが多分30分ぐらいで、その後お二人コメンテーターがいるので、コメンテーター2人から発言してもらって、でそれでもし時間が余ったら会場に振ろう。こんな感じです。はい。
そうしました。
イメージ30分、イメージそうです。プレゼンテーションがなんか
さっきの話だとちょっとディスカッション長くした方がいいかもしれない感じがするんで。
あんまりはしょるとでも他の会場にしてる人たちが多分ねこれねめちゃくちゃ凝縮してるんですよ。僕たちがいるんですよ。初めて聞く人たちがいるので、はい。ちょっと時間足らなくなるぐらいでちょうどいいかなって。なるほど。はい。
基本的には皆さん英語でプレゼンテーションをするという。
英語でなさい。
英語でプレゼンテーション。なりかけとかも英語。
そうです。はい。
プレゼンテーションしてくださる方は、
はい、
前に出られておしゃべり。
最初から前にで、はい。
お座りになってください。
モデレーターの方がこちらに。
モデレーターが一番左です向かって、はい。
別所さん、一番左の別所さんのモデレーターで、左側2番目の崎村さんのプレゼンテーターで、あと右の2人がコメンテーター佐藤さんとクリスチャンさんということです。
では別所様からお話しされてスタート
はい、します。はい。
あ、すみません。
はい、登壇された話された話ですね。はい、すみません。ありがとうございます。
何度かご不明点とか、カメラは基本的にあちら側から、各登壇者向かっていただくのと、もし Q&A でこの2つのマイク利用されるときは、そちら側にカメラ向くようになっております。
これが会場の方はここから。
はい。質問ある方はあちらのマイクでという形で、はい。
プレゼンテーションもテストとかされします。
そうですよね。
そうです。ちょっと
ここはした方が。
はい。
株主総会みたいな、ここでやるとご質問がありますみたいな。
ですよね。株主総会っぽいですよね。この間もなんかの会議そんなのありましたね。あれだ。ラウンドテーブルかなんか。そうです。あれかっこいいなと思って、あれしようかな。 そうですね。
So it's 1 o'clock, so shall we start? Thank you for joining our session, the session for the Trusted Personal Information Management System, TPDMS shortly. I'm representing Information Technology Association Japan, Nihon IT Dantai Renmei, or ITREN in short. My name is Special, Director of ITREN and the head of its Personal Data Bank Promotion Committee. I'm moderating this session today. ITREN is providing a certification for personal data bank. We call it Joho Ginko in Japanese. Joho means information and or data, and Ginko means bank. We use the word Ginko because bank is a symbol of trust. I'm not sure today if people trust bank or not. However, traditionally, bank is a symbol of trust, especially in Japan. Today, Sakimura-san, he works for TPDMS project, and the specialist in its area will have presentation on TPDMS. He will explain what is personal data bank and function of certification and so on. Then we'll have comments, opinions, or questions from excellent commentators. We expect Sako-san, professor at Waseda University, to make comments on human-centric approach and information bank. And we expect Christian-san from OECD, information economist, policy analyst, directed for science, technology, and innovation, digital economy policy at OECD, to make a comments on enhanced data access and trusted data intermediaries. And then, if we have time, I would like to ask participants in the hall questions or comments. So, firstly, Sakimura-san, please start your presentation with a brief introduction of yourself.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody, and good morning, good evening, elsewhere for the online people. I'm Nat Sakimura, and I'm going to take like 20-25 minutes to explain what this TPDMS, Information Trust Bank, or Personal Data Trust Bank, means, and what kind of scheme we are running in Japan. Hopefully, it's going to be informative for you guys, and we would probably have a good discussion about those as well. So, data free flow with trust. Do any of you guys have heard of this word DFFT? Like half. Yes. So it was one of the key words mentioned in G20 Osaka Leaders Declaration back in 2019. It was the clause 11. I'll just read it out. Cross-border flow of data, information, ideas, and knowledge generates higher productivity, greater innovation, and improved sustainable development, while raising challenges related to privacy, data protection, IPR, and security. By continuing to address these challenges, we can further facilitate data-free flow and strengthen consumer and business trust. And I skip. And such data-free flow with trust will harness the opportunities of the digital economy. And what we call as Personal Data Trust Bank, or Joho Ginko, we believe is one of the very useful facility to enable this DFFT. So today, there are 3 sections in this session. First, I'll talk about information bank, quote unquote, that's Joho Ginko. And then I'm going to explain about certification of information bank done by IT Renmei. And then we will get into the discussion. Now, about the information bank. A lot of data right now is unlocked in the corporate context in the CRMs, customer relationship management. Do you guys know CRM, the word CRM, customer relationship management? Not so much, right? Customer relationship management is a scheme that the corporations, enterprises capture the personal data of ours and use that to contact us or market towards us, you know, sending the emails and things like that, to enable pseudo one-to-one marketing. That's called CRM. So that's customer relationship management. And what's on the right-hand side in orange is VRM, vendors relationship management. This is the flip of that. It's one of the concepts which was proposed by Doc Searls, who is in the Harvard Berkman Center, that instead of corporations making guesswork onto what we want, we as an individual should express what we would like to get, what kind of things we want to get. So instead of just being receptive, we transmit our information at our will to express our desires. That's VRM, and that's very, very person-centric. But at the same time, the individuals, the users, has to bear its consequences as well. So the responsibility lies, a lot of responsibility lies into the individuals. And for many people, that's a little bit too much, we felt. And in Japan, we were seeking a third way, which would enable individuals, but don't put too much responsibility onto them. So, in a sense, the consumer protection considered into VRM kind of things. And that's how we came up with this idea of trusted personal data management system or information bank. Here, on your left-hand side, personal data is captured in company A, B, C, and they are stored there. They are the data holders. And we, the individuals, are at the center. But instead of controlling those data sources directly, there will be a data intermediary called Personal Data Trust Bank, into which we entrust our data. So the Personal Data Trust Bank can draw data from the data sources and store in the Personal Data Trust Bank, and can provide those data for the use by company X, Y, Z on the right-hand side, according to our wishes. We don't have to manage the relationship directly, but it's a trust relationship between the data intermediary and individuals, and data intermediary or the Personal Data Trust Bank is going to make sure that the data is going to be kept safe, used ethically, and for the purpose, and the user is protected. So that's the main concept. The legal structure on the scheme is soft law or co-regulation based. It's public-private initiative. There are two legal factors in this, the number one and the number two in this slide. Number one is Basic Act on Advancement of Utilizing Public and Private Sector Data, which was enacted in 2016. It promotes appropriate utilization of personal data by multi-stakeholder under participation of individuals. So that's one of the basic legal premises. And number two, interim report by working group for data utilization in artificial intelligence and IoT era. That's from National ICT Strategy Office of Cabinet Secretariat and came out in February 2017. And it says, Personal Data Trust Bank as effective framework to promote personal data utilization and the participation of individuals. With those in mind, the regulators and the private sectors are working together to form this co-regulation scheme. On the left-hand side, it's regulator side. There's an interim report by ICC and MIC, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, on the voluntary certification scheme by private body to socially acknowledge qualified personal data trust bank. This is necessary because individuals won't be able to find out whether the company is actually safeguarding our data or using our data ethically. So this kind of certification scheme was conceived. And in response, ITRMA made the policy recommendation for TPDMS certification at working group of ICC in April 2017. And in that, we proposed the mandatory data ethics board and clear privacy notice as binding standard contracts and other requirements for operators. Also, with the interim report, the MIC and METI created guidelines on certification of personal data trust bank, version 1, back in 2018. And it set out qualification, model terms of conditions and governance for individuals' controllability and trust. And based on that, ITRN created guidebook version 1.0 for TPDMS certification application. And based on the guideline, we started TPDMS certification program for safe and secure service and operators. So, to sum up, Personal Data Trust Bank is a service to utilize systems, including PDS, and manage personal data based on entrustment agreement on the data utilization with the individuals, and a service to provide such data on behalf of the individuals to third parties in accordance with the instruction of the individuals or pre-specified conditions, and a service to judge the appropriateness of the processing of the data. Now this is, it's in a small font. I'm not sure if you can read it, but it's a summary of the guideline version 1 on certification of personal data trust bank. The certification service sets the criteria for individuals to choose safe and secure personal data trust bank, and the voluntary certification focuses on the flow of personal data and the individual's participation and securing reliability and trust from individuals. And so it's a combination of certification criteria and model terms and conditions and governance structures. Certification criteria encompasses management system, information security, specification of collection method and the purpose and utilization of personal data, functions for individual controllability such as user interface. So we make required user interface components, and governance systems such as data ethics board organized by multi-stakeholders is also there as a requirement. And liability for damages against individuals has to be borne by those personal data trust bank. We also set out model terms and conditions. We provide concrete conditions for contractual agreement for entrustments such as scope of operations, effective consent under the Act of the Protection of Personal Data, personal information for providing personal data to third parties and other obligations. So it's not free for the organizations who subscribes to this information bank scheme to set their own terms, but the terms and conditions actually has to include all those terms which is included in the model terms. And the governance aspect covers eligibility of a certification body and the method of examination, measures for breach of certification criteria, contractual agreement with certified personal data bank, and governance systems of certification body. And those corporations or organizations who got the certification will be granted the TPDMS mark. TPDMS mark could show to the individuals that the organization is safekeeping the personal data that as a personal data trust bank, and international standards for privacy protection and information security, such as ISO 29100 and 27001 is being followed. And TPDMS stands for, formally stands for Trusted Personal Data Management System, but we use a catchphrase as a third way for personal data ecosystem, participation of individuals, data free flow with trust, multi-stakeholder governance, and soft law as well. All right, now let's get to the second point, the certification as an information bank by IT Renmei. Now, IT Renmei, or Information Technology Federation of Japan, was established in July 2016. The president is Mr. Kawabe Kentaro, who is a representative director of Yahoo Foundation, and one of the largest federation. It's IT Renmei is one of the largest federation of IT industry in Japan. Over 60 associations and around 5,000 companies and around 4 million employees are covered. IT Renmei is association of association, so the companies are actually not directly members of the IT Renmei. In the current landscape of data flow, the data flows from the data sources to data destination without much clarity. In this picture, I have put the black box into it, but we really don't have too much visibilities onto what is happening on our data within the flow. And even if there's not black box data intermediaries, information asymmetry abounds and not enough trust was formed for data to freely flow per DFFT. That is, individuals may wonder, is my data treated fairly and are they not misused, right? And then from the data source, they cannot know if receivers are good or not. And from the data receiver's point of view, they cannot know if the data has been given lawfully or not. We need to improve the transparency, accountability, and participation and control to cope with this situation. And TPDMS, also known as Personal Data Trust Bank, is a mechanism that reduces this information asymmetry. So it will provide transparency, accountability, participation, and control, so that individuals will say, okay, transparency is good, and our control rocks. And from the point of view of the data providers, they now know that the data receiver follows good practice, and from the data receiver's point of view, they can say that we can now use the data as it was collected and released legitimately. And to achieve that, we have created a new trust service, TPDMS certification scheme. A new trust service, Trusted Personal Data Management Services, also known as Personal Data Trust Banks or Information Banks, acts as hubs to provide standardized contractual relationships. So it improves transparency, ensures user participation and control, greatly reduces number of contracts, enforces legal entity KYC, ensures the use of data will be ethical, and enforces that the recipient follows good practice or standards for privacy and security, and provides assurance to individuals. And the TPDMS certification scheme ensures that handling of data at personal data trust banks are following standards and ethical, and proper oversight of its processing, as well as that of the source and the destination of data is implemented. There are many requirements, but to cite a few, the service has to provide easy-to-operate user interface for controlling the data processing, and controllability such as traceability, like viewing history of provision of data to third parties, and ability to suspend third-party provision, or we also call it as withdrawal of consent, and request for disclosure of personal data pursuant to Article 28 of APPI is there. And the mechanism to achieve that is provided by Personal Data Bank. That's going to realize the, using the easy-to-user interface. So during the certification scheme, we check the user interface as well, so that even from the consumer point of view, it's deemed to be easy to be used. TPDMS certification exam. There's another example that I want to cite. That's Data Ethics Board. It oversees the activities of the Personal Data Trust Bank and makes sure that all the processing of data is in accordance to ethics, ethical standards. We also have a relationship with ISO standards. Current certification scheme is based on security management and privacy enhancement standards. And for the security management, we are looking at ISO IEC 27001 and 27002, commonly known as ISMS. And for the privacy enhancement, we are basing on ISO IEC 29100 privacy framework, 29134 privacy impact assessment guideline, 29184 online privacy notice and consent, and 27701 extension to ISO IEC 2701 and 2702 for privacy information management. It was good if they could cover everything that we wanted to do, but it actually didn't. So on top of that, we also put some additional requirements and controls. And that's how we are operating TPDMS certification scheme. All right, so that's general description of TPDMS, and perhaps we can get into the discussion on that.
Thank you, Sekimura-san. So, although, as you understand, TPDMS scheme is a little bit complicated, we much appreciate if Sekimura-san's explanation will be helpful or useful to understand the TPDMS to everyone here. So, Sako-san, could you make comments regarding personal data bank structure and the certification system, especially from human-centric approach point of view? And if any, please give us other questions or comments from various points of view. Before your comments, please introduce yourself briefly.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kizumi Sako. I'm teaching at Waseda University, and I'm a researcher in security and privacy. And well, as a consumer, I would be very interested in this activity because nowadays, all the data, all the shops or all the places where I do consume services, they all have my data digitally. But what I have is only paper receipts. Right? So I only have paper receipts, and this was what I was doing this morning. So I have to type in again, looking at the paper receipts, and do my own personal housekeeping books, right? But in reality, there are already data about me in all these companies' database. So how can I not use them? And that will be very convenient for me to do housekeeping, and also to have these data empower myself. How can I leverage my everyday life if I know more data about me? So therefore, I really expect information bank to gather all the information about me that I might not know, and so that I can use it for myself. And I would be also interested in knowing which company is interested in my data, because I don't know them. And currently, I think all these data are exchanged in places where I don't know. So having this information back, that would give me more transparency in seeing who is interested in my data. Having said that, this activity has been in Japan for more than 5 years, and I'm not using any information bank so far. What is the reason? So this is going to be my question. What is the reason it's not there yet? And what would be our next step forward to make this really happen?
Sekimura-san.
So it's a very good question, and there are several reasons for that, I think. But one of the main reasons is that there doesn't seem to be a lot of data available for entrusting to the personal data bank, right? In Japan, unfortunately, we don't have mandatory data portability. We can, in principle, as of April last year, access the data, but it's, if you try that, it's really hard. And the data you are going to get is likely to be PDFs, which is not reusable. So it's not useful in this context. So unless that kind of thing is solved, it might be difficult to get it flying. Well, that's my take.
Sekimura-san, as you explained, there is a kind of guideline with respect to the TPDMS. From your point of view, the guideline should be is suitable for the Japanese industry or not?
Which guideline? I mean,
the guideline just for the Joho Ginko.
So, again, I guess we need, well, this is just my personal opinion, but I guess we need a little bit more incentive or sticks for the corporations to actually adhere to the good practices.
Thank you. So then, Christian-san, could you please introduce yourself and make a comment, especially from enhanced data access and trusted data intermediary point of view? In addition, if you could explain OECD's project or plan regarding TDI.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. And also, thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to talk to you, linking the OECD work with the discussion happening here on information banks. So my name is Christian Ramsbach. I've been working for the OECD now for 15 years, a little bit more than 10 years on data governance issues, where we have explored basically the role of different kind of mechanisms, from legal to technical to organizational mechanisms to facilitate data sharing. And maybe one point, a little caveat, that what I'm basically now about to say and comment on is not the official view of the OECD, but essentially my point of view as an expert, having worked, as I said, more than 10 years on data issues. The very first point that I wanted to make is in terms of information banks is that I wanted essentially to congratulate Japan for basically taking leadership in this area. Because having looked at the TDI standing for Trusted Data Intermediaries, you will note that the concept of information banks is actually something relatively new compared to when looking at what is happening around the world. I mean, essentially the discussion on information banks started already 2010, right? And by that time, there weren't really a lot of countries talking about similar things. Nowadays, we have other concepts that are comparable. For instance, some of you may have heard about data trusts, may have heard about personal information management systems, may have heard about data stores, and so on. So there are many similar concepts that have now emerged that are similar. Now, some of you may argue that what about data brokers, because that concept has been a long time out. But there's obviously a fundamental difference between a data broker and information bank, which is essentially that the information bank is still acting on behalf or in the interest of the data subject, right? Which is not necessarily the case of a data broker who is essentially controlling and commercializing the data for its own benefit. And that's an important difference. Now, another point where I also would like to congratulate you is the concept of certification, because a lot of our work has shown that when it comes to those kind of, let's say, actors and institutions, as a consumer in particular, you face a problem that you don't necessarily know who to trust. Because if you look at the market, there may be a lot of personal information banks, and then the question, can I trust my data? And it's very obviously difficult for a consumer to do the assessment of the quality of such an institution, which is why we definitely looking at this, welcome this kind of approach, and the government also stepping in and providing the certification. And when you know the government has certified something, you basically you can trust it. So that's definitely a good thing. Now, I would like now maybe to point to some, I wouldn't say criticism, but let's say questions that I have. Knowing also or noting that I don't obviously know a lot about information bank. We are essentially now studying this in depth in our work. And the very first one is indeed what Nat-san, you mentioned on the question about data portability. A lot of interesting initiatives are happening in other countries, like, for instance, some of you know the Article 20 of the EU GDPR that gives you a right to data portability. So in the EU, every citizen has a right to have his data be ported, transferred in machine-readable format. So it doesn't refer necessarily to PDF,
which is maybe digital, but it's not necessarily machine readable in that sense. And this is one of the points that we have observed when you look in particular at the EU, is that the problem there is that citizens have a right to data portability, but it's also not picking up really. And one thing that the European Commission, among others, are considering is indeed to look into how should we maybe have intermediaries step in. So some of you are maybe familiar that there is now in the EU a Data Governance Act. And in the Data Governance Act, there is actually provisions that refer to intermediaries, to data intermediaries. So there seems to be the recognition that a data portability right is not enough. You need to have something that makes it actually practical, operational. And maybe this is indeed something that is eventually missing here, where you have the information bank, but you don't necessarily have a data portability right that gives people a kind of a mechanism to really ask, a right to basically ask the data to be transferred to a third party so it can be reused. Maybe a few other questions that I have is the question about to what extent are also companies potential clients of the information banks? Because I'm referring also to this, thinking about data portability in Australia. There is in Australia, as some of you know, there is a consumer data right. And what is interesting about that from a data portability perspective, which is essentially a data portability regime, is that this right is a right that is not only granted to individuals, but also to small and medium-sized enterprises. So some small enterprises have a right to data portability. And so the question is it also something possible here in Japan where, as a small business, I may also have an interest in having my data that is stored, let's say, in a cloud, and if I want to transfer my data from one cloud provider to another, that kind of thing may be also useful. So this is also something to raise as a question. Another one, and this will be my last one for now, I don't want to talk too much, is the question about how much control do you have as an individual? Meaning, for instance, there is a concept of data trust that is out there, and that has raised a lot of interest, in particular in the context of AI, where you see countries like the UK or Canada promoting this as a way to basically enable data sharing and make it available for machine learning. And the question that is often not really considered is, or an issue eventually, is that once the data is essentially in the control of the data trust, it is assumed that the trust will always act on behalf of the consumer. There is so no granular control mechanism that I have as a consumer to say, I don't want to have that data now shared with that. It's basically, it's now, you can revoke your rights and so on, but you don't have granular control. And so my question would be, when it comes to the information banks, how much control do I have as a data subject? Is it once it's out there that I have to assume that the information bank will act on my behalf, essentially like a data trust? Or is there some kind of mechanism where I can control? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian-san. So Christian-san say then three questions. So the first one, the Sakimura-san, how do you think about data portability and the DDI?
I believe data portability is the missing part in the system. So we need it.
You are thinking that in Japan we should have such system?
Yes, I'm really hoping that it's going to be implemented.
How about Sako-san's opinion on that point?
So data portability?
Yes.
I really want that because that will be necessary to do my housekeeping book.
Thank you very much. So the second point, the potential clients. So Sakimura-san, do you think that we'll be able to get success to get more potential client in our scheme?
So that depends on how much data we can actually access and utilize.
So that must be deeply related to the data portability, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. So and third questions, how much and to what extent the individual should have the control using the TPDMS?
So TPDMS is actually making it mandatory to have, fairly granular control on what you can do with the data, right? And in the beginning, you are going to set up the general rule, right? But after a while, you may change your mind, right? So you should be able to go into that and tweak how the data is going to be treated. So that's what we are doing.
Okay, I have a follow-up question because it's indeed very interesting. Because when I saw one of the slides, it actually suggested that there is because all the data is essentially stored at the original data holder, which can be a company, a commercial entity, and so on. And if I understood, one thing that I didn't understand is if the idea is also to transfer the data from the data holder, original data holder, to the information bank. And I'm asking this question following what you just said, because as you do know, there are mechanisms like, what we refer at the OECD as privacy enhancing technologies, where you can do something like federated learning, where you keep the data essentially there. So I wonder if, when you talked about the mechanism, does it include that as well? These kind of mechanisms where you basically don't have to download the data and control it, but you basically have some kind of federated control mechanisms.
Potentially, but right now it's old-fashioned data download and control kind of control. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions or comments?
I definitely just wanted to follow up to say that this is, I don't know if I mentioned this, because I briefly was mentioned that we are working on trusted data intermediaries, but one of the reasons also why I was very excited to be here is actually to learn about information banks so that we can study this in more detail. So for the people in the room, stay tuned. You will see our OECD report basically coming out next year, where we'll feature also information banks, but also other kind of intermediaries.
Thank you very much. So we just have a few minutes, but if any, I would like to have a question or comment from the floor of this hall. So anyone? So please, yeah, please use that microphone.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of My Data Global. I was hoping you could unpack a little bit more of the incentives for data holders to enable data portability. I think we all agree that's kind of a holy grail. No one would argue against that, but there's a whole host of assumptions about what might make it possible. We could talk about the sticks, and I think even in Europe, where we do have the GDPR article, it's largely not actionable. It's just too complicated and difficult for users to use. And there have been some important developments, notably the Digital Markets Act now requires data portability in any case of gatekeepers, but it's unclear how that's going to play out. So it's easy to think that for regulation to incentivize that, it might take quite a bit of time, especially in countries and regions where initial legislation hasn't been started. In regarding, one might also think about the carrot, the positive case. What's your feeling on the ability to make a business case to data holders to enable data portability, either by facilitating it or opening up for other services or users to do it? And then lastly, I think it's reasonable to assume that if we think about the relationship between the number of data holders that provide data portability and the amount of value that provides to users, it'll be a hockey stick graph, right? If I have just one or two services that I use that are providing me with data, it's really not worth very much. If I have 80% of the services that I use within one sector, then that starts to give value. But it really gives value if almost everything I use is providing that. But if a lot of those are small companies, not affected by legislation like the DMA today, how do we incentivize that? Does that require a kind of culture change across markets? And how do we get there in places like Japan? Thanks.
So unfortunately, our time is over, and then so it's time to close. So yes. So we would like to continue your question outside of room, this room. So thank you very much for attending today the session. We're also happy if our experience on TPDMS in Japan will be useful and beneficial to everyone here. Thank you very much.
かさない。あ、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
I see.
もうこのまま。Listo ayo? No.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, or good evening for those that are connected online from different time zones. Very happy to be here with you in Kyoto. It's the first time in Japan, so I'm very excited to be in this fantastic place. My name is Thomas. I work for the Swiss government, and I happen to currently chair the negotiations on the first binding AI treaty at the Council of Europe. But it is a treaty not just for European countries, it is open to all countries that respect and value the same values of human rights, democracy, and rule of law. So we do have countries like Canada, the United States, Japan as well participating in the negotiations, but also a number of countries from Latin America, from other continents. But I'm not here to talk about the convention right now. You will hear a lot about the convention, maybe also in this session, but also in others. But I'm here to basically help you listen to experts from all over the world that will talk about AI and how to ensure, while fostering innovation, how to ensure human rights and democratic values to be respected when AI is used and developed. So as we all know, AI systems are wonderful tools if they are used for the benefit of all people, and if they are not used for hurting people, for creating harm. And so this is about how to try and make sure that one thing happens and the other doesn't. But before we go to the panelists, I have the honor to present to you a very special guest from Strasbourg, Mr. Björn Berge. He's the Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe, which will give you a few remarks from his side on the topic. Thank you, Björn. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Schneider, and a very good afternoon to all of you. It's really great to be here in Japan and at this very important occasion. And of course, it's 17 years now, and it's the 18th time that the IGF is meeting. And it has really proven to be both a historic and highly relevant decision to start this process. And technology is, as we know, developing in a way and at a pace that the world has never seen before, which affects all of us, every country, every community around this globe. It therefore makes really perfect sense to keep up the work and do all we can to ensure enhanced digital cooperation and the development of a global information society. Basically, this is about working together to identify and mitigate common risks so that we can make sure that the benefits that the new technology can bring to our economies and societies are indeed helpful and respect fundamental rights. Today, it is good to see the Internet Governance Forum making substantial progress towards a global digital compact, with human rights established as one of the principles in which digital technology should be rooted, along with the regulation on artificial intelligence, all to the benefit of people throughout the world. The regulation of AI is also something on which the Council of Europe is making good progress. In line with our mandate to protect and promote common legal standards in human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And the work we do is not only relevant for Europe alone, but has often a global outreach. So, dear friends, I believe all of us are fully aware of the positive changes that AI can bring. Increased efficiency and productivity with mundane and repeated tasks moving from humans to machines. Better decisions even, made on the basis of big data, eliminating the possibility of human error, and improved services based on deep analysis of vast quantities of information, leading to scientific and medical breakthroughs that seemed impossible until very recent times. But with all of this comes significant right-based concerns. And just as a matter of fact, a few days ago, the Council of Europe published a study on tackling bias in AI systems to promote equality. And I'm very happy and pleased that the co-author of this excellent study, Ms. Ivana Bertoletti, is here with us today online, and she will speak after me, I think. So there are also other questions related to the availability and use of personal data, on the responsibility for the technical failure of AI applications, and on their criminal misuses in attacking election systems, for example. And on access to information, the growth of hate speech, fake news, and disinformation, and how these are managed. The bottom line is that we must find a way to harness the benefits of AI without sacrificing our values. So how can we do that? Our starting point should be the range of internet governance tools that we have already agreed upon, some of which have a direct bearing on AI. If I focus on Europe for a moment, this includes the European Convention on Human Rights, which has been ratified by 46 European countries. Also the European Court of Human Rights, with its important case law. And let me just mention one concrete example now from such a court judgment. A case that clarified that online news portals can be held liable for user-generated comments if they fail to remove clearly unlawful content promptly. This is a good example of the evolution of law in line with the times. Drawing from this European Convention and the court case law, which of course again builds on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we also develop specific legal instruments designed to help member states, but also countries outside Europe, apply our standards and principles in regards to internet governance. Our Budapest Convention is the first international treaty to combat cybercrime, including offenses related to computer systems, data, and content. And its new second additional protocol is designed to improve cross-border access to electronic evidence, extending thereby the arm of justice further into cyberspace. Our Convention 108 on data protection is similarly a treaty that countries also inside and outside Europe find highly relevant. And this convention on data protection has also been updated with an amending protocol, widely referred to as Convention 108+, which helps ensure that national privacy laws converge. Added to this, over recent years, we have, within the Council of Europe, adopted a range of recommendations to all our 46 member states, covering everything from combating hate speech, especially online, to tackling disinformation. And right now, we are also working on a set of new guidelines on countering the spread of online mis- and disinformation through fact-checking and platform design solutions. In addition, we are now looking at the impact of digital transformation of the media, and this year we will finalize work on a set of new guidelines for the use of AI in journalism. So all in all, we are indeed involved in a number of areas trying to help and contribute. But we need to go further still on AI specifically. And here we are currently developing a far-reaching and first of its kind international treaty, a framework convention. And the work is led by Ambassador Schneider sitting next to me, that will define a set of fundamental principles to help safeguard human rights, rule of law, and democratic values in AI. Experts from all over Europe, as well as civil society, representatives from the private sector, are leading and contributing to this work. Such a treaty will set out common principles and rules to ensure that design, development, and use of AI systems respect common legal standards, and that they are rights compliant through their life cycle. Like the Internet Governance Forum, this process has not been limited to the involvement of governments alone, and this is crucially important because we need to draw upon the unique expertise provided by civil society participants, academics, and industry representatives. In other words, we must always seek a multi-stakeholder approach so as to ensure that what is proposed is relevant, balanced, and effective. Such a new treaty, a framework convention, will be followed by a standalone, non-binding methodology for the risk and impact of AI systems to help national authorities adopt the most effective approach to both regulation and implementation of AI systems. But it's also important to say here today that all of this work is not limited only to the Council of Europe or our member states. The European Union is also engaged with the negotiations, as well as non-European countries, as well as Canada, the United States, Mexico, and Israel. And this week, Argentina, Costa Rica, Peru, and Uruguay joined, and of course Japan, a country that has been a Council of Europe observer for more than 25 years, and that is actively participating in the range of our activities. And there is no doubt that Japan's outstanding expertise and track record of technological development makes it a much valued participant in our work. And its key role globally when it comes to AI and internet governance is only reconfirmed by hosting this important conference here in Kyoto this week. So dear friends, there is still time for other like-minded countries to join this process of negotiating a new international treaty on AI, either taking part in the negotiations or as observers. A role that actually a number of non-member states have requested. And I must say, the negotiations are progressing well. A consolidated working draft of the Framework Convention was published this summer, and it will now serve as the basis for further negotiations. And yes, our aim is that we should be able to conclude these negotiations by next year. I hope you agree. Let me also underline that this Framework Convention will be open to signature from countries around the world. So it will have the potential for a truly global reach, creating a legal framework that brings European and non-European states together, opening the door, so to say, to a new era of right-based AI around the world. So let me here just make an appeal to governments represented here today to consider whether this is a process that they might join, and a treaty that they most likely will go on to sign. Just as I encourage those who have not yet done so to join the Budapest Convention and the Convention 108 and 108 Plus, as I just mentioned. I believe it makes sense to work closely together on these issues and make progress on the biggest scale possible. Let me lastly on this point just say, and more broadly, that on the regulation of artificial intelligence, we can learn from each other, benefit from various experiences, and tap into a large pool of knowledge and expertise globally. For us, the Council of Europe, it's seeking multilateral solutions to multilateral problems is really part of our DNA. And that spirit of cooperation makes it natural for us to work with others with an interest in these issues as well. And I also want to highlight here today that we also work now very closely with the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers to elaborate a report on the impact of the metaverse and immersive realities. And we are also looking then carefully into if the current tools are adequate for ensuring human rights, democracy, and rule of law standards in this field. We are also coordinating closely with UNESCO, as well as with the OECD, with the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and the European Union, of course. And I believe also why we are here today as the Internet Governance Forum, we share that spirit and that ambition of international cooperation. And this is really the only approach for us, and I'm sure its success is a must, both for the development of artificial intelligence and for helping to shape the safe, open, and outward-looking societies that hold and protect fundamental rights and are true to our values. So with this, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Björn. And you've said it, the key of us being together here is to learn from each other, which means listening and trying to understand each other's situation. And we're very happy to have quite a range of experts with different expertise here on the panel, but of course also in the room. So I'm looking forward to an interesting exchange. And I will immediately go, you've already named her, to Ivana Bartoletti. She's connected online. So we have this advantage after COVID that we can connect with people physically here, but also remotely. And Ivana Bartoletti works in a major private company, specialized among other things in IT consulting. She's also a researcher and teaches cybersecurity, privacy, and bias at Pamplin Business School at Virginia Tech. And Ivana is a co-founder of the Global Coalition for Digital Rights and Women Leading in AI Network. So Ivana, please tell us about your work. What would you say are the main challenges when it comes to bias, and in particular gender bias in AI? And what do you think we need to develop and foster the appropriate solution to these problems? So Ivana, I hope you will appear on our screen soon. Yes, we can already hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for having me here. And it was great to hear from both yourself in the introduction and Mr. Björn Belch and Deputy General Secretary of the Council of Europe, who I want to thank for the trust in given to me and to Raffaele, and putting together this report, which is now available online. I wanted to start by saying that artificial intelligence is bringing and will bring enormous innovation and progress if we do it in the right way. And I do firmly believe, as many that we are at a watershed moment in the relationship between humanity and technology. This is the time, and the Deputy General, Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Bjorn, was really articulating it well. We are at a watershed moment in this relationship between humanity and technology. Over the last few years, we've seen some of the amazing benefits that artificial intelligence, automated decision-making can bring to humanity. But on the other hand, we've also seen some quite disturbing sides. We've also seen some quite disturbing effects that these technologies can bring. Bias, the perpetuation, the codification, the coding, and the automation of existing inequality is been one of them. And I want to make one point as we start. And the point that I want to make is that over the last few weeks and months, we have seen a lot of people coming out with quite alarmist and dramatic appeals on artificial intelligence. And I want to say loud and clear here in this room, and that this alarmist approach to artificial intelligence is being quite distracting. And the reason for this is that it helps create a mystique around artificial intelligence, when we know very, very well right now what the risks are. We've been advocating, and especially have to say women and human rights activists over the last decades, for measures to tackle these harms. So I want us and everybody to remain focused on artificial intelligence risks and harms, do the nitty-gritty, as the Council of Europe mentioned now, as a lot of work is going, for example, in European AI Act, in the development of legislation and guidance all across the world, in the work going in the Convention for the Council of Europe, as well as in the world that the United Nations with the Digital Global Compact is putting forward, to really focus on the harms that we know of, on the harms of bias, disinformation, the coding of existing inequalities in automated decisions, making choices about individuals now, but also making predictions about decisions tomorrow. So in these studies, Raphael and I have focused on bias and automated decision making, and looking at what this bias looks like. There's been a lot of work going into this and a lot of expertise all around the globe, focusing on the bias, and we have seen that this bias has a very real effect. We've seen less credit given to women because women traditionally make less money than men. We've seen countries and government grappling with the terrible mistakes of, for example, families wrongfully identified as potential fraudsters in the benefit system, and therefore putting families, parents and children into poverty. We have seen what it means when job adverts target that pay less, are served to women, because traditionally women have earned less than men. And we have seen the harms of automated decision-making, for example, portraying images of women replicating stereotypes that we have seen for decades in our society. So the harms of automated decision-making and of bias is all too real for people. It affects everyday life. And some people would argue, yes, but human people are biased. And I say, yes, they are biased. Obviously they are. But the difference is where that bias gets coded into software, and it becomes more difficult to identify, more difficult to challenge, and then it becomes ingrained even more in our society. And this is particularly complex, in my view, when it comes to predictive technologies, which, if we code this bias and these stereotypes into these predictive technologies, that what could happen is that we end up into self-fulfilling prophecies. We end up into replicating the patterns of yesterdays into decisions that shape the world of tomorrow. And this is not something that we want. So what can we do? First of all, we must recognize the bias can be addressed from a technical standpoint, but bias is much deeper than that. It's much more than a technical issue. It's rooted into society because data, as well as parameters, as well as all the humans that go into creating a code, is much more than technology. Ultimately, I like to say that AI is a bundle of code, of parameters, of people, of data, and nothing of that is neutral. Therefore, we must understand that these tools are much more of a socio-technical tool rather than a purely technical one. So it's important to bear in mind that the origin and the cause of bias, which could emerge at any point of the life cycle of AI, is a social political issue that requires social answers, not purely technical ones. So let's never lose this from our conversation. Second thing that is important to realize, we found in the study with Raffaele that there is often not an overlap between the discrimination that people experience, which traditionally, especially in non-discrimination law across the world, are based on protected characteristics, and the new sources of discrimination that are often algorithmic. And the algorithmic discrimination, which is created by big data sets, so clustering of individuals done in a computational and algorithmic way. And on the other hand, the more traditional categories of discrimination, they do not overlap. And therefore, what is happening is that we must look into existing non-discrimination law and try and understand if that non-discrimination law that we have in place in our countries is fit for purpose to deal with this new form of algorithmic discrimination. Because what happens in algorithmic discrimination is that individuals may be discriminated, not because of a traditional protected characteristics, but because they've been put in a particular cluster, in a particular group and this happens in a computational and an algorithmic way. So the updating of existing legislation is very important. We encourage member states to expand the use of positive action measures to tackle algorithmic discrimination and use the concept of positive obligations, which is, for example, in the European Convention of Human Rights case law, to create an obligation for providers and users to reasonably prevent algorithmic discrimination. This is really, really important and in part in our report. We're looking and we're suggesting mandatory discrimination risk and equality impacts assessments throughout the life cycle of algorithmic systems according to their specific uses. We're looking really to see to ensure that this equality by design is introduced into the systems. We're looking and we're suggesting to member states to consider how certification mechanisms could be used to ensure that this bias have been mitigated. So looking, for example, at how member states could introduce some form of licensing and saying, well, actually, this has been in due diligence has been into the systems to eliminate as far as possible for well-defined users. We're looking at encouraging the member state to investigate the relationship between accountability, transparency, and trade secrets. And finally, my last point, and we've encouraging member states to consider establishing legal obligations for users of AI systems to publish statistical data that can allow parties, researchers to really look at the discriminatory effect that a given system can have in the context of discrimination claims. So I want to close on this. It's a vast report that I would encourage anyone to read. And the bottom line of this report is that the discrimination through AI systems is something that brings together social and technical capabilities. It's something that it needs to absolutely be at the heart of how we deploy these systems. We must investigate the way that we can use these systems to actually tackle the discrimination in the first place. For example, by identifying sources of discrimination that are not visible to human eyes in the first place. So there is a positive side to all this, which we must harness. But to do so, we encourage everyone to really understand how we can get together, bring the greatest expertise that we have in the world and in this room, to really try and understand how we can not just further our knowledge, but also enshrine in legislation the importance to tackle bias in algorithmic systems.
Thank you very much, Ivana. And as you say, new technologies create new problems sometimes, but they can also be part of new solutions, and it's good to highlight both. With this, let me move on immediately, as we are slightly running behind schedule, to Ms. Merve Hickok. She's also connected online. We do, as you see, also have physically present speakers and experts. Merve is a globally renowned expert on AI policy, ethics, and governance, and her research and training and consulting work focuses on the impact of AI systems on individual society, public and private organizations, with a particular focus on fundamental rights, democratic values, and social justice. She's the president and research director at the Center for AI and Digital Policy, and with this hat, she's also very actively present as one of the very present civil society voices in the negotiations on the convention. So Merve, what are some of the main challenges of finding proper regulatory solutions to the challenges posed by AI to human rights, democracy, and what kind of solutions to these challenges do you see? Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation, Chair Schneider. Good to see you in virtually, and I appreciate the invite and expanding this conversation in this global forum as well. Also, I'm in great company here today and very much looking forward to the conversation. I actually want to answer the question by quoting from recommendation of Committee of Ministers of Council of Europe, dating back to 2020, where the ministers recommend that achievement of socially beneficial innovation and economic development goals must be rooted in the shared values of democratic societies, subject to full democratic participation and oversight, that the rule of law standards that govern public and private relations, such as legality, transparency, predictability, accountability, and oversight, must also be maintained in the context of algorithmic systems. So this sentence alone, for me, provides us with a great opportunity, great summary of challenges, as well as an opportunity and direction towards solutions. First, in terms of challenges, we currently see a tendency to treat innovation and protection as a either-or situation, as a zero-sum game. I cannot tell you the number of times I'm asked, but would regulating AI stifle innovation? And I'm sure those in the room and around in the panel probably has lost count of this question. However, they should coexist, they must coexist. Regulation creates clarity. Safeguards making innovations better, safer, more accessible. Genuine innovation promotes human rights. It promotes engagement, it promotes transparency. Second challenge in this field that we're seeing is that the rule of law standards, which govern public actors' use of AI systems, must apply to the private actors as well. It feels like every day we see another privately owned AI product undermining rights or access to resources. Yes, of course, there are differences in the nature of duties between private and public actors. However, businesses also have obligation to respect human rights and rule of law too. This is reflected in the United Nations guiding principles for business, reflected in the Hiroshima process for AI now. We cannot overlook how the private sector's use of AI impacts individuals and communities just because we want our domestic companies to be more competitive. Market competition alone will not solve this problem with human rights and democratic values. Unregulated competition might encourage a race to the bottom. And the third challenge, the final challenge, is the CEO and industry dominance in the regulatory conversations we're seeing around the globe today. As ministers note, innovation must be subject to full democratic participation and oversight. We cannot create regulatory solutions behind closed doors, with industry actors deciding whether or how they should be regulating. Of course, the industry must be part of this conversation. However, democracy requires public engagement. Whether it's in the US, UK, or beyond, we're seeing the dominance of industry in the policy-making process, undermining the democratic values, and is likely to exacerbate existing concerns about replication of bias, displacement of labor, concentration of wealth, and power imbalances. And as I mentioned, the challenge, the minister's recommendation actually include the solutions with them, that we need to base our solutions in democratic values. In other words, civic engagement and policy making, in elections, in governance, transparency, and accountability. I would like to finish very quickly with some recommendations because core democratic values and human rights is core to the mission of my organization. We saw these challenges several years ago and set ourselves up for a major project to objectively assess AI policies and practices across countries. Our annual flagship report is called AI and Democratic Values Index. We published the third edition this year, where we assessed 75 countries against 12 objective metrics, where our metrics actually allow us to assess whether and how these countries see the importance of human rights and democracy, and whether they keep themselves accountable for their commitments to these. In other words, do they walk the talk? You would be surprised to see how many commitments in a national strategy does not actually translate to actual practices. So finishing my response with offering recommendations from our annual report over the 3 years that I hope will be applicable to this conversation. First, establishing national policies for AI that implement democratic values. Second, ensure public participation in AI policymaking and create robust mechanisms for independent oversight of AI systems. Third, guarantee fairness, accountability, and transparency in all AI systems, public and private. Fourth, commit these principles in the development, procurement, and implementation of AI systems for public services, where a lot of the time that middle one, procurement, falls between the cracks. Next recommendation is implement the UNESCO AI recommendations on ethics. And then the final one in terms of implementation is establish a comprehensive legally binding convention for AI. And I do appreciate the Council of Europe being part of the Council of Europe's work and looking forward to this convention for AI. And then we have two specific recommendations for specific technologies because they undermine both human rights and democratic values and civic engagement. One is the facial recognition for mass surveillance. The second one is deployment of lethal autonomous weapons, both items that have been repeatedly also discussed in UN negotiations, UN conversations. With that, I would like to thank again, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the conversation.
Thank you, Merve. That was very interesting, in particular also this fight against the notion that you can have either innovation or protection of rights, but both need to go together. With this, let me turn to Francesca Rossi. She's also present online. She's a computer science. By the way, have you noticed we have quite many women here on this panel? So for those that complain that you don't find any women specialists. Actually, sometimes you do. So Francesca Rossi is a computer scientist currently working at the IBM T.J. Watson Research Law in New York, and as an IBM Fellow, an IBM AI Ethics Global Leader. She's actively engaged in the AI-related work of bodies like the IEEE, the European Commission High-Level Expert Group, or the Global Partnership on AI, and she will give us a unique perspective as both as a computer scientist and a researcher, but also as someone who knows the industry's perspective on the challenges and on the opportunities created by AI, and more especially on generative AI. You have the floor, Francesca. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation and for the opportunity to participate in this panel. Many of the things that have been said by the previous speakers resonate with me. I can, of course, everything that Ivana said about the socio-technical aspects of this science and technology that is AI. By several years now that AI is not a science or a technology only, but is really a socio-technical field of study. And that's a very important point to make. I really support, the efforts that the Council of Europe and the European Commission are doing in terms of regulating AI. As in my company and myself, I really feel that regulation is important to have, and it does not stifle innovation, as it was said also by the previous speaker. But regulation should be focusing, in my view, on the uses of the technology rather than the technology itself. The same technology can be used in many different ways, in many different application scenarios, some of them that are very, very low risk or no risk at all, and some others instead that are very, very high risk. So we should make sure that we focus where the risk is, and to put obligations and compliance and scrutiny and so on. I would like to share with you the fact what happened during the last years in a company like IBM, which is a global company and has applications of its technology and deployment of its technology to many different sectors of our society. And what we did inside the company, even though there was and there is in some regions of the world no regulation that really to be compliant with around AI, is because we really feel that regulation is needed, but it cannot be the only solution. Also because technology goes much faster than the legislation process. So companies have to play their role and their part in making sure that the technology they build and they deploy to their clients respects the human rights and freedom and human dignity and bias and many others. So the lessons that we have learned in these years are very few, but I think very important. First of all, that a company should not have an AI ethics team. This is something that maybe is natural to have at first, but is not effective in my view, because having a team means that then the team has to usually struggle to connect with all the business units of the company. So what it must have is a company-wide approach and framework for AI ethics, and a centralized governance for that company-wide framework. For example, in our case, in the form of a board with representations from all the business units. Second thing, this board should not be an advisory board. It should be an entity that can make decisions for the company, even when the decisions are not well received by some of the teams, because, for example, it says, no, you cannot sign that contract with the client. You have to do some more testing. You have to pass that threshold for bias. You have to put some contractual conditions in the contractual agreements and so on. The third thing that we learned is that we started like everybody with very high level principles around AI ethics, but then we realized very soon that we needed to go much deeper into the concrete actions. Otherwise, there was no impact from the principles to what the developers and the consultants were doing. Next one is really the socio-technical part. For a technical company, it's very natural to think that an issue with the technology can be solved with some more technology. And of course, technical tools are very important, but they are the easy part. The important and the most important and complementary part of the technical tools is the education, the risk assessment processes, the developers' guidelines, really changing the culture and the frame of mind of everybody in the company around the technology. Next point is the importance of research. AI research can augment the capabilities of AI, but it can also help in addressing some of the issues related to the current limitations of AI. And that's very important, so to really focus on supporting the research efforts. We also have to remember that technology evolves. So over the years, our framework has evolved because of the new challenges and expanded challenges that came about with the evolution of the technology, and with going from a technology that was just rule-based to based on machine learning and then based on generative AI right now, which expands old issues like issues related to fairness, explainability, and robustness, but also creates new ones, right? It was mentioned, misinformation, fake news, copyright infringement, and so on. And then finally, the value of partnerships. So partnerships that are multi-stakeholder, that are global, and as Deputy Secretary mentioned, this is really a very important and a necessary approach. It has to be inclusive, multi-stakeholder, and global. So I've been working with the OECD, with the World Economic Forum, with the partnership on AI, global partnership on AI. The space is very crowded now, but and we have to make an effort because of this crowded space to find the complementarity and how to work together. So each initiative tries to solve the whole thing, but I think that each initiative has its own angle that is very important and complementary to the other ones. So I'll stop here by saying that I really welcome what the Council of Europe is doing under the leadership also of our moderator, but also I welcome what the UN is doing and is trying to do with the new advisory board that is being built, because really the UN can also play an important role in making sure that AI is driven in the right direction, which is guided by the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca, for sharing with us the lessons learned in a company like IBM from an industry perspective, but also I think a very important guidance is an appeal to intergovernmental institutions and other processes to not all try to solve all problems at once, but to each of the processes and institutions focus on their specific strength and try to jointly solve the problems and together. Thank you very much. With this, let us move, and this is our last online speaker, then we do have the physical speakers here. Professor Daniel Castaño. He comes from the academic world. He's a professor in law in the Universidad Externado de Colombia, but has a strong background in working with governments. He's been a former legal advisor to different ministries in Colombia and actively engaged in the AI-related research and work in Colombia and Latin America in general. He's also an independent consultant on AI and new technologies. So Daniel, what kind of specific challenges do AI technologies pose for regulators and developers of these technologies regionally, in your case in Latin America in particular? Thank you very much, Daniel.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates and fellow participants, Deputy Secretary General Bjorn Berg and Chair of the SKY, Thomas Schneider, thank you very much for this invitation. I think that the best way to address this question is just trying to discuss like the profound importance of AI regulation Today, I must make clear that I'm speaking with my own voice and that my remarks reflect my personal views around this topic. So, AI, as we know it, is no longer just a buzzword or a distant concept. From enhancing healthcare diagnosis to making financial markets more efficient, AI is deeply embedded in our societal fabric. Yet, like any transformative technology, its immense power brings forth both promises and challenges. But why, you may ask, is AI regulation so paramount not only to Europe, but to the world and to our region, to Latin America? At its core, it's about upholding the values we hold dear in our societies. Transparency. In the age where algorithms shape many of our daily decisions, understanding their mechanics is not just a technical necessity, but a democratic imperative. Accountability. Our societies thrive on the principle of responsibility. If an AI errs or discriminates, there must be a framework to address these consequences. Ethics and bias. We are duty bound to ensure that AI doesn't perpetuate existing biases, but instead aids in creating a fairer society. As we stand on the brink of a new economic era, we must ponder on how to distribute AI's benefits equitably and protect against its potential misuse. Now, casting our gaze towards Latin America, a region of vibrant cultures and emerging economies, the AI landscape is both promising and challenging. In sectors ranging from agriculture to smart cities, AI initiatives are gaining traction in our region. However, the regulatory terrain is diverse. While some nations are taking proactive measures, others are still finding their own footing. However, the road to a unified regulatory framework faces certain stumbling blocks in our region, like, for example, fragmentation due to inconsistent inter-country coordination. I mean, we lack the coordination and integration that Europe has nowadays. We have deeply technological gaps that are attributed to varied adoption rates and expertise level. And we have infrastructure challenges that sometimes hamper consistent and widespread AI application. But let's not just dwell on challenges. Let's try to architect some solutions together. So first, I will suggest that we require some sort of regional coordination. So for that purpose, we could establish a dedicated entity to harmonize AI regulation across Latin America, fostering unity in diversity. Also, I would suggest to promote the creation of technology sharing platforms that would allow for the creation of collaborative platforms where countries can share AI tools, solutions, and expertise, bridging the technological gap. Also, I would suggest some investments in shared infrastructure for our region. Consider like pooling resources to build regional digital infrastructure, ensuring that even nations with limited resources have access to foundational AI tech. Unique challenges also present themselves. Infrastructure discrepancies, variances in technology access, and a mosaic of data privacy norms necessitate a nuanced approach in our region. But herein also lies the opportunity. AI has the potential to address regional challenges, whether it's delivering healthcare to remote Amazonian villages or predicting and mitigating the impact of natural disasters. So what path forward do I envision for Latin America and indeed the global community? So first, I will suggest regional synergies are key. Latin American countries, by sharing best practices and even setting regional standards, can craft and harmonize AI narrative. Second, I highly encourage stakeholder involvement. A diverse choir of voices from technologists to the industry to civil society and ethicists must shape actively the AI regulatory dialogue in our region. We also need capacity building. I mean, we have a huge technological gap in our region, and I think that investment in education and research is non-negotiable. Preparing our global citizenry for AI-augmented future is a shared responsibility with the world. Finally, I would also encourage to strengthen data privacy and protection and to try to harmonize the fragmented regulatory scheme that we are having now in Latam, because I think that it lead to a balkanization of technology, which will only hamper innovation, and we don't put us many years back. So in conclusion, as we stand at this confluence of technology, policy, and ethics, I urge all stakeholders to approach AI with a balance of enthusiasm and caution. Together, we can harness the potential of AI in order to advance the Latin American agenda. Thank you all for your attention, and I very look forward to our collective deliberations around this pivotal issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for these interesting insights, because in particular people coming from Europe like me, although my country is not a formal member of the European Union, I think we have a very well-developed cooperation and also some harmonization of standards, not just through the Council of Europe when it comes to human rights, democracy and rule of law, but also economic standards. And it is important to know that this is not necessarily the case in other continents where you have lots of greater diversity of rules and standards in different ways, so, and which is of course a challenge also. And I think your ideas, your solutions to overcome these challenges are very, very valuable. Let me now turn to Professor Liming Su. I hope I pronounced it correctly. He's a research director at the Australia's National Science Agency and a full professor of the University of South Wales. So let us continue with the same topic, move to another region, to Asia Pacific actually, and Liming Su has been closely involved in developing best practices for AI governance and worked on the problem of operationalizing responsible AI. So the floor is yours.
Yep. Thanks very much for this opportunity. It's a great honor to join this panel. And so I'm from CSIRO, which is Australia's National Science Agency, and we have a part called Data 61. If wondering why Data 61, 61 is Australian's country code when you call Australian. It's business unit doing research on AI, digital, and data. So just back a little bit on the Australian journey on AI governance and responsible AI. So Australia is one of the very few countries back in 2019, late 2018 actually, started developing our AI ethics framework. So Data 61 actually was the one leading the industry consultation and came up in middle 2019, the Australian AI ethics framework, which is the high-level principles. And we observe its principles are similar to many of the principles in other world and globally. But interestingly, it has three elements in it. One is it's not just on high-level ethical principles, and it recognizes human values with a plural, being different part of the community have different types of values and the importance of trade-offs and robust discussion. The second part of it is included many of the traditional challenging quality attributes like reliability, safety, security, and privacy, and realized AI will make those kind of challenges even more challenging. And the third part of the AI ethics framework included something quite unique to AI, such as accountability, transparency, explainability, and contestability. That AI, although they are very important in any digital software, but AI will make those things more difficult. And since then, Australia has been focusing on operationalizing responsible AI, especially led by Data 61. In the meantime, other agencies like Human Rights Commissioner, the Human Rights Commissioner Lauren Finlay, when he heard about this particular topic at this forum, she was very excited and she forwarded our recent UN submission on AI governance. And also, you may bump into the e-safety commissioner from Australia in this forum, and she's looking after some of the e-safety aspects of AI challenges as well in this forum. But then the government actually launched, about 2 years ago, the Australian National AI Centre. The Australian National AI Centre, hosted by Data 61, is not a research center. It's an AI adoption center. Interestingly, its central theme is responsible AI at scale. So it has created a number of think tanks, including AI inclusion and diversity, responsible AI, and AI at scale to navigate, to help Australian industry navigate the challenge of adopting AI responsibly in everything we do. In the meantime, as a science agency, I'm a scientist in AI, we have been working on the best practices, bridging this gap that Francesca has mentioned. How do we get high-level principles into something on the ground that organizations and developers and AI experts can use? So we have developed a pattern-based approach for this. A pattern is just a reusable solution, a reusable best practice. But interestingly, in a pattern, not only you have the best practice, but it also captures the context of the best practice and also the pros and the cons of this best practice. Not all best practice comes in free, and also many best practices need to be connected. There are so many guidelines, sometimes for governance, sometimes for AI engineers. There are a lot of disconnection between them. But when you connect those powerful best practices together and you see how the society, the technology companies, the governing bodies can make things responsible AI more effectively implemented. Another key focus of our approach from Australian is on the system level. So much of AI discussion has been talking about the AI model. You have this AI model, you need to give it more data to train it, to align it, to make it better. But remember, every single system we use, including ChatGPT and others, is the overall system. The system utilizes some of the AI model. There are a lot of system-level guardrails we need to build in. And those system-level guardrails are actually capturing the context of the use. And without context, many of the risks and the responsible AI practice are not going to be very effective. So a system-level approach going beyond machine learning models, another key elements of our work. The next key elements we have is, as I mentioned earlier, is realizing the trade-offs we have to make in many of this discussion. For people familiar with data governance, we know there's a trade-off between data utility and privacy. You can't get both. And to how much data utility you need to sacrifice, sacrificing the value of data for privacy, and vice versa, how much privacy you can afford to sacrifice and for maximizing data utility. This is not a question for scientists to answer. However, science plays two very important roles. One is to push the boundaries of the utility versus privacy curve, meaning for the same amount of privacy, we could do new science to make sure more utility is extracted. In the high-level panel this morning, you have heard of federated machine learning and many other technologies has been advanced to enable this better trade-off, getting better from both worlds. But importantly, it's not only utility and privacy. There's also fairness. You may have heard a story that when we actually trying to preserve privacy without collecting certain data, it will also harm fairness in some cases. So now you have three quality attributes you have to trade off: utility, privacy, fairness, and then there are more. So how science can enable that the decision makers to make that informed decision is the key of our work. The next characteristic of our work from Australian is to look at the supply chain. No one is building AI from ground up. You always rely on other vendor companies' AI models. You may be using pre-trained model. How can you be sure what is AI in your organization? So similar to some of the work in software bills of materials, we have been developing AI bills of materials. So you can be sure that what sort of AI is in your system and have that accountability being held and shared among different players in the supply chain. And the final thing we have just embarked on working is to look at responsible AI and AI governance through the lens of ESG. Of course, ESG stands for environment, social, and governance, and very aligned with the SDG of UN goals. On the other hand, environment is your AI footprint, environment footprint. Social elements, AI plays a very important role, and the governance of AI often is too much of internal company governance, but the societal impact of AI needs to be governed as well. So looking at responsible AI through the lens of ESG will also make sure investors can drive the levers of doing better responsible AI. So I will conclude by saying that Australians' approach is really looking at connecting those practices, enable the stakeholders to make the right choices and trade-offs, and those trade-offs are not for us to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liming, and it's interesting to hear you talking about trade-offs and how we can turn this, maybe change them from perceived trade-offs to perceived opportunities if we get the right combinations of these goals. So let me turn to our last, but not least, expert, which is somebody that comes from the country hosting this IGF this year, from Japan. Professor Ema is an associate professor at the Institute for Future Initiatives of the University of Tokyo, and her primary interest is to investigate the benefits and risks of AI in interdisciplinary research groups. She's very active in Japan's initiatives on AI governance, and I would like to give her the floor to talk about how Japanese actors, industry, civil society, and regulators see the issue of regulation of governance of AI. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Chair Thomas. And I am really be honored to here to make some of the presentations and share what's being discussed here in Japan, also with my colleagues. So as Thomas nicely introduced me, so I am right now at the academic, the University of Tokyo, but also I am a board member of the Japan Deep Learning Association. It's more of the startup companies community, and also I am also a member of the AI Strategic Council in the Japanese government. However, today's this talk, I would like to wear the academic hats on it, and I would like to talk about what's being discussed here in Japan. And so far, I see lots of the sharing insights that being discussed with the panelists. And when I would like to introduce what's being what kind of the status or what kind of discussion was ongoing here in Japan. So back in 2016, it was that was the G7 summit at the Takamatsu. So before 2023, there was once the summit, and there Japanese government released the guidelines to the AI development. And I believe that that was actually the turning point, that the global the discussion about the AI guidelines actually started, and with the collaboration. And this year, or the 2023, as the G7 summit at Hiroshima, we also see that there's the very huge debate discussion on the ongoing and the generative AI, and currently the G7 and also the other related countries are discussing about the way to create the rules to govern the generative AI and also the AI in general, and that's called the Hiroshima AI process. And I believe there will be the discussion tomorrow morning. And with that, the Ministry of Internal Communication Affairs and also the Ministry of Economic and Trade and Governance Ministry is also creating the guidelines to discuss the development of the AI and also to mitigate the risks. So, so that kind of thing is right now ongoing here in Japan. But before going to discuss further about the AI with the responsible use, I would like to talk a little bit about the AI convention that's actually the COE is going under the negotiation. So why I'm here is that because I am actually very interested in the AI convention, and my colleagues and I are actually organized an event here in Japan to discuss what's the impact towards the Japanese and also to the other world. And actually, we are creating some of the policy recommendations for the Japanese government. So if we are to sign this convention, what kind of thing we should investigate on. And I think this is a really important convention to so that when we are to discuss the responsible AI, and in order to make some of the points that should be discussed within this panel, I would like to raise some of the 3 points that we published last month in September from my institution. The title is called Toward Responsible AI Deployment, Policy Recommendation for the Hiroshima AI Process. If you're interested in, just search for my institution's name and the policy recommendation, and you can find out. And in there, we had this we created this policy recommendation with a multi-stakeholder discussion, including not only the academics, but also from the industry. And also we actually had a discussion with the government officials. And there, one thing we think really important is that the interoperability of the frameworks. So the framework interoperability of the AI is one of the key words that's been discussed in the G7 summit this year. But I guess many of us have questions, what does the interoperability mean? And there, for our understanding is that we need somehow the transparency about each of the regulations or each of the frameworks that actually disciplines this AI development and also the usage. And in this sense, I think this AI convention is really important because as explained here, the AI convention is a framework convention, and each country has its own it will take their own measures to this AI innovation and also the risk mitigation. And it's really important to respect to the other countries' culture or how they regulate the artificial intelligence and how actually they can connect to each other's frameworks. And it's really important that each country has this the clear explainability, accountability of what the role of each stakeholder has, what will be the responsibility, and how they can supervise whether that kind of measurement is actually working. And in that sense, I think that kind of interoperability and also this AI convention have somehow has really important views to share. And also, the next point we actually raised as our policy recommendation is that how we actually considers about the responsibility. And I think the other panelists also discussed, but I think what is important thing is that to discuss about the responsibility of the developers, the deployers, and also the users. However, the regulation is especially important regarding the user side. And because there's a power, the power imbalance between the users and the developers. So what we have to do is that we not only the rules of the regulation, but also we need to discuss how to empower the citizens to create, to empower and to hire their literacy so that they can judge what's the AI actually has, what kind of developed. And I am really happy to hear that the professor actually raised the ESGs, like how the investors are also very important stakeholders. So not only the rules or the regulation by the legal framework, but actually there's a lot of discipline that we can actually use. So for example, like the investors' investment, or maybe the reputation, and also like the literacy. So we can, and also actually the technology itself as well. So there are lots of measurement that we can take, and with all that things concerned, I think we can create a more better or the more responsible AI systems or the AI implemented society as a whole. And in the last part, lastly, but not least, what we also emphasize is the importance of the multi-stakeholder discussion. And I believe that here, the IGF is one of the very good timing that we actually discuss this here, because we actually, there's a Hiroshima AI process ongoing, and lots of countries right now are dealing with their own regulatory frameworks. And as I said, Japanese government is also creating these guidelines or maybe updating the guidelines. And with that, this is actually the place we actually share what have been discussed, or what we can share the values. And the important value that actually the Council of Europe raises, the democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. That important values we share. And with that, we can have the transparency and also this kind of framework interoperability to discuss and make these principles or the policy into practices. And so that, with that, I will stop here, but I really appreciate to be in this panel.
Thank you very much, Arisa. And before I react to, I would like to encourage people to, those that want to interact, please stand up and go to the microphones. We have a little less time than planned for the interactive discussion, but we do have a little bit of time. I think what this panel has shown is that although we share the same goals, we do have different systems, we do have different traditions, cultures, not just legally, but also socially. And of course, it is a great challenge. And as Risa has also said, if we want to develop this common framework with the Council of Europe, but not just for European countries, for all countries around the world, one of the biggest challenges is indeed, and we've heard a few hints, one thing is how to have governments commit themselves to follow some rules. This is the easy part, let's say, in a convention where governments can commit to keep sticking to some rules. But since we have so differing systems of how to make the private sector respect human rights, contribute positively and not negatively to democracy, how do we deal with these differences? How do we responsibilize private sector actors in a way that they can be innovative, but that they contribute positively and not negatively to our values? So this is one of the key challenges also for us working on this convention, because we cannot just rely on one continent's or one country's framework. We have to find the common ground between different frameworks. So having said this, I'm happy to see a few people take the floor. Please introduce yourself with your name briefly and then make your comment or ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Christoph Zeng. I'm the founder of AAA.AI Association based in Geneva, Switzerland. And my question regards a continuation of the topic that we just covered regarding responsibility and trade-offs. Continuing on this question, I would like to raise what I call a right of humans in comparison to the rights of the human rights. Isn't it the right of humans to endure the test of time? In order to endure the test of time, is it a right or duty of collective sacrifice? Is it a right or duty to redefine some of our most fundamental beliefs and values? If there was a solution which could deliver a way to that right, but which could require us to relent temporarily or risk relenting permanently some of our human rights as defined for the Declaration because of speed or because of need for consultation. For that right to endure the test of time, speed versus right, consultation versus sovereignty, right versus rights. If there existed a binary choice at some point, ladies and gentlemen, what right ought we to choose? And my question extends to also our colleague at IBM and the broader world communities. If we are to not try to solve all problems at the same time, but instead jointly solve specific questions and tackle the overall question jointly, are we accepting to sacrifice the speed of decision-making, or would we accept that one way makes at some critical point in time for the enduring of humans as a species, some decisions which require speed beyond reasonably possible by a fully democratic process? to be made slightly less democratically for those to whom democracy is dearest. And some decisions which require global consultation to be made slightly more democratically for those to whom democracy compacts a challenge to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You pose an interesting question. If I can try and summarize it. Will we need the right to stay human beings and not turn into machines because we may have to compete with machines? That's at least some aspects I think I've heard. Let's take another comment and then see what the reactions are. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for recognizing me. I'm Ken Katayama. Emma-sensei knows I have work in the manufacturing industry, but I have an academic hat with Keio University. My topic relates to some of the American speakers and the concern about bias. So within the Japanese academic world that I live in, our concern is about bias, being in the sense that the platformers, Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon are basically quote-unquote American companies. So who decides these algorithms? When we look at the United States, we see extremely wide, like in the case of abortion or politics, there are many issues that are very divided in the United States. And so if the platformers are deciding these issues, in the end, even if it's technically possible to try to avoid the bias, who in the end actually decides which answer to go with? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me turn to the panel on these two issues or questions. One is like, how can we stay humans and given also the competition, the growing competition with machines, and the other one is think about bias and where it's not just the AI systems, it's also the data, of course, that shape the bias. And of course, data is not evenly spread across the world, but there's more data from some regions, from some people than from others. So whoever wants to react, maybe we give precedence to the ones that are physically present. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we have a lot of experts online, and Professor Emma is here. So just very briefly, reversely, I think who makes those decisions, as I alluded to earlier, as a scientist, and I think all the developers, all the AI providers, it's not their decisions to make. It's the ability to actually expose some of these trade-offs to allow the democratic process to have that debate with data and informed decision, and then there's a dial like privacy, utility, and fairness, and they decide where to implement. Then the technology assures that implementation is throughout all the system, properly monitored, and can be improved by pushing the scientific boundary. I think in terms of AI and human competing, certainly there's a concern. I mean, when AlphaGo beat human in Go, I mean, these days you may know, there's people used to say there might be worrying people stop playing chess and Go, but at this moment in history, the number of people interested in playing Go and chess is historically high, and the number of grandmasters in Go and chess is historically high. The reason being, human find meaning in those work and game. They will continue to do that. Even AI surpasses them. They learn from AI. They work with AI. They make a better society, I think. But that speed of change might be too fast sometimes for us to cope.
Yeah, so I guess the important thing that we should discuss, or that we should be aware, is that although we are talking about the artificial intelligence as a technology, but it's more like, as the professor said, it's a system. So it's not only the AI algorithm, but AI models, but it's more like AI systems, AI services. And within that systems, the human beings are also included. So we have to discuss about like the human-machine interaction or the human-machine collaboration. In that way, maybe the partially kind of responded to it, the both questions is that so we need to, we actually don't have the clear answer, but we have to discuss the human-machine interaction, and also the human biases are already included into this kind of human-machine, the systems. So from the academic hats on my head, I would like to say that we need to focus more on this cultural and also the interdisciplinary discussion on the human-machine interaction with artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much. We are approaching the end of this session, and I'd just like to maybe close with one remark that maybe shows that I'm not a lawyer, I'm an economist and a historian. And whenever we talk about the crucial moments that we are at the edge of history becoming completely different than before, this is also something that every generation in every point of history thought. And if we look back around 200 years or 150 years, when the combustion engine was spreading all over continents, that also had a huge effect. It did not replace, like what AI is about to do, cognitive labor, but it replaced physical labor by machines that you can actually, where you find a lot of comparisons. If you take engines and compare them, what they did, they were used in all kinds of machines to either produce something or to move something or somebody from A to B. And we learned to deal with engines. We have developed not just one piece of legislation, but hundreds of norms, technical, legal, social norms for engines used in different kinds of contexts. And we've been, for instance, if you take traffic legislation, we've been able to reduce the number of dead people in car accidents significantly. At the same time, the biggest challenge is like how to reduce the CO2 emissions in engines. We are still struggling after 200 years of using engines on how to solve that problem. So yeah, and there's many more analogies between AI systems and engines, but also differences because AI systems are not physically placed somewhere, but can be moved and reproduced much easier than engines. But I'm very delighted by this discussion, and I hope that we will continue. There's a number of AI-related sessions this week in this IGF. I'm part of a few of these, and I hope to see you again also in the couloirs, because I'm really interested in, together with you, finding a solution on how this Council of Europe Convention can be a global instrument that will also not solve all the problems, but help us to get closer together to solve to successfully use AI for the good and not for the bad. So thanks a lot for this session, and see you soon. Thank you.
what he was talking about. This panel, yeah. Yeah. You're here for
Tonight, and then tomorrow I leave at 5.
Where are you going from? Then I'll come back.
Because I was expecting to go to Saudi Arabia, but
I'm just doing a virtual talk too. Okay. I'll meet you right now.
Yeah, you'll be here.
That would be nice. I'd like to avoid that.
Okay, thank you for waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session.
My name is Iwao Hosako of National Institute of Information and Communication Technology Japan. And we organized this session, and we'd like to start this session. Session name is Future Network System as Open Service Platform, the Beyond 5G 6G Era. At the first of this session, we would like to, on behalf of our organizer, we would like to greetings from the NICT's Vice President, Dr. Ibaraki-san. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here as the host of today's panel discussion, representing the National Institute of Information and Communication Technology, NICT. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you, and I'd like to have this opportunity to engage in meaningful discussion on this important topic. We are taking advantage of this wonderful opportunity at the Internet Governance Forum, IGF, is being in Kyoto, where we can reflect on the future of network systems, and I look forward to charting new directions. Our theme for today is Future Network System as Open Service Platform in Beyond 5G 6G Era. This theme explores how information and communication services will evolve and create new value through open innovation. We have assembled a distinguished panel of experts from around the world to explore this critical topic in depth. And I believe that together we gain valuable insights. Today's discussion has the potential not only to shape the future of communication systems, but also to foster common understanding of information and communication policies and research directions worldwide. NICT would like to play a leading role in research and development for the realization of Beyond 5G and to enhance international coordination in this field. However, in order to achieve this important vision, stakeholders worldwide need to share a common vision and work together. Therefore, in today's panel, we aim to integrate the diverse perspective of Beyond 5G experts from around the world to deepen our understanding and foster collaborations. So let's start today's discussion. I look forward to hearing your valuable insight and opinions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the very warm words from the Dr. Ibaraki. And I would like to move the next step, and I would like to hand over the mic to the Dr. Ishizu, who is really planning this session and who will moderate the panel session. Okay, Ishizu-san, please.
Thank you very much, Hosako-san. So, could you show? Okay. Yes, the session is a future network system as open service platform in Beyond 5G 6G era. So agenda is like this. To begin with, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kentaro Ishizu. I'm a director of Beyond 5G Design Initiative of NICT, and my background is wireless technology, including spectrum sharing or cognitive radio, heterogeneous networking, this kind of thing. And I'm honored to serve as a moderator of this important session and looking forward to discussions on this important topic with you. Okay, so now I would like to go into the session. First, I would like to explain the motivation of this session, and also I would like to present initial input on this topic. Okay, so and I'm now moving into the onto the agenda item number 2. Okay, motivation of this session. Future networking system with beyond 5G, 6G technologies are coming soon, and the system would be composed of combinations of uncountable subsystems brought from many stakeholders from not only ICT industry, but also across broad fields of industries. New platform would be necessary to deal with such complicated systems. The platform might be based on an open concept so that small to medium-sized enterprises with cutting-edge technologies, such as Tier 2 or 3, can directly join the future ecosystem. So moreover, even companies in developing countries could have opportunity and motivations to naturally and easily join the ecosystem. This is very important. So this session would like to focus on feasibility of the new platform in the beyond 5G, 6G era. Not only advantages, but also concerns or issues must be there, so we need discussions. Discussions are required based on experience and knowledge from various professional activities in different regions. As you can see, we have a distinguished panelists from different continents, so I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Okay, so I would like to now introduce the distinguished 4 panelists. First, Mr. Tabitha Faye. Okay, she is a counselor for Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. The second panelist is Mr. Abhimanu Gosain, Senior Director at the Institute for Wireless Internet of Things, Northeastern University, USA. The third panelist is Dr. Maria Mattimikko-Bru, Research Director at University of Oulu, Finland. The last panelist is Professor Tony Quick, professor at Singapore University of Technology and Design. Okay, so first I would like to input some information, and then I would like to ask the panelists for a presentation. Okay, so NICT is only National Institute for R&D on ICT. We have around 700 researchers in ICT area. NICT has set beyond 5G as one of interdepartmental research areas. My input is about the vision and R&D activities of NICT, especially regarding concept and of open service platform. Okay, so NICT has published beyond 5G 6G white papers. The first version was published in 2021, and the latest version is 23. We have the latest version was published in this March. The contents are a result of discussion with more than 100 volunteering researchers in NICT. The white paper starts with 5 scenarios of future life in 2030s. Then by backcasting from the scenarios, we have extracted and categorized key technologies to tackle as current R&D topics. Okay, so there is a nice video. And we have a nice video envisioning actually the future life described in the white paper. So I think it's better to show this video rather than explain by myself. So please take a look. It takes just 2 minutes.
The technology of NICT will shape the future. Let us take a look at how NICT will play a part in our lives to come.
じゃあそろそろ演奏会始めますか。
ああ、お待たせ。
先生、もう遅いですよ。
あ、ごめんごめん。今月でさ。
月？いくらリモート技術が発展したからって月から指揮したらさすがにずれるんじゃ。
それがずれないんだな。 AI による予測のもと NTN と時空間同期を使えばね。
なるほど。
じゃあ行くよ。
まず NTN は地上から宇宙までを3次元的につなぐ通信ネットワーク。そして時空間同期はサイバー空間とフィジカル空間の時刻と位置を同期させて協調動作を可能にする。これらがあれば場所を気にせず情報を共有し、アバターを通じた新しいコミュニケーションも可能になるんだ。またテラヘルツ波の活用を推進し、超高速の次世代通信ネットワークを構築しているよ。NICT will create a bright, exciting future through inspirational next-generation research and technology.
Thank you very much. What do you think? There is a very new type of life is waiting for us, and our new technologies must be there. So we need to tackle those technologies. Okay, so I would like to explain the structure of white paper. First, we have scenarios, and based on the scenarios, we extracted use cases. Each of the 3 scenarios has a number of use cases. Each use case summarizes the system to be used and their details. Each key technologies summarizes technology to be used in the future and why it is needed, current status, and so on. This is how the white paper is organized. And now I would like to really briefly introduce the scenarios of the white paper. Scenario 1 is organized as a diary of a director working in a manufacturing company. In this scenario, people jack in remotely onto cybernetic avatars or human type robots. And then next one, scenario 2, is focusing on working style when people go to the moon and conduct underground material survey and so on. So on the moon, we send to the moon. We send avatars, and then we control remotely so that we can work from the moon, from the Earth. The third one is regarding our activities area, and we are extending our active area from the ground to the 3D area. And we are going to use drones more actively, sky cars or sky trucks, and so on. So many things are flying. And if we think about the future, we also need to highlight a shadow part of the future. The message is, this is a message that beyond 5G has such perspective, not perfect, as we show in the scenario 1 to 3. We would like to extend our discussion to ethical, legal, and social issues, so-called LC, in addition to technical R&D activities. The scenario 5, last one, focuses on more into details of human life. New working style is going to be changed by using perfect research resource matching by cross-industry orchestration with AI. Those are scenarios, and maybe you think this is really fantasy, but actually these are not fantasy. We have some evidence, and based on the evidence, we imagine the future, and that's how we have those scenarios. Okay, these are key technologies for beyond 5G we have extracted from the scenarios, and T1 to 3 are close to radio access and networking technologies. T4 is non-terrestrial network, so-called NTN technologies. T5 is a technology for space-time synchronization. We need a precise location and time to enhance the application and communication. And T6, deal with security and reliability. T7 is regarding innovative application. And as such, the technologies are so distributed for beyond 5G. This implies that systems are going to be increased and not very easy to be composed as one system, one box. So that's how we need the following discussions. Okay, this is another important concept of beyond 5G, a cyber physical system, or CPS. Physical space is the real world where human beings are really living, and cyberspace is the emulated world realized on computers. In the physical space, there are so many communication systems and application systems are there, such as non-terrestrial networking system like satellites or airplanes. And also on the ground, there are new wireless systems, for example, using terahertz band. Such systems will appear. Then sensing data is sent from the physical space to cyberspace, and then in the cyberspace, the data is accumulated, analyzed, and the future will be predicted. Then the cyberspace actuate the physical space for optimization. And the important thing is the circulation of the cycle. The one cycle is not, maybe it's already realized, and the circulation of the sensing and actuation is important, and it is realized by not by human, but by machine. Okay, so and who creates the beyond 5G system? It is too complicated for a single organization to build up a whole system by itself. It is already difficult now, but in the future, it is much more complicated. So it's completely difficult for one organization to realize the system. So different organizations, including operators, providers, and individuals, need to bring their own subsystem, and somehow we need to combine the systems. This is the important concept, and this is the, I think, most important slide in my presentation, concept of cross-industry orchestration. As you can see, in the left-hand side, there is a mobile operators. There are mobile operators, and in the future, to enhance the spectrum frequency, spectrum sharing efficiency, for example, or to realize new applications, they need to collaborate each other. And also, if you look horizontally, another industry like hubs or satellite communication or metaverse, digital twin, as you can see, or maybe it's not shown, but for example, drone control system or traffic management system, maybe, or another systems in, for example, medical system or other things, I don't know, maybe smart cities. another industry also need to collaborate each other. So that's why we have orchestrated in the upper part. And by this, there might be an opportunity for everyone, including small, middle enterprises, to join this world. And optimized combination of subsystems can be found by algorithm maybe in the orchestrator. The orchestrator may use some AI algorithm. The more systems are connected, there will be the more service combination will be. So that's why the concept is very, very important for the future. Okay, and Beyond 5G architecture for open service framework is now under consideration in NICT. Also, we break down the concept and really designing the functions and interfaces of those functions. You can see the orchestrator is, as I explained, but also you can see the service enabler. From users, it is very difficult to understand everything about the cyber physical system because there are so many complicated systems. So it is hard for users to understand the systems, subsystems. So there is some function, we call it service enabler. And service enabler receives the request from users and communicate with orchestrator to realize that to meet the requirement from users. And anyway, we are now investigating the details of them and designing proof of concept system to discuss with many stakeholders. Okay, this is my presentation. Now, I would like to ask position talks from the panelists. From panelists closer to me. Okay, so I will switch to the presentation. Okay, then Tabisa-san, could you start your talk? Okay. Can you?
Okay. There we go. All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, very late afternoon to everyone in the room. My name is Tabisa Mwangi. I am from ECASA, which is the ICT regulator in South Africa. I serve as a counselor there. This afternoon, I'll just briefly give you the regulator's perspective, but also the African perspective on where we are with regards to beyond 5G. And I think we provide a very different perspective in terms of our readiness, our participation, as well as the challenges that we see would impact the developing nations. So just a brief introduction around myself. Like I said, I'm a counselor at the Regulatory Authority in South Africa. I have an extensive professional background in management consulting prior to joining the regulator last year in December. My areas of interest are in ICT and renewable energies and their socio-economic impact on the current context and the future that we're all trying to shape and influence. I have working knowledge in 18 African countries in the sub-Saharan region, but I do have exposure to a lot more. So I think I can firmly say that I do speak for the African, or at least the sub-Saharan African context. Next. All right, I just want to quickly touch on, future networks beyond 5G, and really for developing nations, and I'd say the developing African nations, this is an inevitable reality. But when we get to participate and how we participate is really what is under debate. So we know that future networks have the potential to unlock immense development and growth for developing nations. South Africa is no exception to this. While increasingly more African countries have access to 5G spectrum, with South Africa coming to the market during COVID through temporary spectrum assignment, and more recently licensing through an auction in March 2022. The cost of rolling out 5G, however, is what has really hamstrung the true impact, or realizing the true impact of 5G in South Africa. The second challenge that has been seen is more around the infrastructure, the supporting infrastructure that is required for this to be realized. And this is mainly around electricity and the current electricity crisis that we're having. As much as we want to leave no one behind, the economic feasibility of rolling out across the nation is one that is rather distant at the moment. The energy costs in the country, the energy costs in a country that is battling with a national energy crisis and rolling blackouts, and the energy consumption and consistency that's required to sustain these kind of networks is something that is not yet feasible in South Africa. But it's not so distant, and it's not something we have not tried despite all the odds. This doesn't stop us, like I say, from participating. We continue to shape and share the African insights, and future networks stand to have a great impact on agriculture, which remains to be a big contributor towards a lot of the GDPs in African countries. And I think as I go through the slide, I also, at the end of the slide, I'll just share a bit of what we envision it looking like, or rather what I personally envision it looking like. So unlocking the value chain of agriculture and all vertically integrated industries would exponentially increase the economic value of agriculture. One of those vertically integrated industries is banking and finance, including and bringing into the circle more economic participants and active participants at that, which continue to be increasingly powered by ICT innovation. And then we also look at safety and security on future networks, which will determine user uptake and user base. And lastly, I spoke about the electricity crisis just now, and this is what really is one of the greatest impacts around us getting towards beyond 5G. Earlier this year at the 5G huddle that was hosted in Singapore, we spoke quite extensively around the energy constraints and the difficulties in rolling out, and how we cannot really move to 6G if we haven't solved for the energy demands of these networks. And in doing so, if we want to do that, if we push ahead with 6G in its current prototypes or pilot forms, we risk leaving behind the developing African nations. I think before I go into the slide of just explaining the African context, I want to paint a picture of what future networks could do for an African individual, or a South African individual. My father lives in rural South Africa. He refuses to move to the city. He works there and he still lives in his rural home. But one of my father's things that he does is he's a farmer of sheep. He has more than 200 sheep. And every year he needs to shear those sheep and sell the wool. It's his, subsidiary income to being able to grow his livestock. But once he's sheared those sheep, he then needs to load the wool into a truck. And then there are 4 cooperatives all around 200 or so kilometers away from his house, all of which he needs to travel to get an assessment of his wool, and then get a price, and then he will sell to the best offer. Now imagine if he could shear his sheep, or even before he shears his sheep, drones could come and take samples of the wool, take them back to the cooperatives, or do the analysis, and then be able to then give him the price before he goes out and has to travel 600 kilometers round trip on a single day. So that for us is that for me is how I envision the impact of future networks in an African context. It would increase my father's economic participation immensely. It would decrease his costs. It would save him time, and it would allow him to grow his livestock to an even greater number and contribute. And secondly, it would then also stimulate the subsidiary industries, the vertically integrated industries, the agro-processing, the textile industry, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to quickly go through the African context. And really what this is around what are the greatest impacts for us. And I've just highlighted a few impacts, 6 impacts there. The first is the economic growth and the economic participation by increasing the buying power and accelerating the economic participation of all. Secondly is infrastructure development, being able to maintain and expand essential infrastructure to sustain these networks. And then digital inclusion, this is so important, and really it's the one thing that underpins anything that we do in terms of future networks. It is the fundamental development imperative. Secondly, collaboration and shared resources. We cannot do this in our own strength, and it's not just about collaboration in government, but it's collaboration in the private sector. So the big private players taking on and creating space for the small, medium enterprises, as well as the regulator being more open and transparent in how we do things to allow a greater participation with industry, having a light touch approach to how we regulate, and sharing and leveraging of resources such as research and development. And then being an innovation enabler, creating a conducive environment for innovation to thrive. And that comes from policy and regulation and how we shape and position ourselves. And then lastly, around sustainability, creating shared value for future generations to come. Next slide. Thank you. Here I've just highlighted some of the challenges that we see, and I think I've spoken to some of these in my earlier slides. The first is affordability, the cost of rolling out these future networks and establishing them. Where when you come from a country with so many competing interests, when you're talking about what we term in South Africa stomach politics, it's poverty, unemployment, and just having basic essentials. The affordability and the cost factor becomes a huge hindrance for us. And then security and privacy, so ensuring that we're not only just building these networks with a secure by design framework, but also ensuring that we understand how the open systems work, that we understand how we are going to regulate the open systems, and we position the regulator and the policymakers to be able to stand in that gap and provide that assurance. The regulatory frameworks, the agility of regulatory is something that is slowly coming into the African context. And so we're hoping that with the introduction of that agility, it would change a lot of the regulatory frameworks and how we choose to regulate. And then lastly, infrastructure deployment, which I think I've spoken extensively to. So open system platforms, I think for me, I just picked 4 of what I think would be the biggest advantages to these platforms. The first is interoperability, especially when you're talking about spectrum and it being such a scarce resource. So the ability to share the spectrum, a lot of countries, mine included, we do not support spectrum sharing or spectrum trading, and that becomes a massive legal issue. It is about protecting the value of the asset and giving the regulator the power to still have control over the radio frequency planning. However, there are ways to get around it and ways to think about it to promote economic viability, etc. The second is about scalability and flexibility, so being able to scale at our own pace, being able to adopt things that are within the context that they're going to be used in. And then around the ecosystem growth, I spoke earlier about collaboration, and I'll close off just now around collaboration and having that vibrant ecosystem that creates a space for small, medium enterprises. And then lastly, around security and privacy. The promotion of security by design, to reduce the regulatory framework expectations and limit the instances of reactive regulatory instead of proactive. The use of agile and innovative regulatory tools, and I'll speak in my next slide about that. And in South Africa, we do have that legislation around privacy and protection of data, but what we haven't quite wrapped our heads around is how we're going to regulate the systems, the data systems that are going to be, running or fueling beyond 5G networks. Next slide. And then in my last slide, I just touched a bit about cross-sectoral collaboration. And really, I think this is so important for developing nations, especially in the African context. So there are some regulatory considerations that need to be put to mind. And how do we create that agility? How do we make ourselves relevant? We don't necessarily have the budget for a full-scale R&D. And so what do we do with what we have, considering the competing interests? And so sandboxes come to mind, trying to start using regulatory sandboxes, inviting the private sector to do their tests and run the regulatory compliance in those sandboxes. And for us to then feed off the research and the development that comes out of that. It's a quick win in terms of R&D when you don't have the budget. And then digital transformation, and really this is around the localization of data. So ensuring that we have African solutions for the African context, the monetization of models, and this is around diverse revenue streams and shared revenue models, being able to have a transparent framework around that. Market competition, I think one of the greatest things when you want to have transparency is we have a competition regulator, and the competition regulator immediately thinks collusion, and that's not always the case. So having healthy market competition, which breeds innovation. And then lastly, global connectivity. We really cannot do this within our own strength. I've spoken about the competing interests that are the center of a lot of African countries. So being able to tap into international research and international value chains to leverage the research that we are doing and to power how we move forward is very important for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next move on to Gosain-san. Okay, now it's I made it full screen. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I would like to add my welcome to this panel session, and thank you for being here. Appreciate the invite to NICT and the other sponsors. Next slide, please. So I'm Abhimanyu Gosain from Northeastern University out in Boston, Massachusetts, from the USA. Just a quick introduction of myself and the perspectives I bring to this panel discussion. And just a quick disclaimer, all the views and opinions here are my own personal ones, so please don't attribute those to any of the agencies that you see listed here. So primarily I work with the National Science Foundation on applied research projects for building future platforms for 5G, 6G. There's a flagship project called POWER, Platforms for Advanced Wireless Research, which was a public-private partnership that I'm going to get into a little bit, but primarily this was the foray for the Science Foundation and about 35 industry member companies, global industry member companies, to define and shape the vision of 5G. So I'll talk about some of the lessons that we've learned and how they could be applied to the 6G era. I'm also involved with the US Department of Defense in their 5G Future G program as a senior advisor, where we are shaping how does the US military the services adopt commercial technologies and dual-use technologies that could also be adapted for a military construct. And then lastly, work with the US Federal Communications Commission on their 6G Technology Advisory Council as a co-chair, and then a few various other board appointments. So the idea is to bring you a 360-degree view of what's happening at technology policy and governance. Next slide, please. So a quick word about, to know and understand where we are going, we need to always reflect from the past. And this is a program that we've been working on now, coming up on 7 years, where we set up a public-private partnership to develop an open programmable research platform to help shape the vision of 5G. So this was a program that was founded up in 2017. If you bring the clock back, that was around the time that 5G standardization had already occurred. The standards were in place, but the implementation prototypes, proof of concepts weren't still there. And if you actually even look today, in 2023, global adoption of a 5G standalone architecture is still something that the mobile network operators are working on. And again, I really appreciate the African context where that is still something that needs to be done. But the idea was, and again, the dollar figures are quite nominal, that's the first lesson that we learned, that it will require a lot more investment to bring together multiple different stakeholders from industry, academia, as well as from the communities that we intend to serve. Get a little bit more technical. Next slide, please. We funded 4 research platforms across the US, and we're also proud to say that the blueprints, and these are the words that I'll say a lot in the time that's remaining, the blueprints, the reference architectures that we've been able to develop, design, implement, have been adopted by our partner research groups and partner public-private partnerships across the globe. So in Europe, in Japan, in Korea, in Brazil, we've been able to work with a very open mindset, the ability to share how we are building a modular, softwareized infrastructure architecture that allows for accelerated research adoption and the ability to onboard and build on-ramps for stakeholders who don't necessarily care about the network or the communication. So we saw from the introductory slides a future platform that we're going to talk about, where you're going to have multiple industries who frankly don't care about what network they use. For them, it could just be Wi-Fi. The ability for them to move data from point A to point B in a timely, secure, resilient manner is all they care about. Wherever they get that, they're going to go there. And our job here is to develop and push the agenda for mobile network communication standards like 5G and 6G to be the choice there. So these 4 platforms are across various technology and application use case areas. Starting from the left, the platform out in University of Utah is primarily focused on core underlying softwareized technologies and radio technologies like massive MIMO, which allows for large number of scaling of antennas that allows you to serve a very diverse region very effectively from a single antenna system. The other one, Cosmos in New York City, is mostly focused on smart communities. So this is deployed in downtown Manhattan, a very, very busy, highly dense area. So we've been focusing a lot on millimeter waves and optical communication. And how does that connect back up to smart communities and smart intersections, for example. The third one is focused on UAS. So I really appreciated your sort of future vision of drones flying out for farms. And that actually is conducting a lot of research and onboarding non-traditional industry partners that are using the UAS. And we're also connecting the UAS mobility patterns with the communication technology. So building an entire UAS unmanned aerial system that is fully outfitted with a 5G radio, and that is a system that can then be deployed for various use cases, be it agriculture, be it transport, be it delivery, or even for communication for fixed backhaul and integrated access and backhaul. Last but not the least, and this sort of resonates quite closely with me as well, is around rural broadband digital inclusion. So this is the last test platform out in Ames, Iowa, which is in the middle of the US, very heavily dominated by farmland. And the spirit of this particular test bed was to develop a farm as an anchor, which was the ability to outfit connectivity across multiple hundreds of miles using XHAL technology. So we are focused on free space optical communication, microwave backhaul technologies. And the underlying theme for all 4 of them is an open modular architecture that we have developed. Underneath that, there is an asset that we've also inherited and developed called Coliseum, which is a large-scale channel and network emulator. And this, I would encourage you to view this as a digital twin. The idea that the cyber-physical systems exist, this is the version where the physical systems that you see that have been deployed in geographically diverse contexts are now taken into the virtual world. So this is a network emulator that allows us to build digital versions of the channel, digital versions of the network, digital versions of the physical locations, and then be able to do early prototyping, validation, testing, modeling in the emulated environment, and then as a closed loop feedback, bring that learning back into the physical environment. So this is sort of helping us close that divide. Next slide, please. So this is again now this slide is primarily more from the policy side, and this is the motivation that the US DoD, which is a huge juggernaut and frankly speaking a very large customer for commercial adoption of beyond 5G kind of technologies, and the idea here is to leverage the billions of dollars that are being invested and will continue to be invested in developing telecommunication standards. So the idea is, how does the US DoD, and this is not, I want to be very clear, this is not with a warfighter mentality, this is primarily looking at DoD as an enterprise. Because they have multiple application use cases and they fit very nicely into the vision that was presented by NICT earlier, where DoD is a logistics customer. They need to move trucks from point A to point B in a timely manner. They want to use AR, VR, and XR for training purposes. So view that as a context that the US DoD is trying to adopt the vision for 5G, and that has happened by installation at 14 US Army bases that are located in the continental United States, where experimentation with 5G technologies is ongoing. And then there is a separate office for Future G, which is trying to understand how does the DoD requirements get inserted in the standardization framework. And I think that will also be important when we talk about a future test platform, because that has to be the springboard from which standardization takes place, because that is a common platform where data, test, results are produced, validated, and can be mutually agreed upon when you move into the standardization phase, as we will do for 6G in about 2 to 3 years, which is when the technical performance requirements of IMT 2030 are going to take place. Next slide, please. So this is the 2x2 about for future G systems. So we talked about different industries. So we are here looking at different kind of use cases that we feel will be motivated. And again, as you see on the x-axis, you're looking at enterprise and mobility. So the extreme mobility use cases are to the right, more fixed on the enterprise side are on the left. And then you also are moving from the equipment, which is the physical infrastructure, up to more of the extreme environments and the softwareization elements that will need to be considered. So this is sort of kind of my distillation of the earlier slide that was presented by NICT, which showed sort of the stovepiped different kind of industry mappings. Next slide, please. So again, I think the world is programmable, the world is virtual. The architectures are also moving in that direction. 5G has shown us the deployment of 5G, the deployment of virtualized and programmable networks, and we're going to hear a lot about open radio access networks and what that brings to the table. This is sort of just our kind of an academic version of how different modular elements in an entire network system, and just to spell it out for everybody, starting from the device to the edge, and the edge could be mobile itself. It could also be stationary, or there could be a point cloud at the edge. Then you move into the core network, and then you move into the wide area system where different cores could also be interconnected. And the idea here is both horizontally and vertically on the protocol stack, we need open interfaces where you now have the ability to insert, depending on what quality of service, quality of experience you're trying to reach, build a bespoke network for every individual. The analogy is that 5G today is building a interstate highway for every consumer, which is not sustainable. Now, with 6G, we have to be much more adaptive, and all of this is going to distill back down to the energy point that Tabisa was making, which resonates very clearly with us, because energy efficiency is going to be important, not over-provisioning our networks, and then having intelligence built into all the 4 different elements I talked about, from the edge to the transport network to the core network and to the wide area network. Next slide, please. So this is just a kind of notional view. This is where sort of the academic and the industry worlds are sort of merging in. From the top down, and the top is the orchestration piece. You see multiple different interfaces southbound to the infrastructure and to the different network elements that will need to be controlled. So you're going to need to have lifecycle management, you're going to need to have continuous integration and development, as well as the concept of network slicing, which is going to continue, in my opinion, into the era of 6G, which is bespoke, customized network experience and building the underlying infrastructure and the different network functions that are required to meet whatever needs are going to be. Next slide, please. So one just, last couple minutes that I have, a kind of a plea to those who are building platforms, and sort of our perspective, at least on the US side, is looking for a uniform platform for kind of for automation. And this has to be key, because AI is going to be inserted at each stage, and the idea of being fully automated across the infrastructure, across the network functions that run on the infrastructure, and then the workloads that run on those network functions. And those all need to be automated, and they need to be adapted to meet the user requirement that's present there. So in addition to that, you're also going to have to think about the capacity, you're going to have to think about the latency, you're going to have to think about sort of the KPIs that are going to be important for these future platforms as we sort of build the test prototypes over the next 24 months. Next slide, please. So, okay, so this is kind of, again, coming back and shining a light on the orchestrator, as again, we in this panel, we're focused on. The idea here is, from the industry perspective, to attract them to have this kind of a global 10,000-foot view where different industries can mix and match together. You can develop different service combinations. The availability is a parameter that's going to be very, very important. The network needs to be available when you need it for the bits to go from point A to point B. Then there has to be resilience in that network, and that will only happen if there is automation and resource optimization, which also touches on the energy efficiency, energy consumption point, and the intelligence is very, very important. Security, privacy, the ability to trust the data that was inserted at the source, and to make sure that it's the same data that comes out on the at the destination. And how are you going to make sure that it wasn't snooped on, it wasn't eavesdropped, and you were able to operate securely through this commercial network? And industry is going to be very, very astute and keen to make sure that the data that lives on their enterprise or on their cloud is not manipulated at all. Again, trustworthiness of the AI models that we use for each of those infrastructures is going to be very, very key. And then the open and interoperable standards that are going to define the next generation of future networks. So with that, I'll stop here. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Gosai-san. Okay, then just a second. Next, Maria-san. Okay, I think this is...
Great, thank
Maria-san,
you.
please.
Thank you. My name is Maria Matin-Mikko-Blue, and I come from the University of Oulu in Finland. And there I hold a research director position in Infotech Oulu Focus Institute, and I'm also director of sustainability and regulation in our 6G flagship research program. That was the world's first 6G research program globally, started in 2018. Next slide, please. So we started this research already 5 years ago. And from the very beginning, we took a multidisciplinary approach, combining technical research together with research on business and also regulations, including contributions to regulation. And this needs to be in multi-stakeholder collaboration. So industry has always been part of our research. You need to do it together to know the requirements, to know the technology developments, and really do close collaboration with the different companies, as well as the public sector, including the regulator. And as an example of what we've done is we've been globally participating in the global 6C definition process at the ITUR called IMT 2030. I don't have those figures yet in this presentation because they are not agreed. They were supposed to be agreed last week, but that didn't happen, so they are not here. But I want to give you an example of a success story from before. So you know local 5G network, you know private 5G networks. We were talking about them and developing them already in the year 2016 and presenting this idea that 5G spectrum awarding should not only be to the big MNOs, mobile network operators, but also local licensing should be done. And everybody was criticizing this, but now it is a reality. So it's an example of industry, academia, regulator collaboration, which was then pushed through different forums of both research, industry, and regulatory forums. Next slide. So we did this world's first 6G white paper already 4 years ago, in September 2019, as a collaborative effort with almost 100 people, including Japan and many other countries, industry, academia, some regulators were involved, and you can download it in the internet. And one of the key things there was that 6G is not only about the communication, transferring of bits. It brings together different capabilities, including sensing, locationing, positioning, and all those things, computing, and so on. And that creates a platform which is capable to realize new services that we don't even know today. So there'll be a lot of different capabilities brought together by the network, by the devices. The network can sense the environment. It can create very accurate picture of the surrounding environment in real time, capturing also the changes there. Next slide. This is also from that same white paper. We had a section about the business ecosystem, and it's an example of this multidisciplinary research, which is my favorite. So we see the world in such a way that it comes from different resource combinations, as we heard previously. So different companies, organizations, individuals, they provide resources to the table. Different users, user group, end users, machines, consumers, public sector companies, they have different needs for the services. They are often location specific, like this conference center has a substantial Wi-Fi network to cater the data in here, for example. Locations, different locations like ports, harbors, traffic hubs, hospitals, they have their very specific needs. And today they are still like catered with traditional methods, but more and more location-specific needs emerge, and also solutions to serve those needs are coming up. They involve different stakeholders. They involve different company combinations to serve those very different needs. The same network can then serve different user group with different service level requirements, and so on. And we already see the changing business ecosystem. So these new business ecosystems emerge around these different usages in the different locations. We're already seeing the changes in what companies are doing with these local 5G networks, which most of the time are private networks serving a closed user group. But they also could be open public networks locally that then serve different customers, for example, MNOs customers and so on. So all these different combinations are possible. They are in different regulatory domains. So there's a lot of regulatory burden here, but it's very different in the different countries. But I'll skip that for this part. Next slide. So the emergence of this large number of local 6G networks is kind of a natural step from what we see today. So we believe that this will happen. It's not just the mobile network operators who can deploy 5G networks today. For example, Japan, Finland, Germany, US, many countries have made it possible for different stakeholders to apply for a radio permit to operate their own network. It was very rare in 4G era. Very few countries did that in the 4G era, but that is now happening without direct MNO involvement, but MNOs do it too. So there are many different ways to realize these networks, but the divergence between the countries is huge. So the spectrum is the key there, and if for example in Europe, where you can now deploy a private 5G network is very country specific, different in Finland compared to Germany, but they are studying a common band from 3.8 to 4.2 GHz today, so that it will be some level of harmonization. And how to realize this? A large number of 6G networks, the access to spectrum is the bottleneck. It's based on sharing. It's based on sharing between the local networks, but also most likely between sharing between the local networks and the existing users of the spectrum. We know that spectrum is allocated to a variety of services. Finding clean spectrum or cleaning the bands is really, really challenging. That's very challenging for 6G. So gaining access to spectrum through shared access for local networks is definitely something that will happen in the future. There are some papers that we did several years ago around this topic. Then the next slide. Then going to the sustainability and sustainable development. So we know that the UN SDG framework is there. Our nations are committed to achieving that. It looks quite challenging, and if you look at it from the ICT perspective, 7 out of the indicators from the 230 indicators are ICT specific, capturing things like percentage of schools with internet access. So they are not really the design criteria for 6G alone. Of course, they are what's the minimum that needs to be met. But for 6G, we need to understand sustainable development from this triple bottom line of economic, social, and environmental perspectives. And that's what the community is now starting to do, or trying to do. But it's quite challenging because these perspectives are not so well known in our field, ICT field, and they're very much interrelated. You can solve environmental and social sustainability challenges if you had all the money in the world, but mobile communication is not, unfortunately, it's not charity, it's business, so it all depends on the money and the investment in the networks and the services. The next slide. So in the first white paper from 2019, that was done in a global collaboration, one of the conclusions was that 6G should be driven by sustainability, for example, by the UN SDGs. And then we did a follow-up paper. I coordinated that white paper that was published 3 years ago about connecting 6G with the UN SDGs. You can download both of these white papers from online. And we know this is from 4 and 3 years ago, but the reality is still not there. The community is still not doing that. We have energy efficiency. That is one indicator. That's one environmental sustainability related indicator. Even if you improve energy efficiency, but if the total consumption still increases, it's not enough. So when you talk about energy, you always have to have at least two indicators, energy efficiency and energy consumption. Then the total energy consumption. It's not just the bits and pieces, but what is the total energy consumption? And then optimize the operations, the whole network design, so that we minimize this use of resources. Next slide. So this ICT sector's dual role in sustainable development is something that we have to keep in mind all the time. So we can enable a lot of great things in the different sectors of society through making their operations more efficient in an economically feasible manner. This is the enablement effect or the handprint. And a lot of emphasis is now on this, that yes, we help others, so that's enough, but it's definitely not enough. So the ICT sector's own, for example, energy consumption keeps increasing. It's not decreasing, it's not stabilizing, it keeps increasing. And that's energy is just one part, but other environmental burden, other social burden, the footprint part, we have to really pay attention to that. And luckily, at least the companies are into this now. The research community is doing this right now, but we're still far away from having the solutions. But one thing we need to do is that we have to have these both roles, not to explain away that our own helping others is enough, so we don't need to do anything. We do need to act, and we do need to define together the indicators and the measurement methods and the requirements for the solutions. For example, right now, when in Europe, the European regulators were asked about the indicators of environmental sustainability for the ICT sector, what they're using. Most of them did not use anything. Some countries had some ICT-specific environmental sustainability indicators. So we really are in the starting point of this process. Next slide. Then key stakeholders, we all need to do something. Users want to know what the impact of their choices is. End users, when I talk to the younger generations, they want to know how much energy, how much greenhouse gas emissions of the use of an ICT device and the ICT service creates. And the footprints are different depending on the device connectivity dimensions. So you have put these resources together, and it's quite different depending on which resource combinations you use. But that information is not available. That's not for the end user to see. It's not for the regulators to see, so that they could direct towards this development. And here the research community has a lot to give as bringing the unbiased research results in the table. But for that, we need the data from the industry. We need this real life data. Next step. And the next step. Yes, so for 6G, ICT systems are a powerful measurement tool. They can provide a lot of data about environmental sustainability and social sustainability to solve major challenges. All the resources need to be used as efficiently as possible by optimizing the locations of what is done where. Today, the world, like the leading countries in mobile communications are those that consume most data, and that's far from being sustainable. So we are leading something because we consume a lot. Well, that's not really sustainable. So we actually need to have a whole new way of looking into what is a forerunner in terms of the ICT sector and mobile communications. So we have to minimize. In the future, we need to minimize the data we transfer, or at least minimize the impact, the environmental and social impact that transfer has. That is quite a different design criteria for the future. And our sector is not the only sector dealing with sustainability challenges. A lot of methodological development, a lot of indicator development, key performance, key value indicator development happens in other sectors. And it really requires a multidisciplinary approach and collaboration. Next slide. Then I have an example of spectrum management. It's my own research topic. So what sustainability means there. And one thing, what it means there is through shared access of spectrum, you can gain access to spectrum, but it's not done today. We have the unlicensed band. So if you come up with a major solution, wireless solutions, you can only use the unlicensed bands. It's really hard to gain access to spectrum. For local networks, we're starting to get that now, but we need those sharing-based techniques and also technologies, but it's also a regulatory challenge. So we need to have those implemented in the regulations. Next. So to conclude, I want you to remember that 6G is not only about communication service, but it brings together different kinds of capabilities. And it brings pretty powerful platform, but it has to be optimized. So it cannot, if we just do as we did before, the consumption of energy will explode. If we just see the numbers of users increasing and data rates increasing. So we really have to do more efficient solutions. And business ecosystems change. Local 5G networks are already introducing local ecosystems around the different vertical use cases. And the same development will definitely continue. That will open new business opportunities for different kinds of companies to operate. And sustainability, that is a key driver. There are many values. Like in 6G R&D, we have like one values. Like countries with like-minded countries, they have shared values and sustainability is one of them. And that is an umbrella term. I like to use that as the umbrella because under that we have a lot of things, including bridging the digital divide. And end users are forgotten usually in the process. The mobile network operators say that yes, they bring the end user perspective into the game, but they're not really there. The developers aren't there. So the developers of the solutions and services, the applications, they aren't there. It's still primarily dominated by the existing strong players, the infrastructure vendors, the operators who are there. So therefore, it's time that we consider this whole ecosystem and the stakeholder process, that who are the stakeholders in the 2030s? They may not be the ones that are strong today. How do we include the new voices into this changing ecosystem and business environment so that the end users are really, their voices are heard towards sustainable 6G? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria-san. Okay, next one is Tony-san. Okay.
Okay, I'm Tony. So I'm faculty in university, but I'm also serving as a director of the Future Commerce, which is our Singapore's B5G program. I just want to share the perspective from a small country. We started thinking about this about 2019. Our whole purpose at the end is what does it mean for us as Singapore, the economic impact, the social impact, and national resilience. So I just want to share why particularly we look at Open RAN at around 2018. Next slide. As I mentioned, so the initial investment is about $50 million US, about Singapore 68.7 million. The background was is essentially we look at connectivity is going to be a foundation layer for a lot of services. A lot of services beyond 5G, think about services that are important to Singapore because aviation is important, maritime important. A lot of services will be connected. The geopolitical situation is something that we have to be keep in mind, especially Singapore is a neutral position. So how would it affect in terms of key technologies? How would it mean to have an ecosystem in Singapore? Investment in leadership role so that we actually can play a part together with our like-minded partners. So this is some investment that we started. Next slide. So I'll just keep this slide. So just for the background of some audience, so particularly we look at Open RAN because essentially, as what Ishizi-san has mentioned, how do we bring in tier 2, tier 3 player into the ecosystem? A traditional RAN, if you break it out in the Open RAN systems, it's de-aggregation, there's multi-module open interfaces. That's where a lot of emphasis on software. As we decouple the software from hardware, this is where some opportunities will come in, especially for a player like Singapore. Next slide. There's few areas that are potential research area. I'll just pick 3. There are a lot more. The next slide. The first slide is on security and trust. Not just security only, but you need an infra that will be trustworthy. So some of the security risks we look at essentially a lot of all these systems will be cloud native. How would cloud will be essentially one security risk? How do you actually manage this? Vendors, if you look at a lot of vendors, security may not be their high priority list. Performance, reliability will be there. How do you actually complement and help these vendors to actually improve their capability on that? One of the issues with Open RAN we see is the complexity, increasing of complexity, especially with multi-vendor. The capability of SI is going to be very important. How would they play a role? How do we automate some of this process? Supply chain, especially in software, supply chain risk, different vendors coming in. It's good that Mara talked about shared spectrum, right? Essentially, once we do shared spectrum across all these open platform systems, what is the risk of the disruption of services? This is something that have to keep in mind, building this capability. We look at it as how Singapore will use the role as neutrality, as neutral position to improve security and trust in this ecosystem and contribute. So we play a role in plug fairs, O-RAN Alliance, and vendor adoption. Next slide. The next area we want to look at is actually one powerful capability of O-RAN is this transparency that allow us to actually implement intelligence, right? AI, ML across the different controller, the services, the generation of this data. How do you really trust the model, AI, ML for RAN sustainability? This will be one of the key features. Essentially, how do you actually test it? How do you actually verify this? How do you actually apply this across the different vertical services, the capability across this? This will be implemented across the orchestration where Ishizi-san has mentioned. How do you benchmark as we have a lot of all these AI, ML, apps across the different vendor? Is there a common benchmarking? Is there something that we mutually recognize? So this is something that a lot of opportunities for us to create vertical services and be needle moving. The next slide. Sustainability, as we have to think about the infrastructure. Singapore has already announced a carbon tax. We're going to roll out carbon tax down the road, purely with some timeline. As we implement, whether it's private network or public network, we really have to think about sustainability. How will all this infra, even open RAN, capture this sustainability where it's at RU side, because RU consume a lot of power? How would all this sustainability, all the different requirements, energy efficiency come into play? So this is where we have to plan way ahead, work with the vendors. It's a very green field for everyone. So how do we be a leader, especially for Asia? I think Asia will have a particular role in sustainability as a service. So it's something we can leverage and work together. Next slide. So we built in the beginning we say we need a test bed. Let's build a test bed, build around all this research area, make sure it's open, modular, work with our partners, bring the ecosystem to Singapore. So these are some of the features we have: software defined, reconfigurable. Next slide. So we have this first ORAN network that's set up around 2021. Once we set up, we think about what are the interesting use case we can work with the vendors and build up capability. We go to the next slide. So one of the, we can move to the next slide, it's fine. So, we essentially started to build a drone arena. The reason why we netted up, because we are very close to the airport. Plus, our university is within 5 kilometers from Changi Airport, so it's a no-fly zone. So the way we actually work with the government is that if we net it up, it's like the Jurong Bird Park, if you have been to Singapore, then the drone will not fly out. So they say you can actually fly. So this is where our site, we have a private 5G ORAN network. We can do a lot of use cases, channel measurement. Some of the companies we look at XR drone racing. So this is where some of the use cases like metaverse could come in. How would 3D network essentially play a role in this setup? It's a small test bed for us to look at. Next slide. Because we are looking at cyber-physical concept, so we are looking at as a campus. It could be a factory, but as a university, we have a campus. So we're thinking about how will in the future you incorporate the cyber and physical, because COVID pandemic has forced us to really think about cyber world. How would the virtual campus, virtual work experience change down the decade? How would connectivity change the way we work? So we were trying to understand, is there a new way of communication as we bring in all this capability to the campus, and also work with the faculty and students trying to understand this extended AR, personalized learning. Then once we understand this and build a capability, you can actually branch out to other sector. Next slide. Metaverse has been talked a lot, so we're thinking about what is the connectivity requires for this? Because Web3 is going to be a big impact across the different services. Particularly Singapore, we actually have a very consensus that how would it change the consumer market? How will it change the enterprise market? How will it change even the way different enterprise, different companies collaborate, transact, and communicate? Then how would connectivity play a role in this whole ball game? Sensors coming in. So this is a sort of a playground that we work with closely with the different partners, whether it's a platform and also with the telco. Next slide. So some of the plans that we have currently with setting up OTIC to do measurement, to do testing, multi-vendor network, coordination of mmWave 3.5. We have mmWave band allocated to the telco. Unfortunately, telco have not deployed it. Essentially, trying to understand even the service model, or is it possible to deploy an ORAN type of mmWave together with a conventional network? Is something we working with them. The use of digital twin. We're also trying to expand our test bed to include NTN. NTN is going to make a big difference, a lot of services and sector around ASEAN. So something we are looking at, and trial technology. Next slide. So one concept, was just skip this, I mentioned about OTIC. We can skip this slide. I mentioned about this ORAN, the relationship ORAN and NTN, because down the road, a lot of the satellite, especially from transparent type of a mode, when they move to a regenerative satellite, one of the opportunities that regenerative satellite has opportunities to apply concept of ORAN, whether it's the CUDU is there or different architecture. So once that comes in, there's opportunities for even ecosystems trying to do testing around this sort of OTIC with NTN capability. So this is what we wanted to do to prepare for the next phase when NTN is going to be very big around particularly Asia and ASEAN. Next slide. So this is a concept that we wanted to push beyond the cyber physical campus, is that we have invested so much. Since sustainability is a key, so how do we leverage our investment together with like-minded partners? So we had first connection with the 5G, 6G Innovation Center at University of Surrey. So we're looking at, with this, of course, it's a VPN and also the academic network. How do we actually work on sharing resources, sharing testing, sharing measurement, and also data? How do we actually apply some of this federated model? How do we think about distributed language model? So this is something we are looking at. Another thing we're exploring is industry lab. So industry lab may not necessarily always have to be co-located physically with us. So how do we leverage on their lab and have remote access to it? And how do we explore the different models? So this is something we are working with, thinking about other OTICs. That could be one, different models. This is something I think it makes sense, because if we talk about sustainability, it's always good for leverage on the different investments across different countries and different companies, so that we have a common purpose and to share. So this is what we want to push from a Singapore side. Next slide. I think, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony-san. Okay, thank you for the panelists for your position talks. Okay, so actually, I have prepared some questions for the discussions. So could you show the questions? Okay. Okay, so I have came up with some discussion points, and I would like to start with these questions. First, maybe you have already mentioned something about this, but I would like to ask again about expectations to the beyond 5G, 6G. So what are expected changes to networking systems in the 2030s, where beyond 5G, 6G is fully utilized? What are expected changes? So I would like to maybe Go-san first.
Sure. I get the easy question here. So it's artificial intelligence and machine learning, right? So that's sort of the low-hanging fruit. I think we're already starting to see some of the emergence and the dependence, or kind of the forward integration of artificial intelligence, moving from the compute side, the large language models, et cetera, that is happening, now moving into the network side, the transport, as you'd call it. And then we're going to see that more natively on the air interface side. So from the spectrum sharing thing that you heard was a common theme across all panelists, the idea that you have smart software-defined radios that have the intelligence already built in, you now have much finer grained resolution on how you could control the spectrum voxels that are available. So again, being a little bit technical, the physical resource blocks on the spectrum in the time and frequency domain, how they could be shared, how they could be divided, and then how does the radio interface sense and communicate on the same channel? And how are those policies, and how is that decentralized, so you don't necessarily have a central authority? Obviously, that adds a regulatory headache in terms of how these systems are, first of all, understood. So how is the AI explainable? And then how do you essentially make sure that these network systems are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing?
Thank you very much. Okay, so who would you like to answer next? Okay, so Tabisa-san.
Thanks very much. I think for me is something that I touched on a bit in my presentation. I think the most important thing for us is around the interoperability, so the spectrum sharing. the ability to leverage the resources, expand the resources quite extensively, and ensure that the spectrum is not only just for those who can afford it, especially if you use a process such as the one South Africa did around auctioning. It's about the deepest pockets, and therefore you inevitably just leave out the small players who actually bring the innovation, who bring the diversity in the market. So for us, the expectations that we expect to see in these networking systems is around the diversity in the market participation with the small players. And then the other point was around the localization of the data, or the localization of the systems, the ability for the systems to be to address the context in which it's working in. And that speaks to having the access to the global knowledge system, but also being able to develop our own local knowledge systems, especially as the developing nations.
Thank you very much. Okay, Maria-san.
Combines the communication service with the other capabilities, sensing, locationing, imaging, computing. Those come together in 6C. That's one of the changes that we are seeing, that I was talking about.
Maybe I'll add just a perspective. So with all these technologies, I think at the end, we have to convince our people, that means our government agencies, that it actually can generate social impact and economic impact. We have to ensure that with all these new technologies, networking technologies coming in, especially for Singapore, there are certain sectors we are still ahead. So this is important, whether it's open platform or intelligence platform, how would actually change our position? How do we stay ahead? And how do we fully utilize all these different technologies? So this is one of the key basis of which technology or which investment we put in.
Thank you very much. Okay, so to summarize, I get your comments. So by beyond 5G, 6G, you are going to have more detailed, advanced management of the spectrum sharing, for example, by explainable AI, or also if we have more interoperable scheme, we can expect much more proper market, and also maybe change the position of business, this kind of thing. So if you have some questions from the floor, please. Okay, so until waiting for the questions. Okay, so to realize these things, what do you think about the, for example, regulations? Maybe we need to think about regulations. And yes, of course, regulation is necessary to be changed, but how should we think about this? We need to change a lot, actually. So in my mind, it's really, really difficult compared with the things that we have done for this 20, 30 years. Maybe we need a very big change in the regulations. So what do you think about this? Maria-san, maybe first?
The spectrum part is definitely one, and we already see the divergence there. Countries are assigning different bands for local 5G. It leads to fragmentation because the whole mobile communication is based on using the same equipment globally. My phone works here, so that was the whole point of IMD systems. So the same should continue in the future, so we have to have harmonized. And it's a challenge because countries decide themselves how to do things. And the private networks operate under different regulations than the public ones. The public networks have a certain set of rules and that they have to follow, but they also have some kind of benefits that they then get from this status. And even this is very different in Finland, in Europe, in Asia, in US. So it's very, very complicated. And then the same pieces of equipment should work everywhere. So I don't envy the role of the regulator, so maybe I pass the mic there.
I think you touched on a very important aspect, Mari, which is around harmonization and being very intentional around harmonization and standardization of equipment. So one thing that the developing nations, or at least in the African context, are good at is really participating in the international debates and discussions. So the WRC, the PP that had happened last year, the ITU Council, etc. However, anyone who's attended those sessions knows that it really is around the loudest voice in the room and the lobbying thereof. And so if we don't keep the development imperatives, the global development imperatives in mind, we then lose sight of what it is that we're trying to achieve. And therefore we get that, the lack of interoperability, the lack of harmonization, etc., the fragmented spectrum use, etc. So that I think that is very important in that, impressing upon global regulatory bodies around the fact that harmonization is important for sustainability and it's important for accessibility in terms of cost and inclusion. The other aspect around the regulator's role and what you say you don't envy, which is now my daily job, it really, I think for me, is around dismantling regulation as we've known it. And once again, let me add the disclaimer that you added. These are my personal views and not the views of South Africa. But I really believe that we need to dismantle regulation as we know it, because what we were previously, and some countries still are in the sub-Saharan region, regulating for has become obsolete. We no longer talk about the typical regulatory tools that we used to have. What was it? Call termination and all those things. They don't matter anymore because, we're seeing that what regulators are starting to do is to become more digital and technical type of regulators. And the mandate is now more around research than it is around, regulating the sector. So they are setting the standard, they are setting the bar, they are the ones determining how things should be done. And so that's how I view the change in the regulator. And with that, it will bring the agility that's required to keep up.
Thank you very much. Go-san, if you have some.
Yeah, just to add, right? So you can only regulate something that you understand, right? So first you have to have a baseline of what is, and when we talk about scary things like AI and generative AI right now, obviously it's sitting in a different domain, but it's going to creep up into the networking domain as well. So how are decisions essentially made? So a regulator's job is sort of learning on the fly and learning as things go along, and that's why, to tie this back to the panel discussion, that's why the platform, a neutral platform that has somewhat of a mirroring of what's happening out in the broader deployment piece. So if you can't measure it, if you can't understand what is actually going on, what the operators are telling you, what are other private deployments doing, how is spectrum being used, how are networks being used, how is data being managed, how are things being firewall protected, etc. So I think you're essentially just reacting if you're not in lockstep with where sort of the networks of the future are going to be.
Okay, so Tony-san, my image of Singapore is you are very flexible about regulation. So what do you think about that?
Actually, spectrum is a bit sensitive because we have neighbors. So anything goes to the neighbors is always not good. So I think the experience what we did together with IMDA, which is equal FCC, to do this future comms, is you try to look at whether it works. Work with and see whether you can build an ecosystem which you believe will convince us. Then slowly we bring in the telco. It took us 2 years to convince the telco, why not we try something? Because the telco says, I really locked down by the conventional vendor, why should I try to explore? So I think we see a new business model of this sandbox concept. That's what Gosen has mentioned. A sandbox, but the sandbox needs to be realistic, cannot be too academic. There needs to be industry, academy, there needs to be vendor inside. Once you break that ecosystem, then you actually can convince a policymaker to change a bit and try. So this is what we have been trying to do. Likewise, new technologies like NTN, we may not, something we really need to think about, because same thing, with this spectrum, the neighbors, it propagates across so many people. What were the implications? So I think a sandbox is really important as we want to try out. Then, of course, new business model could come in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Please.
My name is Norifu Yamaguchi from NICT. I have two questions for your panelists. Thank you very much for today's very fruitful and very informative session. One question is, I'm wondering, everyone talk about the spectrum harmonization, and Dr. Marimekko has mentioned some difference of the spectrum between Finland and Germany, so maybe harmonized. And also, Ms. Faye Mwangi has mentioned that some fragmentation of the spectrum, which might be some disadvantage or some problem in future. And on the other hand, Mr. Agostine has mentioned that this can be solved with the development of technology. Then software technology might be can give there some integration of such a fragmentation of spectrum. And so I'm wondering how they can solve this spectrum harmonization all over the world. Yeah. So I would like to some opinion, observation about that. The second thing is the number of standards in the 6G, because we are now standards developing from the 1G to 2G, 3G. In this time, we just have a few standards. But in the 4G and 5G, we have several standards, because each requirement has each country has proposed different standards according to their requirement. That's why they need some standards for the competition, the view of the competition. But the other hand, we might need not so many standards because of the mass production for the manufacturing point of view. So I'm wondering how many standards will be required, or most ideal for the development of the 6G. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who would like? Okay, Maria-san.
I can start answering my view on both questions. The spectrum part is a challenge. We already now see, when we're starting to talk about 6G spectrum, the views are so divergent. Europe already is saying something that many countries don't want any spectrum for 6G, and that is the big challenge that we face in Europe, how to convince that there is the need, and then what those bands are. So it's a debate which will happen in the coming years, and we all need to be willing to bring the facts on the table, not just opinion or wishes, but the pure facts that we know. So then I already jumped to the next one, that the standards part. So 5G has mainly two standards. So there's the 3GPP standards, which is the dominant one, and then there is the ETSIDECT standard, a smaller one where smaller players came together in the European Telecom Standards Institute and proposed it to the ITU process, and it was approved there. Also other proposals have been were received to the global ITU process. So those two exist. They say that both networks are being sold, but we know mainly the 3GPP. That's where the big players are. That's where the big companies are. They create those standards, and the IP games are played in that standards arena. Those players who are within 3GPP, they say that they want just one 6G standard, which is their 3GPP standard. Nothing stops other organizations or standards bodies to propose 6G standards to the ITR process once the requirements are defined. One that is, and personally, I think there might be more proposals just one. In 5G, there were several proposals. In 3G, there were several accepted proposals. So one definitely will be, but that one should not stop others. There's room for many kind of deployments.
Thank you very much. Who would like to answer more? Okay.
Sure. So on the spectrum side, basically, I think, well, like it or not, WRC that's coming up in a month and a half, each member state, each country is going in with a position that's been defined. So there will be some harmonization, there will be some agreement. And again, as you know, the WRC cycle that will go out for the next 4 years or the next 8 years, that agenda will also be set in November. So unfortunately, that's the spectrum story has to be very carefully constructed. I think with 6G, you're seeing the entrance of new players like the SATCOM, the NTN, the non-terrestrial networks. They'll be included in there. So how do you sort of harmonize it now when you add a third dimension? So not just terrestrial, but non-terrestrial elements on the spectrum piece as well. So yeah, not necessarily painting a very rosy picture on the spectrum front, because that is such, needs to be very carefully coordinated. On the standards front, I think, yeah, as Maria sort of very nicely sort of pointed out, there is the 3GPP dominance, and I think, you know, there has been this debate about whether 6G will be an evolution or a revolution, right? So the 3GPP standard will continue to be an evolution. That's a juggernaut. It is, again, as you know, she alluded to on the IP side, you know, the game is all about SEPs, the standard essential patents, and that's where huge amount of you know, economic activity is generated. So that part is not going to stop. That behemoth is going to go. The release cycle, so right now in the 3GPP realm, we're at release, you know, 17 was approved in June earlier this year. 18, 19 study items have been defined, and the 3GPP cycle says that, you know, somewhere around the release, you know, 21 timeframe, you're going to come up with the moniker 6G. Right now in 3GPP, we're already past 5G. We are in 5G advanced. So we're already moving. But the other part is standards are also, if you really dissect a network, there are lots of different standardization bodies. There is IGF that talks about the transport piece. There are entities ISO that talks about security. Then there's 3GPP. So you have to be very careful around how all of that is stacked. But if you just look at the wireless comms, the wireless communication side, yes, there are member states and different countries that have already made their commitments and announcements. They've all developed their own public-private partnerships, their alliances that are promoting what standard it has to be. And there has always been this struggle between the developing or world where the cost of the devices is the key issue. And that is the key issue for adoption, because if there is a device cost that has a component or a chipset where you need to pay a royalty of hundreds of dollars, that drives up the device cost, and that's going to drive down or slow the adoption. So that is a key element that, you know, the developing world has to really think, and I think that's one of the motivating factors outside of lots of other factors, terrain, population density, et cetera, that need to be considered as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, I need to think about the time actually, so may I move on to the next one? Okay, so I'm talking, we would like to discuss business issue. So what is the new business model or ecosystem to be created by Beyond 5G 6G? What type of disruptive progress is expected in the future business along with the shift to Beyond 5G 6G? So if you have any opinion, Maria-san, I think you have.
I have opinions. They are my personal opinions. But there are many types of businesses to consider here. One is the mobile communications connectivity business, what the mobile network operators offer. So that's one part of the game. Another part is then the ecosystems that emerge around the different usages of the networks, like the local networks, harbor areas, hospitals, and so on. So those will have their own ecosystems. And then the business model is the logic that what is the value offering, what is the what is being offered, who buys it. And it now is shifting from a company level to the ecosystem level. So we are starting to think about ecosystem level business models. So what for this use, this kind of usage, who are the stakeholders there who need to be in place? One company, it rarely involves just one organization, but multiple organizations, and they all need to get something for that. It should not be based on one, like the winner takes it all, but there should be some kind of balanced role that they all can support their businesses. Going back to this mobile connectivity business, we've seen changes in terms of, for example, the number of operators per country. Most countries started with one operator, the governmental operator, then gradually making that the liberalization, introducing the second one, and then the third one, and so on. And it went to the point that in many, especially European countries, there were like 5, 6 operators. And there were auctions, the 3G brought the spectrum auctions. Crazy amounts of money were bid on spectrum, and it led to a lot of like many operators suffering, and then they started buying each other. So the third and fourth merged in the list. So that happened. So now there's smaller number of MNOs in each country than there was in the hype time. They continue, like now they're quite well established. They claim they don't have money. Well, some of them don't have, but in Finland they all make a good revenue. They could make good profit. Well, they haven't paid much for the spectrum, that has helped them. But anyway, they've made good money. So that business continues. They still have licenses for long future to come. So that business is there. What the revenues are in the future, they still get that money, monthly subscriptions. 5G is still based on monthly subscription fees as 4G was, as 3G was. So it's the same billing models still are there. So this continues to continue, at least for the future, and that continues. Then what 6G brings as a new thing for the business, that is unknown. That's the unknown part, where we need to look into what kind of new business could come. But one thing is that they will emerge around those different usages, and then who pays for what. For what you get connectivity for free, so you not necessarily pay for that so much. But still, if you get something great with that, you do pay for that, in addition to the service subscriptions that you have.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you have.
I think what we've started seeing with 5G in South Africa is seeing the use or the monetization of what we would term in universal access and service the true access gap. So seeing small, medium enterprises starting to get some economic value out of that true access gap. And the way that they've done that is by tapping into the network, but also leveraging the obligations that came with the spectrum auction. So we're starting to see new business models where networks are, the base stations are set up in schools. So we are addressing those development imperatives, but then the networks serve the greater community. And really the models are not to make the obscene profits that we see in bigger companies, but rather to be able to sustain the development of another similar Wi-Fi project. So we've started to see that, and South Africa in particular, and I think another nation that has a similar topography is Rwanda. But we have a vast amount of space to cover and really high mountains and low valleys. And so having to, get to coverages, and then we have a lot of rural spaces, so where there isn't a lot of economic participation. So covering that becomes extremely expensive. And these community networks have really bridged that gap, and they're slowly changing what we understood to be the business model in the sector. And really coming in with economic participation in what we can, I don't think we can for much longer call a true access gap anymore.
So maybe we share one of what we're trying to do. So we're trying to change the mindset of the telco. So we're trying to tell them that the subscription model is not going to work down the decade, because with all this infra, it's going to be more expensive. So the process we are trying to force them, open platform, open RAN, is force them to build the capability of S-Line, for example, what Docomo is trying to do, so that eventually the market has to be outside Asia, outside Singapore. In particular, we're looking at Indonesia, which is so close to us. Indonesia is one market. Thailand, Vietnam. So we hope that this could build a new business model for them so that they will start to think out as an SI. So this is probably a new business model, but it's always very difficult to change a telco because they are so used to get subscription. So this is something that we are trying to do from a government perspective and agents and national program.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I have also questions, but it's better to go next. Okay, now number 3, collaborations. What are key items for international collaborations to realize the Beyond 5G 6G as open platform, open service platform? What will be the international collaboration? If you have any comments.
Yeah, so again, I think, first things first, for international collaboration, you need a champion. You need a public-private partnership or a key stakeholder that actually is going to be representative or present somewhat of a unified opinion or a unified viewpoint. So after you've had a kind of a national position, then you're able to sort of communicate. And the other thing is communication has to happen between government to government, industry to industry, and then at the research level between academics and researchers. Obviously, at the government level, it is very sensitive, joint ministerial statements, etc. Different politics are at play. So the idea is, at least at this formative stage, when the next generation is still about 8-10 years down the line, you do want industry, academia to jump ahead. And we're already seeing that in the marketplace, right? So in the US, you already have the Next G Alliance, where a large number of major vendors and operators are at play. We have lots of different alliances, including here in Japan, the Beyond 5G Promotion Consortia, which is mobile network operators and vendors that have gotten together. Same in Korea, Bharat 6G in India, South America sort of catching up, Singapore, etc. So we're seeing that as kind of the first piece. But then at the real collaboration level, unless we have mobility and unless we have the ability to sort of get a peek into where the core competencies lie for each region, and we have our strengths, right? So everybody plays to their strengths, but the idea is, how do you do this in a complementary fashion so that you have the ability to sort of learn from the best, and the sum is greater than the sum of its parts, right? So 1 + 1 is greater than 2. And that's sort of why we are even talking about collaboration in the first place.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
So I agree with Gosen. So at the national level, there's always this initiative at top, at bottoms. So our approach is actually there's two ways. There's of course the academia, the professors and universities which want to do a research which is a very long-term strategy. At the same time, we are trying to also focus on short terms in a sense that we have targets like plug fairs, like MWC, like key events that we can actually show impact together to showcase some capability, and this is something we are trying to do together with partners. What we worry, especially if we focus too much on the research part, sometimes the translation takes a bit long, and some government stakeholder may be quite impatient. So we try to have a balance between them. But at the end, I think it goes back to the partners needs to have a common goal that complementary. It's all about collaboration, so that 1 + 1 is equal to 3. If you have this mindset, then I think it's always good because it's more sustainable than to work alone.
As was mentioned, this collaboration is very different depending on the level of collaboration or the stakeholders. So the government's collaboration is different from the researcher level collaboration. The key thing that is first needed is the funding for the research, and the research is done both in the academic side but also in the industry. And now I think we're in a pretty good situation in that sense that many countries have programs for this. The European Union has a program for this, and many countries have their own ones. And then there are these like-minded countries are already making joint statements about this, like the EU and the US Trade and Technology Council has made this 6G outlook in Luleå in May this year. It defines the key principles. And now that they are out there, it's then the role of the researchers and the industry to take those principles. And I've seen very little discussion on how these are then adopted into the work that we actually do. And this is the missing link. There was no such thing in 5G. That was not there. It is there in 6G. So now the community needs to take these principles like sustainability, like inclusiveness and trust. They have to be translated into the work that we do now. It's a new thing and it requires a change of mindset from the community to really respect what the higher level governments agree on and then do that in the research. And that's a challenge that I want to bring up.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Or any questions from the floor? No? Okay, looks like gradually we need to close the session. Okay, so we'd like to have short message from you to the final message actually from each of the panelists. So who would like to give first the last message from you regarding this topic, the open service platform in beyond 5G, 6G era? Okay. Yes.
Okay, I can go first. I think I thank you for the organizer NICT for inviting us. I think we have I personally have attended a lot of these panels and all this workshop, but I hope that there is outcome after this. We hope that eventually through this we can have different stakeholder on continent and have some eventual outcome down the road that because of this event today, we achieve something. This is what I hope that we can do. Then there's something can bring back good memories. I hope this is my last message. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria-san.
Yeah, then I'll continue with these roles of the stakeholders, understanding what we are here for. I come from the academic research community. I'm here to help the people. So who are the users of the 6G networks? What do they really want? We have to ask, we can't ask them directly what they want because it's not the way it goes, but we have to be honest and take their perspectives into account. We saw in Europe in 5G that the consumers were disappointed in terms of what they were promised, like oversized promises were made. Then what they were offered by the operators was pretty much similar things as in 4G. Contracts were the same, data rates were not higher than in 4G when it was launched. So we cannot do this again. Social scientists say that this has already changed the end users' perspectives. We can't do this again because they expect, so we cannot make oversized promises anymore. We can't do them for 5G, we cannot do them for 6G, so we have to stop talking about it'll be a huge data rate or so, and if we can't deliver that. So we have to now come back to this. The time for this oversized promises is over, but now we have to seriously think what the future would look like and what is the desired future that the people really want.
I'll continue with the theme, just put it in my own words. So the mentality of build it and they'll come is not something that has served us well. As you see, we're still searching for the killer app for 5G to sort of make it or to justify it, but we're still already on the journey to 6G. But I guess the key piece is, again, right, the platform model, what that allows you is to connect two disparate groups who otherwise would not engage. That's sort of what, if you really look at, that's what the platform, model is planning to do, and that's what we sort of believe in. That's why we're here. That's why sort of, NICT is also trying to play a role in that piece, is connecting these disparate stakeholders who haven't been at the forefront. So my sort of key takeaway is two C words: co-development and collaboration. And I think co-development, again, a little bit more technical, not just cross-layer optimization, for example. That's a very, technical concept. But essentially, we're looking at different layers and different stakeholders and then sort of bringing them all to the table at the formative stage, and not necessarily, when the decisions have been made, when the standards have been made, but the spectrum's been allocated, we're not going to serve anybody well. And again, we have to think as citizens as well.
Thank you very much. I think without repeating what has already been said, I think my parting words would really be about not forgetting the developing South. Bring them along on the journey. One of the biggest things that, you know, if you ever hear the resistance from the developing South about 6G, it's mainly around the energy impact. I think if we are moving into 6G without solving for the energy sustainability and the energy demands that come with it, then for us, it really is 5G plus. There really is no difference. So let's solve for the sustainability. Let's bring the developing South along because they unlock great potential. And when they participate, it elevates the whole notion of what we're trying to do. So we cannot leave behind that many people. And the other thing is around collaboration. It's so important that we allow the developing South to leverage the progress that's been made by other countries. So having more sessions like this, having visiting tours, having benchmarking tours and so on, that is what shapes the policy and the regulation of these developing nations. Then the catching up is very little. It becomes just the fundamentals of infrastructure. But when you have the right mindset, you're then able to have the people to influence the policy and drive the regulatory direction. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I need to conclude. Okay, thank you very much for your information and opinion and answer. Actually, I personally believe this topic is very important for the future. So I'm really happy to share this opinion today. Okay, so fortunately we have actually some years until 2030s, but still, already we have only 6 years. So we have to seriously think about this. So I would like to continue this discussion with other stakeholders. So let's keep in touch. Thank you very much. Okay, now it's time to return my microphone to Hosako-san.
Okay, thank you very much for the fruitful discussion. I think that already Isuzu-san summarized our discussion today, but I firstly would like to thank all the panelists come to here and have a very interesting presentations. And after that, they are talking very interesting opinions. But there are many different kind of perspectives from the different nations and the different areas and the different positions. But it is quite useful to recognize we have such kind of differences each other. But as already everyone mentioned that we have a chance to recognize and a chance to have a collaborative research together for the future network, and also we would like to continue to collaborating each other. So this is the starting point for the future collaboration today, and we would like to keep in touch with in the future. Thank you very much for your attendance and presentations and also collaborations together. Thank you very much. I'd like to close this session and thank you everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, if we have a time, let's have a photo. Yeah, so. Minasan, please come to here. Thank you very much.
2回風なんですよね、多分。なんでとりあえずよく言っておきました。そしたらなんかそこのね、なんか置いといたらなんか座っちゃいけないのかなと思うかなと思って。とりあえずそうなんです。
Hello.
So hello, good morning. I will make a first attempt to connect with our friends in Tokyo and see if they can hear us. I see Evelyn. I see some of the online participants joining. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to a fruitful discussion. Good evening in Tokyo. Good morning in Europe.
So is Stefan joining us today as well, or?
Yeah, it should. It should.
Should be. So, shall we wait a few more minutes, or what time
Yeah.
is it?
I see a few online participants. I don't know if they're able to share the video or audio to talk during the session and interact. Because at the moment I've seen only Mark Nelson who was able to activate his video. And I'm not sure if they technically can also activate their video or not.
Yeah,
okay,
true.
I hope
Actually, we should do that.
How are you in Tokyo? All good?
All good. Do you start, or? I can start anyway. This is going to be a very, of course, informal session. It's a networking session. How many of you have ever attended a networking session before? None? Good. So that's what we're going to start sharing this experience together, because I have no clue what a networking session is. But I guess it's going to be a very informal moment, and to discuss, share enthusiasm, interest around the tech and peace, whatever that means exactly. Something that we could, I hope we're gonna come out with some common ground on this specific topic. So I'm Andrea Calderaro. I'm associate professor in international relations at Cardiff University, also affiliated at the European University Institute with the Global Peace Tech Hub. Today we have a series of colleagues that participate in this session from remote. Michele Giovanardi in particular, who is the coordinator of the Global Peace Tech Hub and the leader of this initiative. Then we do have online, I saw Mark Nelson, who is director of the Stanford Peace Innovation Lab. Evelyn Tachnitz, senior researcher at the Institute of Social Ethics. Yes, that is, and Peter, of course, who's in the lead of, what's the title exactly, sorry? Yeah, okay, UN lead at Access Now. So, and then of course we have other colleagues here in the room, and then of course I'll give you, of course, the opportunity to introduce yourself. Michele, do you have anything else to add?
Yes, so first of all, we have a few more online participants, but I'm not sure they can activate the camera because of the structure of the online session, so they don't have the permissions, but they're listening in, and if they want to interact, of course, there's a chat function, and of course, the sound, I guess they can intervene and talk. As you anticipated, the idea is to really having a moment for us. We have been running this networking session for the last 3 years at IGF, and it's always a space to share some of the ideas and to learn about each other projects and work around technology and peace. So maybe we cannot see the online audience the in-presence audience from online. So it would be nice maybe to start with a round of introduction, or I can introduce briefly what is the Global Peace Tech Hub, and maybe so that we can have a quick reaction also after that. So up to you if you want to do a first round of introductions, and then maybe we can go more into the topic.
Go ahead, first of all. The audience, anyway, we are 2 more people in addition to what you see on the main stage. So it's going to be a very short round of introduction. So go first with the Global Peace Tech Hub, and then we're going to keep this, of course, as much informal as possible.
Great. Okay.
So just like a few words of what is the Global Peace Tech Hub, what is Global Peace Tech. We also have Marielsa Oliveira joining online, so if you can please give her co-host rights so that she can also activate her video and participate. That's for the organizers. So I just have 3 slides, so nothing much. Just to understand what is Global Peace Tech. We define Global Peace Tech as a field of analysis applied to all processes connecting local and global practices aimed at achieving social and political peace through the responsible use of frontier technologies. This is very kind of, it sounds very official, but it's something that we can just start with as a framework. So basically, what's the basic idea of the Global Peace Tech Hub? We know that emerging technologies bear great opportunities for positive change, but at the same time, they have threats and risks that we need to mitigate. So the idea is that in the 21st century, we're battling between these 2 opposite forces, and this is a common trend that we can see with different technologies and with different functions. We know how the hope of the internet to be this force for democracy turned into a force for online disinformation, polarization, and violence. We know about the opportunities of digital identities and in terms of giving access to finance and to services to people, marginalized people, but also about all the privacy, data ownership, and cybersecurity issues that come with that. We know about the great potential of telepresence to build empathy and trust, but also about the risks of violence, of hate speech and deep fakes. We know about data, the use of data, and potential of early warning and response systems, but also all the issues related to how these data are managed and secured. So this can go on, and the list is very long. So the question is this one. So how can we at the same time mitigate some of the risks related to these emerging technologies, but at the same time investing in those initiatives that are using technology for peace? And there are many projects that we mapped, more than 170 projects that are using technology in different ways to enhance different functions of peace at the global level. So on the one side is about mitigating the risks with mapping and, with regulation, capacity building, education, good governance. On the other side is about mapping these peace tech projects, and understanding they are assessing their impact on peace processes, and also try to shift public and private investment in these peace tech initiatives that work in partnership that we can build between different stakeholders. Hence the topic of this networking session. So a multi-stakeholder approach to peace tech, to governing tech for peace. And first, we would like to know who is on the call, what you're doing, what you think technology can contribute to peace. And second, after we get to know you, and so we can know each other, we would like to know what you think of the topic of the day. So how can different actors come together, the actors from academia, governments, public sector, think tanks, NGOs, come together in this puzzle and create synergies to achieve this goal, these peace goals through the responsible use of technology. So I will give the floor back to you, and maybe we start with the first round, and then we can see where the conversation goes. And I really invite online participants somehow, chat, audio, video, to interact as well and give us their take about this and introduce themselves as well.
Super. Okay, thank you, Michele, for providing such a good overview about the variety of, the perspective that you're privileged in looking at the relationship between tech and peace. Yes, I would like Evelyn, maybe you can introduce yourself and provide also your insight on the topic of what is exactly your perspective on tech and peace.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Yes, my name is Evelyn Tauchnitz. I'm a senior researcher at the Institute of Social Ethics at the University of Lucerne, Switzerland. And my research focuses on digital change, ethics, human rights, and peace, of course, what we're talking about today. So, like if we're really talking about what is peace tech, I think that's a bit the guiding question here today. We first have to consider also what do we understand by peace. And that is a really challenging question by itself. And it's not the first time we're discussing that, but we had a conference last year also where we dedicated some thoughts on that, and I don't think we reached a conclusion. It's a really difficult question. But I can tell you like how I'm using this concept of peace in my own research. So first of all, I think that peace really is a vision. Like it can show us in which direction we would like to develop well, together as humanity, but also like in what kind of societies we would want to be living. And although there will never be like absolute peace in all corners of the world or even in any society, we still need to know a bit like what would it look like. And there I find it really helpful first to look at it as a positive definition of peace, meaning that it should not only mean the absence of direct violence, but also of structural violence and cultural violence. So there should be no injustices, there should be equality, poverty, access to healthcare, access to education. So trying to eliminate the causes that then often give rise to direct violences. So it means really that even if you have no direct violence, there is still usually in any society, you would still have some forms of injustices, some forms of discrimination, which leads me also to this third form of cultural violence, which legitimizes the other forms of violence. Like, for example, if women are not allowed to go to school, this is both a mix of structural violence when they cannot access the school physically, but it's also a form of cultural violence. Why is it not boys that cannot access the school? Why is it girls? So probably there's never going to be any society free of this violence. But so when we talk about peace tech, I think it's really important to keep in mind that it's more than security only, because security is a very narrow definition of peace. Like, for example, if we think about surveillance technologies, they might increase security, but then again, they raise different problems like of ambivalency. Means our personal freedom might be reduced because data is collected about us, and we know that. Or even if it's in a conflict setting, we might not meet certain people anymore. Like you would not have big assemblies of people because they would be afraid that one person being there, also one contact, might be suspicious, and then I'm meeting that person, so rather I should not meet too many people. And if it's a big crowd, so more likely it would be that somebody is there who doesn't have a good record, so to say. So it really influences also on democracy. It influences on like freedom of expression. How we move, even how we move, like how do we behave in public squares. And I think it's really important to just look at this from an ethical perspective. Like when we look at ethics, you might have good purposes, for instance, but still it could have like negative consequences. As in the case of surveillance, you want to increase security, but at the same time it might impact on personal freedoms or civil and political rights. So I think what I'm doing in my own research, we need some kind of point of reference when we talk about peace, like what kind of peace do we want? What kind of peace technologies do we want? And I'm using their human rights as a baseline. So if you have technologies that violate human rights, I find it problematic to say they're a peace tech, for example, because they're increasing security. But peace, in my understanding, also is really based on these values of human dignity and freedom as well. And human dignity and freedom, there are two basic values that connect both peace and human rights. And that's not by coincidence, of course, but it's historically linked, because human rights were, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted after the Second World War, after this devastating experience. And well, I don't know really if I should go on, but that's really a topic of discussion maybe that I would like to raise rather than me speaking. But what do we understand by peace or peace tech concretely? Or like what kind of technology should we gather under this term? Like which technology really merit to be called peace tech? Because sometimes I see a lot of like almost advertising or marketing efforts to like use this brand of peace tech, but if you look at it more closely, it's maybe not so much peace as it's supposed to be. So yes, that's so far my input or something I would like to discuss with you. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, thank you. And when it comes, of course, to human rights, I mean, Access now has been at the forefront on a variety of human rights battles, and you, Peter, have been also involved in a series of processes in the UN context, so you could expand on your perspective.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, well, I feel like I want to network with both of you after this, so I think this is getting at the point of the session. And yeah, I really appreciate your remarks for two reasons. I think there's that Martin Luther King quote that, to paraphrase it badly, peace isn't the absence of conflict or the absence of war, but the presence of justice, which I think leads to accountability. And then thank you also for recognizing the need for this tech to be respecting of human rights. That's certainly where we come from at Access Now. We are a human rights organization that's got our start during the Green Movement in Iran and have since expanded globally, working at the intersection of human rights and new technologies. But I think around 2018, we recognized that increasingly we were working in contexts characterized by conflict, fragile and conflict-afflicted states, and then the communities who were in the midst of those, fleeing those, or trying to work in the diaspora to end those conflicts, and recognize this and have built it into our work plans. Most directly on our international organizations team, adding a senior humanitarian officer who brings experience from that sector. But this is really just an acknowledgement that the digital rights that we've worked to protect are most at risk in conflict-affected persons and communities, and that I think from monitoring and prediction to mitigation to resolution to accountability, a lot of the digital tools are infused and becoming essential to each of those steps, I think. So I can mention a few programs that we have to make it more practical. We have tracked internet shutdowns, intentional disruptions of access to the internet since the Egypt shutdown in 2011, and have brought this narrative, this terminology, and this charge to end shutdowns through our hashtag #KeepItOn campaign. Brought that to the UN and seen, I'd say, a lot of positive resonance in a number of UN bodies and among states that recognize internet shutdowns go beyond the pale. That increasingly these are linked to conflict events and times of unrest, but that they really levy a number of harmful effects on human rights and increasingly, we would say, to the resolution of those conflicts themselves. And so that Keep It On campaign continues alongside our work on content governance. So in some ways, the flip side, but I think this came out during a lot of the conflict in Ethiopia was how overrun a lot of social media platforms in particular were with incitement content, and the unresponsive or the perceived indifference or even an ignorance of those tech companies to deal with what was happening on their platforms, of course in Myanmar as well, led to us to work with partners to create a declaration on content governance in times of crisis. We're following that up with a full report. When it comes to shutting down the internet or, allowing the proliferation of harmful content, there's a number of ways that freedom of expression is directly at the heart of, I think, a lot of these responses and interventions. And then more recently, we've tracked, especially through our digital security helpline, which is recognized as a tool that DPPBA and others use to refer people to. It provides free of charge technical guidance, advice to civil society, which we define pretty broadly, 24 hours a day in 12 languages. And increasingly we're getting reports to that helpline of really invasive targeted surveillance and spyware. And I mention this particularly because a recent report we wrote described the use of spyware in the midst of the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, which has flared up again recently, but we were actually able to detect infections on the devices of the actual negotiators of the peace on the Armenian side. The ombudsperson who was directly involved in talks, their phone was completely infected throughout, and so spyware is a tool of war and of efforts to monitor peace negotiations. Finally, we are mapping now all of the tech that we can find being used in humanitarian situations, and we'll definitely look at the mapping project that was presented just now on peace tech. I think with human rights, we're taking a human rights lens. Where's the human rights due diligence? What are the procurement processes? How do we determine, whether this tech has it been analyzed openly? Is it human rights respecting, as you said? I think so. That's the kind of work that we do more directly in pursuit of our mission to help communities and people at risk. And then we try to bring lessons from that frontline work to the United Nations through the OEWG cybersecurity process. And I'll stop talking soon. But happy to talk more on that later. And I'm joined by my colleague, Carolyn Tackett, who runs our campaigns and rapid response work.
Super, thank you. I do have actually a two-finger question, and sorry if I know that we should keep this roundtable going on, but I mean, since you are exactly following all the UN process, and since UN is, I guess you're there because we know that UN is supposed to be this organization ensuring peace. What do you think the UN is moving in? Whether the UN is moving in the right direction? Of course, the UN Open-Ended Working Group is a process that I'm following as well, and I'm not sure whether we can feel satisfied about that. Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's undeniable that from the top down, the Secretary General has put, digital transformation and tech and cyber, at the top of his agenda. You'll see that by creating the Office of the Technology Envoy, and we, for our part, have been pushing the UN Security Council to, integrate monitoring of the role of digital and cyber on its mandate and on the situations that come before it. And we haven't seen much evidence. Well, we don't know a whole lot about what happens at the Security Council because it is so opaque by design, especially to civil society. But we've not seen really dedicated talks there in ways that could be helpful. Of course, they're going to disagree over like Article 51 and the right of security and offensive and defensive measures in cyberspace. But how about just understanding their ongoing situations at the council that they look at on Sudan, on Yemen, on Colombia, like. How is tech being integrated and influencing those conflicts, and what role could it play in bringing about some resolutions? So we have a focus program on the Security Council now, and we invite others who monitor that body, as well as the First Committee's work. and then, you know, there are the cybersecurity and the cybercrime processes continuing right now. The cybercrime treaty looks like it's going to come imminently, and it's been really interesting to see how they scope that, making you know, how wide of a lens they take on what constitutes a cyber crime is certainly going to be relevant for people involved in peace tech, yeah, I mean, I think the Summer of the Future finally does include the new agenda for peace, which, you know, is supposed to be where I think they'll speak to cybersecurity and alongside complementing the Global Digital Compact. So those are both meant to be signed and delivered in September 2024. So there's a couple of things to look at.
Super. So going back online, Michele, you might have a better overview about who's online than
Yeah, no, I just
have.
wanted to say that maybe before, since we have just 1 hour and we are out through and we have some people, just to check, you know, who's in and who's on the call, who's in the meeting, and both there and online. Maybe we do like a really easy round of who we have in the room, and then we go through more to the answering questions and go more and deeper into the discussion, because I'm just afraid that if we go one by one, then we will not get to the end. And I would also like to get a sense of the online audience who is online. So if you agree, maybe we do like just like a couple of minutes each, just around to see who's around, and then we go back to the more in-depth discussions. What do you think?
Hello, hello. Yeah. So yes, no, please, Mark. So let's make this also. Let's interact also with the online audience. Mark Nelson, director of the Stanford Peace Innovation Lab, might have some insight on this.
Michele, did you want me to speak while people are doing little intros in text, or should I wait for the?
Let's see if we can do like just who you are and what you do, like in 1-2 minutes, and do this round first. And if when we're done, we go back to you and Maria Elsa, and we get some more in-depth perspectives. Yeah.
Okay, happy to. So very quickly, my name is Mark Nelson. With my colleague and partner Margarita Kiwis, I co-direct the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford, and also our independent institute in The Hague, the Peace Innovation Institute, where we are working to commercialize our research in peace tech. And I focus on the measurability that is possible now because of technological advances, so peace metrics that are possible in very high resolution in real time, and how that connects the emerging space of peace technology to capital markets and the potential to create peace finance as an active investment sector. And we're working very hard on that lab part. So that's the quick overview.
Thank you. So I see Maria Elsa Oliveira online.
Yes, hello everyone. Maria Elsa Oliveira from UNESCO. I'm the Director for Digital Inclusion Policies and Transformation, which is a division within the communications and information sector of UNESCO. Our task in the CI sector, that's what we call communications and information, CI sector for short, our task is to defend two basic human rights, freedom of expression and access to information. And leverage those for the mission of UNESCO, which has a mandate, literally, of building peace in the minds of men and women, and a mandate to enable the free flow of ideas by word and image, through every type of media and so on. So for us, the digital ecosystem is incredibly important, and we've been doing, different types of interventions on it for quite a long time. From one side, on the freedom of expression, for example, recently we had the Internet for Trust conference, which looks at the regulation of internet platforms in ways that respect human rights, and on the other side, on the access to information side, which we are working on building capacities of different types of stakeholders so that they can intervene properly, and participate properly in this process, because there's quite a lot of digital exclusion and inequality happening, giving voice to specific sides only, and we want to see a more inclusive internet in that sense. So short, I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I see Moses Owini online.
Yes.
Do you want to briefly introduce
Yes.
yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much. I am very far deep in an area where the internet connection is really poor, so I may not be able to turn my video on. But my name is Moses Owini, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Multilateral Affairs in Uganda. We are a platform that seeks to advance the perspectives of African countries in multi-stakeholder conversations and discussions like this one. That's why I said in the text that I'm really glad that I'm in this discussion, because the overall concept of global peace tech, in my view, cannot be fully complete without the perspectives of many stakeholders that some of the speakers have already alluded to. For example, if you look at the realities that are in parts of sub-Saharan Africa where I come from, but also Pacific, Caribbean, the future of what the tech, the peace around technology and cyberspace is shaped also by their realities. So today people are talking about cyber, or technology for peaceful means. But what does that mean for a country like Uganda, Kenya, or Nigeria? And that meaning might imply differently for countries that are more developed or more advanced economies. So for me, I'm glad that this conversation is here, but I'm just imploring the speakers and the organizers that also future conversations around this should also largely draw from all of these multi-stakeholder perspectives and actors that you have clearly talked about. So there's one point. My second contribution, which is really just maybe a question, you are all university professors and you know this, and a lot of critique has come around this, especially when you use the term global peace, because we are in a world of international relations where states are relating each other bilaterally, multilaterally. So is there, and I seek to be corrected, I may not be knowing. So are we right to say, is it more accurate to say we are in a global world or in a world of international, or in an international world? So for me, the term global peace is a little bit, with all due respect, a little bit ambiguous. But if you have something like international, peace in the tech, then it creates more meaning. It is more relatable because it implies that many different states are, collaborating and working together with all these multi-stakeholder, groups to achieve the kind of peace, to achieve the kind of, prosperity in the cyberspace, in the tech industry that everyone desires. So that's my contribution, and thank you so much for this platform and the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moses, for these very insightful comments, and also connected to what Maria Elsa was mentioning. We will move forward with the round of introductions. If there are other participants that want to contribute, I see Youssef Benzekri. I don't know if he wants to introduce himself. I see Wen-Tzu Lee. I don't know if... Okay, I see Yuxiao Li. All right, and Omar Farouk. Okay, you will have chances to introduce yourself in the chat as well. I see also Teona Nezovic, which is also part of the Global Peace Tech Hub online. And she's the rapporteur, so she will also kind of put together some of the reflections we are sharing now after the session. So I guess let's go back to the room and okay, there's somebody maybe wants to introduce themselves. Yuk Xiao Li, if you want to introduce yourself, please feel free to do so.
No problem. Okay, I have no question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move forward. So I would like to go back to either who's left in the room or Mark, if you want to expand a little bit on the topic of the session. So, and also, of course, Marielza, do you see any opportunities in a multi-stakeholder approach in this space? There are many initiatives trying to leveraging technology for peace in different aspects and dimensions. There are actually a non-profit sector growing in this space with many different organizations and networks. What is missing maybe is to connect these dots. So to connect this non-profit sector with the tech companies that they also have the capacity and data to and capability to develop the technology itself and the government. So do you see some kind of opportunities in developing these multi-stakeholder approaches and networks? Maybe we'll start with Maria Elsa and then we'll go to Mark.
It's great that you asked for it, this question, because this is one of the approaches that we're taking at UNESCO, is to bring together different groups, particularly bringing together the tech community, the tech companies, and a multi-stakeholder group. And we have one good initiative on that. That's it's the AI for the Planet initiative, in which we are leveraging this technology for combating climate change. So this is one of the things that we see promise on. Although quite a few of this how to say this hopeful approaches, they end up in failure. So this is one of the things that we have to be very, very frank and sincere about. There has been quite a lot of attempts to do exactly that, but so for the companies, the question is, what's in it for me, at the end of the day, they'll be looking at what the gain it is, so bringing them to the table and having them to commit to specific initiatives. And to support that and dedicate time, money, resources is quite difficult. But you have to be selective, I think, in the types of initiatives that you pick, and when the priorities are high enough. And this is very interesting. And when also the companies can make a difference without necessarily a long-term large commitment. One of the examples that we have that is very successful is the United Nations Technology Innovation Lab. I don't know whether you've heard about it, but it's using technology in innovative ways to enhance peace building processes, such as, for example, 3D augmented reality to show the delegates in New York what the conditions that displaced people were facing in a particular war zone, so they could immerse themselves into that and then, have an informed discussion about it. It's a completely different type of thing to actually see the environment, to just hear the statistics about it. The increase in empathy, in terms of understanding, what needs to be done, it's tremendous. So there are quite a few good potential things. Another way that UNESCO is working on that we have a partnership with the European Commission on a project that's called Social Media for Peace, in which we track and map the different types of conflicts that are happening online in particular pilot countries, and bring together a multi-stakeholder group that then deploys, devises and deploys countermeasure tactics, essentially, to diffuse the polarization, to bring back a civil, dialogue online, so, and reduce polarization. It's been quite interesting. We've had a lot of interesting results on that, and hopefully we can draw some mechanisms for scaling it up out of the pilots. But of course, the big thing that we're looking at is the Internet for Trust conference. We're about to release the guidelines that we have been developing for an entire year, together with quite a large group of stakeholders that provided inputs from all sectors of society, in how we actually regulate internet platforms for civil discourse as well, so that without affecting freedom of expression, access to information, because quite a lot of the measures that are there right now to enhance one right, they sacrifice another. So that's one of the things that we are not willing to do, is to sacrifice, freedom of expression, access to information. So for example, when you say, there are quite a few countries deploying measures of blocking or certain apps or features and etc. In a more kind of a more not necessarily well thought out process. There are some examples of those, and of course, the consequences you have. For example, that limiting the voices of, for example, journalists that are reporting and keeping us informed about these issues is tremendous. So the activists and etc., they lose their voice too. So we can't be indiscriminate in that. So what the Internet for Trust guidelines, are proposing is that instead of regulating content, for example, that we regulate process, that we enable, and build together, a real governance mechanism that goes about, that fosters transparency and accountability, because those are the things that are missing on the internet. Accountability is something that is not there. So this is one of the key things that we need to target. And accountability is what, truly makes, people behave in a responsible way. If you don't have it, there is no responsibility, there's no peace, and people act in different ways that are counterproductive to societal development. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. Andrea, if you agree, I will also move to Mark online, and then if you have other feedbacks from the room, just feel free to interrupt us. But Mark, if you want to give us your comment on the topic of the session, also connected to what Maria-Elsa was saying about building trust, and this is also related to building some measures, of impact, some measures of some data, and I know your effort is also in this direction of on the measurement side. So how do we measure these impacts? How do we find parameters to describe this space as well?
Thank you, Maria-Elsa, and thank you also to Moses for the excellent question. I think these things all tie together. There's a lot of general interest in peace tech without perhaps a detailed understanding of what it is and what are the components that make it possible and make us to be standing at this incredible opportunity as a human species right now. What changed? What's different? Because it's not the wheel, it's not the lever. I mean, you could make a sort of general case that our ability as a species to construct tools of any kind is interesting and useful, and isn't it all peace tech if we use it right, and so on. And that's kind of true, but the thing that is really unique in the last 20 years is the vast proliferation of sensors, and sensors that can detect all sorts of changes in the environment in real time. And the thing that really makes this powerful is that when you start looking at the subset of sensors that can detect human behavior, and then again at the subset that can detect human social behavior, how we actually interact with each other. At that moment, you start realizing for the first time ever, we can really measure not only what kind of interactions we have between individual people in real time, we can also measure for the first time ever over time, what are the impacts of those interactions? And so we can very quickly test theories about, well, I thought if I did this, it would be good for that person, but was it really good for that person or not? Suddenly we can answer those questions, and we can answer those questions in real time and with huge sample sizes. What this means is that as we structure the kind of data of human interactions to see where are we doing really well and what are the best practice kind of behaviors that humans can do for each other, and how do we think about how we could design even better behavior sequences for each other, and how could we customize those and tailor them for each of our individual situations. That's where the huge opportunity of Peace Tech is really possible. And it allows us to go back to something that was one of the original dreams of Norbert Wiener back in the 1950s, setting up the foundations of information technology and of cybernetics, which was this closed loop of technology between a sensor that could detect something happening in the environment that we cared about, communications technology that could move that data to processors that could do the best sense making of that data, and then the processor connecting to an actuator that can then respond to the environment so that the sensor can detect, did the response cause the effect, cause the change I wanted to change? Did it move the needle at all? And if it did move the needle, did it move it in the right direction? That's where the opportunity now of Peace Tech is really incredibly powerful, because when you close that loop, you go from having a linear kind of technology to a closed loop technology, and that closed loop changes things to be fundamentally persuasive technologies. And this allows us, I want to just underscore why this is so historic. This allows us to move from quote peace technology, like the Colt Peacemaker from the 1800s, if you all know your Western movies really well, you know, it's a gun, and they called it a peacemaker. And it was built on a Hobbesian theory of Leviathan, right? That whoever has the power can enforce peace and so on. Peace up until this change of technology has been coercive peace that has been based on a Hobbesian Leviathan theory. And what has changed now is that for the first time ever, we can build technology that can create persuasive peace instead of coercive peace. And that's a huge shift for our species. I'll just pause there and let everybody respond to that.
Thank you, Mark. Over to you, Andrea. We have 8 minutes left. And so I just want to remind everybody that maybe we should collect some takeaways before the end of the session. Some key points.
Yeah, there are people in the queuing somehow. So
okay.
Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Manjiang. I'm from China. So I am a youth representative of a peace building project held by UNDPPA. So my question to all panelists is that how do you see the young people's role in tech for peace, and how to engage young people into this initiative or this a wider agenda, and do you have any best practice to share or current or future plan for this? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to add anything to the discussion from the floor? No? No. No.
Sure, we're networking, we can chat.
Hi, everyone. My name's Carolyn. I'm the Director of Campaigns and Rapid Response with Access Now. I think to your question about the definition of peace in the first place is a really important one. And I think from our frame, we really think about digital rights rooted in human rights, and that applies in all contexts, and that has a very clear kind of legal structure to understand what the rules of the game are. And so I think I would be curious to understand from the Peace Tech folks what the added value is of this lens specifically of Peace Tech is, because it seems like it covers a lot of ground, from human rights to social justice to environmental justice, and kind of is perhaps a bit of an umbrella term, but I think understanding what we're trying to get to by using that lens would be helpful. And I guess the other thing that is on my mind from this conversation is just how this Peace Tech movement is thinking about kind of the compulsion towards moving in the direction of techno-solutionism. And I'm not saying that that's what's being presented here, but I think there are many conversations in this space here at IGF and that happen across the UN system and in other spaces where the instinct is very strong to reach for a particular digital tool to solve a very complex human problem. And so I think just, if you could all share a little bit more how you're thinking about integrating these technical conversations back into some of the core work of peace building and all of these many different fronts, and how those things are really feeding back into each other.
Wonderful. Yes.
Maybe I can reply for the global, and someone can reply from the youth perspective.
Yeah, very briefly. So just 30 seconds each, please, so we can wrap up the session before the sushi reception that we are having here.
So maybe I start with the last question, then anybody who wants to jump in for the youth perspective on this. So for the Global Peace Tech Hub, first of all, the Peace Tech community is a growing space made of different actors, and we're not representing them, of course, but the Global Peace Tech Hub is an initiative that is based at the European University Institute in Florence, and especially at the School of Transnational Governance, which is a school of governance for current and future leaders on issues that go beyond the state. That's the context. So our role to play in this is a facilitator of different actors, and of course some independent analysis of what is going on in the space. So we cannot talk for the others, but about the where we are positioning ourselves and where we see the added value is in fact in the connection of these different spaces that don't necessarily talk to each other. So the Peace Tech idea was born more in the peace building sector, and especially NGOs would apply digital tools to some peace building initiatives that we're doing already. The way we perceive Peace Tech is a bit different. It starts more from a tech policy perspective, and as I was explaining at the beginning, it's equally on how you assess the impact and invest in the impactful projects, Peace Tech projects, but at the same time how you govern and mitigate the risks with the good governance, with regulation and capacity building. So in this challenge, it's very broad, as you say, of course, and under definition, but at the same time, we see the value of the interconnectedness of the different challenges. So we're talking about trust, for instance, before. How is that like divided from any discussion on digital identities? How is this like not linked to some applications of blockchain? How is this not linked with some discussion about data and who owns the data? How is that not connected with internet infrastructure? And how do we give accessibility, secure accessibility to internet? How it is not connected to cybersecurity? So you see all this interconnectedness of different challenges, and I think that's the kind of added value we're trying to bring. And on the concrete side, we also want to foster this dialogue between these different sectors that they discuss kind of in bubbles, and they don't necessarily talk to each other. So I'm talking about the tech sector per se, that they don't have on the top of their agenda let's say, discussion about pro-social tech or peace tech. At the same time, NGOs, they're doing a lot of things on the ground, so they know what is going on there, but this doesn't always elevate to the governance level, so also governments should be involved. So we're trying to create these connections and this triangulation, and with the peace definition, we adopt a positive peace paradigm, so a little bit similar to what underpins the Global Peace Index. So these positive peace pillars, which is not just the absence of violence.
We need to, they're about to kick us
Sorry for the long
out
answer,
of
but
the
I hope
room.
Yeah.
You are really kick us out of the room, so we need to move on. I think Evelyn had a brief reaction to the point made.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I just want to take that up. What is the added value of peace as compared to human rights? I think it's a really important question. And I've been also asking me that. And as I see it, that human rights are a necessary condition for peace, but they're not a sufficient condition. Means peace requires the respect for human rights, but it's a bit something more also. Like as I talked, I see it more as a vision. And in a sense, you also have with human rights a bit the problem that it's about the process. Like in the sense of you have this human right, you have that one, but you can imagine that it's the government can interpret human rights as they wish to in a way, and say, okay, you get that right, but we don't have so many resources that we cannot fulfill this kind of right, and so on. Whereas peace is more kind of a broader concept, and I also see that it's in a way it's almost easier to start a public debate on it, or it's like everybody has a perception of peace. Whereas human rights are like really kind of focused on rights, and they're legally enforceable, which is an advantage, but it's much more narrow. And it's not about the process, for example, how do you reach certain political decisions? But it's, or how do the process is not really incorporated in the human rights perspective. So this, I think, is an important say. It's like it's necessary, but it's not sufficient. If I just can make a brief comment to the youth question, I think it's a really important one as well. And I think it's also important to ask, like, how is digital change changing our perception of peace? Like, what we have been thinking of peace might be changing in the future precisely due to the digital transformation. Maybe we don't have, so that conception of peace changes. It's not only that we can use digital technologies for constructing peace, but it's also that through that process, we might have a different understanding of peace. And their use is really, really important, I think. And also connected to that, like I think you said, it's funny because you said you're from China. I had just a conversation with a colleague of mine recently, and he did research in China. And he told me, for example, that a lot of the social scoring system has to do with a deficit of trust in nowadays China as compared to the China of earlier generations. And in order to reconstruct the trust, social scoring systems are considered useful. But of course, if we talk about peace, it's this broad condition. Like, do we want trust as a digital tools, for example, or do we want to build, how do we want to build this trust in society? Like, this would be a really vital question, I think.
Yeah, really quickly. So thanks. I think on a few of the questions, I mean, for youth, first of all, youth are leading movements for human rights and for peace around the world. And I think, they are putting themselves on the line, and more so in a digitized era where, everything they do, their pictures, holding protest signs out and marches are going to be, indelible. They've probably already been scraped for, the facial recognition. And so they're getting attacked by spyware. We see that on the phones of youths. So from Thailand to Sudan to the USA, yeah, youth are doing the work, and it's on us to help ensure this doesn't, lead to reprisal or permanent problems for them. I think on just to respond to Mark, I think we were talking about euphemisms here. Peace and tech for good, digital public goods. And so as advocates, we do chafe at this because I think there is a bit of a trust deficit. We don't see either the tech sectors or, frankly, large humanitarian agencies as deserving of the trust of our personal data, of personal information about us, especially those most at risk. And so when I hear talk of like the ubiquity of sensors, sensors implies some kind of like passive monitoring that is so contrary to the vortexes creating these traps for us to deliver our personal sensitive information into these black boxes that we have no control over, that characterizes most modern tech. That I think sensors is a dangerous sort of word to use in that context, unless you're talking about some tools that are completely divorced from the modern digital economy. Thanks.
Fantastic. So this was, of course, a networking session. This means that we are pretty well networked, at least the people that are on this on this stage. But for those of you that would like to connect to these conversations, we'll of course will have a follow up, and please pass your contacts on me, and so we're gonna keep you in the loop. Again, this was a networking session. The impression is that we are still, even within the tech peace community, there is no common ground. There is no agreement of what exactly tech and peace actually means. And the impression is that for some, tech is approached as a tool to achieve peace. For others, is tech as a new battleground as such, and then all the discussion about cybersecurity and so on. And for others, it could be tech as threats to peace. And for example, the discussion on the laws on the lethal autonomous weapon system, how AI is increasingly embedded in various arms. So yes, I think that there is still a lot of conversation needs to be done also within the tech community in order to bridge this community that work in silos, and hopefully we're going to have additional sessions to trying to break these silos. That's all from here. I don't know, Michele, if you want to have a last 10 seconds word or a word, no, not even a sentence, just a word.
Yeah. Perfect wrap up. Enjoy the sushi dinner, and it was great networking session. Let's keep contacts and the conversation going. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you all also to the online contributors to the discussion. Bye all.